the Barbados Pride in, I would think, a must-win situation for both these teams. So we should see good attacking cricket over the next 4 days from both these teams. It's beautiful conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's hot, it's sunny, it's really, as they normally would say, and as a relator would say, a beautiful day for cricket, as the umpires are making their way out, followed by the Barbados team. And the early news is that Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they've won the toss. Yeah, the early news is that we understand that Trinidad Tobago has won the toss. But let's get across to the toss and hear what's happening.
Good morning all. As we stay here for the toss for this 5th round encounter, we have the Barbados Pride and Trinidad Tobago Red Force. We have Captain Joshua De Silva and Craig Braffett of Barbados Pride. Rayon King is our match referee this morning. Joshua's got the coin. Heads is the call, tails. So, Red Force have won the toss. Joshua, your decision this morning?
Yeah, we're going to have a bat first.
Okay, tell me why you would have such a decision made for your team.
Pitch looks pretty good to start on. Looks like he'll get dry as it goes along and playing the extra spinner, so hopefully we can make use of that in the second inning.
As you said, yeah, extra spinner changes your team from the last round.
Yeah, Imran Khan comes in for Terrence Hines and Amir Jango comes in for Gouli, who's injured.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. All the best to you and your team in this encounter. Craig Braffett, Barbados Pride. Craig, you lost the toss. If you had won, what would be your decision?
We would have batted first, but in saying that, we got to utilize the new ball well to this morning.
Well, mates, so far in the competition for the Pride, any changes to your team from the last round?
Yeah, we have Kimar obviously isn't here. Shem comes in and Kevin Wickham comes back in into 11.
Okay, Craig, for the construct of the team for this game, as you said, Kevin Wickham, he was missing from the last round based on injury, but he being your form batsman, yourself on your form. Any thoughts?
Yeah, it's obviously good to have Kevin back. Obviously a young guy who's aspiring to do great things. Man, I mean, obviously last game we didn't win, but we know we got to improve on and we got to do it.
Okay, thank you, Craig, and all the best to you and your team for this round. So that's it for the toss. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've won the toss. They've elected to bat first, as they said. So this is it from here at Queen's Park Oval.
So the Trinidad Tobago Red Force winning the toss, and Joshua De Silva deciding to take first strike, which is not what he did in the previous game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, where he won the toss and inserted the Volcanoes. Here, they've decided to bat. It's a different strip they're using to the previous game against the Volcanoes, and maybe Joshua De Silva has looked at the pitch and may very well think it's a better batting track, or there's not as much moisture in it as the last pitch that was played on. But again, we question that decision in terms of we didn't think there was any moisture at all either in that pitch. It was very dry, and it started to turn towards maybe the last day. We'll have to wait and see how this one plays, and he's opted to take first strike. So the openers, as in the previous game, Vikash Mohan and Kijan Otley, they've come out to do battle against the Pride, and Jason Holder is opening the bowling. There's no Kemar Roach in the team, and so we'll have to wait and see how that will affect them as they go forward. But they've got the big man, Jason Holder, in the team, and in any team, he's going to add not only the variety to the attack in terms of his medium-fast bowling, but he's going to add some experience. He's going to add to the batting as well, because he's a fine all-rounder, world-class all-rounder. And it'll be interesting just to see how he goes in this game. He got to 70 against the Ghana Harpy Eagles, got to 76 as a matter of fact in the second inning. So he's coming in the game with some form with the bat. Here's the first ball of the morning. And strike him on the pad, and he's gone! The very first now, Vikash Mohan stands there. He holds his bat, obviously feeling he may have got a little bit of a bottom edge onto this. But there's no, he cannot call upstairs for a replay. There's no sticko, And Mohan goes with the very first delivery of the morning. He goes LBW off the bowling of Holder without scoring. What a start for Barbados Pride. What not such a great start for the Red Force. Having won the toss and batting, you lose your opener with the first ball. And I'm Colin Murray alongside Kesrick Williams, and certainly not the kind of start they would have wanted by the... You could see Mohan looked very disappointed. He was looking to turn this delivery to leg. Now, my initial thought is if he was looking, maybe thinking it was going down the leg side, but then he started to look at the bottom of his bat, thinking that he may have got a bottom edge onto it. But at the end of the day, he's making his way back to the pavilion, and the Red Force, they are none for one.
Good morning to our viewers. And that's Jason Holder saying good morning to Trinidad and Tobago. Really good start for him. Whether or not Mohan thinks is out, Jason Holder, brilliant start. But there was a bit of a doubt, I would say. It looks like we didn't have the chance to get a review or a replay, sorry, but from where I'm sitting, looks like we have two noise, but
yeah,
couldn't really say.
You can't say really and truly until you have to get Snicko involved, and unfortunately we don't have that kind of technology. But you could see Mohan very, very distraught and was just looking at the bottom of his bat, indicating that he may have got some bat onto it. But it's unfortunate if he did, but he's back in the pavilion without scoring from the very first delivery. Here's Holder into the new batsman, Jango.
Well, so far it looks like Jason Holder is operating on the fuller side. The pitch doesn't look like he have a lot to offer. But with his experience, it shouldn't be an issue for him. He have played all around the world, fully experienced, as Colin rightly mentioned. He's full of experience. He brings a wealth of knowledge to the team. And in every facet of the game, whether it's bat, ball, or in the field, he's brilliant. So he's a good addition to the team. And good start for him.
And Jango gets the outside edge. That's going to run away for 4. But pushing forward again, and delivery right up to Jango, and it may have just left him slightly. He was pushing at it. It wasn't getting really across and over the delivery. He just pushed at it. And luckily for him, it went to the left of the man at third slip. There's 3 slips and a gully, but there's a gap between that third slip and gully. They're closing it up now. We see the gully is coming a lot straighter, almost like a 4th slip. Almost like a 4th slip now. So he's come a lot closer to the 3rd slip after that outside edge off the bat of Jango.
Looks like a late on it as well, Murray. I mean, it looks like he's stabbing at the ball. Jason Holder obviously operating at a fuller length on this pitch. Something that we have come accustomed to when it comes to Jason Holder. He's one that understands his game, understands what works for him. I've played international cricket for some time. At one point, he was in the top 5 in terms of all-rounders in Test cricket. So no doubt he's a great addition to the squad.
It's not well lined, and Jango would be happy. Jango missed the previous encounter against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Has come into this team now for Jid Gooley. Gooley, who they tell me has a little bit of a hamstring injury. He in fact was on 90 not out against the Volcanoes when he retired hurt. And tell you what, you would have had to have a crane to lift me off the field at 90 not out. I just needed 2 hits and to get to 100 and call it a day. A 6 and a 4 and I would have been fine. But it must have been that bad that he decided he would make his way off the field. And Amir Jango has come in. But the first delivery to Otley is just playing it out on the onside, and there is no run. So the end of the over from Holder, a successful over in which he picked up the wicket. The very first delivery, that of Vikash Mohan, And Mohan, who's been having a pretty okay season, he's averaging just about 28 with the bat, got a 50 against the Volcanoes. Well, he's got to watch the rest of the innings from the pavilion. So Jango is going to take strike. Of course, Imran Khan is also in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. He is coming in for the first medium bowler in Terrence Hines, who's got a shoulder problem. We saw it here against the Volcanoes when he was bowling, had to actually, was being treated at a fine leg position by the physio when he seemed to be having a lot of shoulder issues. And but he really hasn't been past fit for this game. So Khan comes in and he gets his first opportunity. He hasn't played for the season, so he will get his first opportunity. I think he would like conditions here, bowling on the third and fourth day in particular. If this game goes that long, he would. I think he would relish the conditions. But it's McAllister, Jerry McAllister from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And no ball he starts with. McAllister, saw him last year for the first time, and what I like about him is he's fiery. He wants to bowl fast, he's hitting the deck hard, and he's running in with purpose, a sense of purpose, as they say. And I think he's, 23 years old from what I gather. And so he's got some time, but he looks a good prospect. Well, that was stopped at forward short leg.
It's Raymond Reefer there.
Yeah, Raymond Reefer.
Some really good work. It was done with ease as well. Jango have to find himself back in the crease as soon as possible. But yeah, I mean, I saw Jerry McAllister in Jamaica as well. Good heat, good bounce, good consistency in terms of pace. The only issue I have with him is just that I think he just needs to get a little bit fitter, but that will come with time. Being 23 years old, I wouldn't say that he still has time, because around the world, when you're 23, you're expected to know what you're about. But he's still young. I would say 2 first-class cricket, so you still have a lot to learn. I'm pretty sure being around a guy like Jason Holder, Shane Dorridge, the skipper, who have been around for some time, and then the coach, the backroom staff is really good.
And don't forget
Pretty
Kimar
sure he
Roach.
would learn as much as possible.
Yeah.
But the squad for this game, though, Colin, is Craig Brackett as captain. Kamabash made his debut in Jamaica. Dorridge, Drakes, Holder, Shem Holder, the off spinner, Jason Holder, Jerry McAllister, McCaskey, Raymond Reefer is back, Jamel Warrican, and Kevin Wickham. Jamel Warrican, the spinning wizard, have been doing a brilliant job over the years for Barbados. So he's expected to play a big part in on this pitch here in Trinidad against the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Well, that's 2 consecutive short deliveries, but I think too short. Jango picking it up early and just doing the right thing, because there's a man at backward square leg, just about 3/4 way to the boundary, just in case Jango wants to go for the hook. But he's just getting out of the way. And again, just mentioning the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, and Jango coming in for Gooley and Khan coming in for Hines. So their team reads De Silva, Jango, Mohan, Otley, Mohammed, Webster, Charles, Phillip, Seals, Pear, and Khan.
Well, we made mention of Khan in the last game, especially on a surface like this, docile track, and we're expecting spinners to do well on this surface. They have Shem Holder and also Jamal Warrican in the squad. Kevin Wickham can bowl a bit of off spin. Skipper himself can bowl a bit of off spin if needed to. So it's a good team. It's a good balanced team. Trinidad
Another
obviously-
short delivery.
Trinidad
End of the
obviously
over.
coming off a win against the strongest team in the tournament. But that's the end of another over. Jerry McAllister, first over. And the score is 6-1. As you were saying, Murray?
Yeah, no, I was just making the point in terms of the pitch conditions that you would expect. And we did make the point about the leg spinner in the last game, you know, and I think he's going to create some problems on this surface. But I think the Trinidad Tobago team, I think it's not much more balanced now with Can in the team. I thought they were a little lopsided last time with only the front hand spinners in Charles and Pear. Now they've brought the leg spinner into the reckoning, and that should give the bowling department a little bit more of a balance. Otley is, however, going to take strike to Jason Holder.
He's just one of those type of bowlers that's just really steady. I think the closest bowler to him in this Regional 40 tournament would be a bowler like a Ryan John, who is just consistently pegging away on that off-stump line and that top of off-stump length. Had a off game in the last game against Trinidad here, Ryan John, but no doubt him and Springer are really good so far for the season. But Jason Holder, with him in this squad, is only going to get better for the Barbados team. They did lose the last game against Guyana, but the experience that he added to that team is something that we really, really would like. The last game, Jason Holder just picking up 2 wickets or so.
Yeah, he picked up 3 in all, two in the first, 1 in the second, and but Guyana Harp Eagles 438. It's a little bit of an inside edge. Otley, he's going to get a run for it, but didn't know very much about it. Yeah, getting to 436, sorry, in the first innings. Really a wonderful batting performance. And when you think of the 2 left-arm spinners, Virasamy Pumol, 90 not out, and Gudakesh Moti getting 37. And one stage they were, 335 for 7. And these guys took it, Moti and Pumol took it from 335 for 7 to 427 for 8. And they certainly turned the game around. And after that, Barbados Pride didn't bat as well as they could have done, even though Jonathan Drake's getting 100. They got to 230. And they batted much better in their second innings. The Pride getting to 309. One stage they looked on course for victory. They were going along so well. And Zachary McCaskey, a big 87. And then Holder down at in the middle, propping up the tail with 76. But they just fell short by 33 runs, chasing a mammoth 342 for victory, or 343 for victory. And it was a splendid effort on their part. And when you think that of that 309, Craig Brathwaite only contributed 23, you have to think that had he made runs together with McCaskey, could very well would have come from behind and win that game. But kudos to them for the fight they showed. And of course the Harpy Eagles coming out victorious there. They would want to turn this game around. Or they would want to turn the performance around against the Red Force and get a victory. The end of the over from Holder. He's now completed his second over, 1 for 6. And the Red Force, having won the toss and opted to bat, they're 7 for 1. Jango is going to be back on strike as McAllister is going to come in for his second over. Got Got none for one so far, and that one was off of a no ball. So he's bowling a lot of short deliveries, which Jango was just getting under. I'm not sure if Otley is going to do that. Otley tends to play his shots. That's just outside the line, the off stump. He's just going with 2 slips on a gully. What they've decided is to put that extra, if there was going to be a 3rd slip. They decided not to put a 3rd slip, but to put him at that deep square leg position for that short delivery from McAllister, short into the body, which the left-handers may look to hook. And once they don't get it properly, get a top edge, or don't time it well, could very well end up in that deep square leg position hands.
Something that we've come accustomed to in Jerry McAllister. Loves to bowl, but he loves it on the shorter side. Not really sure that this pitch is the type of pitch to really be bowling consistently short. Needs to change his length a little bit, use what little the pitch have to offer with his pace.
Remember the off-spinner Holder here last year in the first innings. I think he got a 5er. So he should relish the conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. He's picked up, 10 wickets already in the tournament, averaging just about 20, which isn't bad going. He's only played 2 games thus far. So this is his 3rd game. So when he has played, he's done well. As McAllister coming round the wicket. Not well lined. They're thinking of 2, and they're probably going to get it as well. As the ball was played just to the right there of Jonathan Drake's down at fine leg, and he had to run to his right, and Kamabach was running to his left because he's the man at that deep backward square position. It went sort of between them, and it allowed Otley to come back for this 2nd run. Now again, lining this on the pad. They're going to go through for a single, but I think Otley, not sure if he offered a shot. Let's see. Nope, he's got to come back. Umpire signals dead ball because it had come in on him, made a little more height than he anticipated. Seemed to just take his bat away from the ball at that point in time of the impact. But they always say, let the umpire make the decision, right, Kesrick?
Yeah, definitely. And you must be upset as a batter to make the umpire allow you to get that far down the other end. And then you have to walk all the way back. But it's good exercise.
Well, there's a change in the field because Reefer has moved from that forward short leg to, I would say, a backward short leg. With McAllister maybe bringing that ball into the left hand and making a little bit of height. So he's moved from that forward short leg. He's come more of a backward short leg now, and they've taken the man at a deep backward square and they've pushed him around because, of course, you can't have more than 2 fielders behind the umpire on the leg side. So they've moved him and they've put him to the right of the umpire, but still 3/4 way to the boundary. So he's more at that deep square leg, more forward. That's a good delivery from McAllister. So at the end of the over, and just 3 runs coming from it. And at the end of over number 4 here at the Queen's Park Oval, in this crucial encounter between the Red Force and the Pride, the Red Force having won the toss and opted into bat after 4 overs, they are 10 for 1. So Holder is going to continue. Going to be bowling to Amir Jango, who is on 5. Jango averaging a pretty good 34, but he's just played 2 games with a top score of 40 so far in the tournament. He would be looking to get some runs to cement his place for the final 2 rounds, because he knows Jed Gooley is going to be back.
Still kind of find like he's rushing the ball. So his access to the ball isn't really smooth as you may want it to be as a number 3 batter. So it's somewhat like he's behind time, so he's rushing it. So his access to the ball is not as smooth as you would want it to be.
That's a good shot. That's a really good shot. He had some room in which to open the face. It's not going to reach the boundary. It's going to stop just inches inside, and they're going to come back for 3. That's good running. But a delivery just outside the line of the off-stump, and Jango was into the drive and just opened the face slightly to get it to the right of cover, more towards a point position. There is a backward point, but he's a little more backward than a squarish point, and that ball was racing through the square region for 3 runs. That's a good looking shot. Jango has started his career more as an opener and has moved down the order. Matter of fact, he's been batting 5 and 6 for Trinidad Tobago. But because Gooley had occupied the number 3 position, he's come into the team and has occupied that position. Otley is another one. Of course, Otley went to Australia more with the 50 over team. I think there was a little bit of a surprise when he got into the team, but his performances during the 50 over tournament, the Super Cup, the Super 50 over tournament was pretty good. And I think he forced the selectors to maybe bring him in. A little bit, selectors were a little bit contradictory in my view.
The good thing about him being selected is that over the years in regional Super 50 tournament, he had been doing a fantastic job for the Red Force. The year before that, he scored over 275 runs or so in the tournament. Last year, again, he scored over that total again. So he had been doing well. He have been consistent. The argument in last Super 50 was more of how Bravo did not get into that Super 50 team.
That's driven, but Brathwaite moves around quickly at mid-off. Yeah, I think that was the big debate. And since then, Bravo hasn't been on the scene. He's must hurt him. I think Keswick, any person thinking of doing that well and not being selected must feel it. But you know, you have an option. You either continue playing and say, okay, I'm going to show you. You know, you don't want to pick me. I'm going to make 100 after 100. Or you come out of the limelight and you say, well, that's it for me. But it's the end of the over, so that's it for Holder. He's completed his 3rd over, 1 for 9. It's 13 for 1. The Red Force having opted to take first strike.
Selectors probably have the hardest job to do.
Yeah, it's always,
You will never please.
You can't please everybody, yeah.
As a matter of fact, in life, you can't please everybody. But as a selector, it's such a hard job to do. You will never be able to please anyone. Sometimes making the right decision is not really making the right decision.
And I think also it depends on what you say. You know, and my problem, and you know, I wouldn't have had a problem if it was consistent. But you can't leave out somebody who's performed well and say age, and then pick somebody else who's older than him, you know, and didn't perform as well as he did. So that's my little problem.
It's like that situation in South Africa. Dean Elgar retired at age 37 after doing so well for South Africa, and then it was an issue of age.
Yeah.
And then a player was selected to play for South Africa at age 37 in Dane Pitt.
That's correct.
I mean, he deserved his shot at the top level. But then you have to be consistent in terms of what you go about saying in regards to selection. That's another no ball from Jerry McAllister. Second one for the morning.
Yeah, and that's the problem I have. It's not the selection, is what you say after. Why you want to give a reason and you contradict yourself. That's the problem. We have, I think we discussed it somewhere along the line in the last game, where we have this notion in the Caribbean, when you reach a certain age, that you're going downhill. And no matter how well you do, the first thing is, well, he did well, but what? The only but there is he did well, and here's McAllister again. Yeah, it's always going to be a debate in the Caribbean, and I don't know why we continue to write off players who are 35, 36, if they're performing. Right here with the Red Force, for example, Jason Mohammed, he's been the butt of criticism that he should pack up. It's time to give a younger player the chance. But the guys, he made, and I think as we talk about players and you can either, pack up or you say, okay, I'm going to show you. And Jason Mohammed is one who is obviously wants to show everybody that he's still good enough to represent the Red Force at this level. Scoring 100 not out in his first game.
I'll
and
tell
then
you what.
2 other 50s.
I'll tell you what. I support cricket first before I start to talk about age. As a matter of fact, I don't ever talk about age when it comes to cricket. I talk about performance.
Yeah.
And for me, you would always need somebody with experience in your setup. A guy like Jason Mohammed, who have played international cricket, captain West Indies at the ODI format and T20 format. If you have him around the younger guys, they can only learn from him. He's somebody that understands how to score runs at this level. He understands how to score hundreds. So you need someone like him around the setup. Time enough that we should allow our players to decide when you should go, or allow him to make that decision when he wants to go. Because when you go to England and these places and you watch county cricket, guys are playing and they're still 38 and they're not being pushed out. Why are we pushing out? We should allow our players, especially a player like Jason Mohammed, who have so much runs for Trinidad and Tobago, to decide, listen, I've had enough, I've done well enough, I'm going to step aside.
Yeah.
He deserved that.
And also it's how he feels. I mean, you must know your body. If hey, I've reached the end, and then you also your enjoyment of the game. If you still enjoying the game, and that to me is the biggest thing. If you're enjoying the game, you're enjoying playing, with your teammates, and why should I, because I'm 36 years or 37, say goodbye?
It's all about enjoying, but it's also about performing as well, and he is.
Jango going after that one, a full delivery wide from McAllister to end the over, but you could see Jango getting a little impatient and was chasing after that one. Luckily for him, didn't get the edge, and it went through to the keeper. The end of the over, 14-4-1, the Red Force. So Jason Holder is going to continue. He's just had 3 overs, 1 for 9. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Otley.
Yeah, this is something our cricket need to get to, that level where we allow players. And that one was played up. She was in the air for a while, but not really too close for a catch. Would only be about 2 or so for Otley. One was pitched up as Jace Hole is bowling a little fuller than Jerry McAllister. But yeah, I mean, I've had conversations with other guys, and a lot of guys, especially in England, they always mention that our cricket need to get to the level where we allow players to make decisions. Like, it's time for me to go, especially players who have done well within their franchises, especially in the Caribbean, and we don't have that. We always feel the need to push out a player or tell him it's time to go.
Oh, he set it straight into the hands of first slip, and Otley makes his way back to the pavilion, and Jason Holder again putting that ball just in the corridor there, and there was Otley playing at it. It may have just left him slightly, got the outside edge, and a comfortable catch for the man at first slip. And it's the end of Otley. He goes for 3, is it? Yes, no, for 5. And the Red Force, they lose their second wicket now. It's 16 for 2.
Yeah, well, I just mentioned it's time to go, and I guess I guess I'm getting good at commentary because now it's following me calling.
Yeah, it certainly
But he has to
appears
go.
Yes, he
He's
has.
gone. Yannick Otley, he's gone early. Well, Kijon Otley, sorry. But really good bowling here from Jason Holder. This is something that we expected from him. He's picked up 2 wickets already. It's not even the first hour yet, and he's already creating problems for the Red Force.
And you know, I was going to ask you the question, what is your thoughts so far on Holder's performance this morning? But really and truly, it's typical Jason Holder, isn't it? He's running in, you know, putting the ball at just on a good length outside the line of the off stump, making the batsman play. You know, it's nothing different. He's, you know, you can close your eye and say, well, you know how Jason Holder is going to bowl.
This is what we've been talking about the last time when we spoke about Shamar Joseph. If he would be able to transition from the white ball format to the red ball, and from the red ball to the white ball. Jason Holder in the last couple of months was playing white ball cricket, T20 cricket in the UAE, but he's back now with the red ball, and it's like he has never left.
Yeah.
Hitting, so the transition for Jason Holder would be a lot easier because he's full of experience. He understands his game. So this is a player that definitely you would want in your setup, any format, and can perform for you at any facet of the game.
Well, there's no doubt about it. And he's bowling well within himself. Because of his experience, he analyzes the conditions well. And he's taking the ball up to the bat and making the batsman play. So they've taken out the third slip. Well, when you look at that slip region now, there's a first slip, there's a third slip, and then there's a straightish gully. So there's a big gap between the 3 slip fielders from the first slip to the gully. And that delivery angled into him. And Mohammed, the hands went up. But let's see if there was any bat on it. Yes, he did get. Nope, he did not. I was thinking maybe he got some bat onto it because there was no real appeal. But Holder, realizing that ball may have been slipping down the leg side. So the 1 more to the total. But takes Mohammed off the strike. And it's always good when you now come into bat, if you could stay at the non-striker's end for as long as possible, just to get an idea of the pace of this pitch and the bounce, especially against a bowler of the quality of Jason Holder. 2 for 11. He's coming around the wicket to Jango, and Jango's got to be careful with those type of deliveries. Loud appeal goes up, not out, says the umpire. It seemed that the bat flicked the pad, and Jango is indicating that. Not too sure that bat flicked the pad. And
when you're a bowler of this quality that can take the ball away from the left-hander coming from around the wicket, you're special. And it's something that we was discussing last week when we were talking about Sherman Lewis.
that's a good delivery. may have just come back slightly at Jango, and he was well forward. It's been a good spell from Jason Holder. Can't remember him bowling a bad delivery.
Yeah, so when you have this sort of skill that you can come along and get the ball going away from the left-hander, you always have to play because you don't know when it's coming in and when it's going away. And we were mentioning that last week when it comes to Sherman Lewis. He was bringing in the ball constantly. And we were saying if we have that one that goes away from the left-hander, it will cause a lot of problem. But another good over here from Jason Holder. End of another over. 17 for 2.
So 17 for 2. Red Force must now be wondering about their decision to bat first. And that always happens when you lose a couple of wickets. I would think the Barbados Pride, if they were to pick up another wicket before lunch, and we've got a long while away for lunch. We've got just about an hour and 25 minutes to go for lunch. But if they were to pick up another wicket in that period, they would think they would have had a good morning's work. And the Red Force, if they were to lose another wicket, then they would be really questioning their decision of taking first strike. And not that it's a bad decision. I think Jason Holder just bowled two pretty good deliveries, and that was that accounted for Otley and for Mohan. And when you're coming up against the quality of a Jason Holder, and even Jerry McAllister, he's not, of course, doesn't have the experience of a Jason Holder, but he certainly is a force to be reckoned with in terms of his pace. He's not going to get a lot out of this pitch, but he's a real trier. He runs in fast, he runs in hard, and he hits the deck hard. And there's Mohammed. That's a lovely shot. Just driving. I don't think he timed it all that well. It's not going to go into the boundary as Brathwaite. I thought Brathwaite had thought at first it would have gone into the boundary, realized the ball was slowing up, and they come back just for 2 runs. But a no ball as well from McAllister. He's got to look at that. You cannot be bowling the number of no balls. He's bowling at least 1 per over, and you cannot be doing that. He's got to look at his run-up. He's got to look where he's landing and start it over. As Keswick Williams has left the commentary position, and Andy Payne has come in. Andy, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Colin. Good morning, viewers. Pleasure to be here at the Queen's Park Oval.
There's no angling that. You could see Mohammed a little disappointed. He missed out on that because it was angled going down the leg side, and he was looking to flick it. Had he made contact, it certainly, there's nobody. There's a fine leg, but there's nobody backward of square, and he was aiming towards that backward of square, and had he got bat onto it, it would have been runs for him. So you could see the little bit of disappointment as he missed it. Well, it canned into the pad. They do get a leg by, but Mohammed certainly, when you now come into bat, Andy, those are the kind of deliveries you like, just to get your timing and thing going.
Yeah, correct. One's angling into the leg stump. Usually it was food and drinks in that one. Mohammed missed out there, but he's been in some good form this season. So I think he's really thinking of, spending as long time as possible. I think he would have overhit them to start his innings, but that one was there for the taking.
That's a good shot from Jango. That one is going to go into the boundary, no doubt. He timed it well. He had the width as well. It was wide of the off stump, and Jango was into the shot early. There are 2 slips and a gully. So there's a big gap because there's the 4 men on the onside. There's that deep backward square leg. So there's a huge gap between point and mid-off, and he found it comfortably, and the ball raced away. Not a good delivery from McAllister. It was too full and too wide.
And very well executed by Jango. He cashed in on that one. That one was really over pitched, and he's been in for some 28 deliveries now. So that one, he's getting his eye in, as you would say, and he was quick to get that one in the space for a boundary. But as you said, Colin, you can see the difference, the experience of Jason Holder, that patience just on and about that off stump. As against the inexperience, he's been short, he's been full McAllister.
And this is not a good delivery again. So he's not consistent at the moment, and he's looking for pace, and nothing is wrong with that. But when I've always been taught, get your line, get your length first. And once you get your line, you get your length, then pace will come after. McAllister is not, he's not made up like that, is he? He wants to bowl fast from ball one.
Agreed. And I mean, it could be a good combination to have, to have the short bowler in McAllister and the experience of Jason Holder from this end, but McAllister, he wants to get it right, but as you say, he concentrated more on pace.
Yeah. And we've seen him here at the Queen's Park Oval before, and he is a handful when he gets it right. If he gets a spell that he's on song, he's not bowling no balls, and he can be a handful. But on the other hand, when he's not on song, he's all over the shop.
Yep. And we know him in Barbados to be a very fast bowler. He's probably one of the quickest bowlers we've got on the island. And I mean, Craig Braffett and the unit, the coaching staff, they know that is George McAllister's role. He's supposed to run in as fast as he can, bowl quickly. But as you just make a change to the field, you've seen one of the slips comes out now and gone into the cover area, Colin.
It gets the outside. Well, actually, they moved the man at forward short leg. That's Raymond Reefer. He's at forward short leg, and they've put him towards a short catching position at cover. Interesting. And obviously for that, maybe they take the ball just outside the line of the off stump to Jango, up to him, hoping that he drives, and maybe a little bit uppishly.
Yes, I think the captain in Braffett, he's asking McAllister to get a little bit fuller to Jango, as you saw that exquisite cover drive a bit early in the over. So he's giving some reinforcements on that offside.
That's a delivery again, lined outside the leg stump and just flicked away down to, is that Warrican? It looks to be Warrican who is at that fine leg position. And they pick up an easy single. So one more to the total at the end of the over. It's 26 for 2. Yes, it is Warrican at the
first slip.
Fine leg. No, he's down at fine leg. Who took the catch? Was
Warrican
it Warrican?
took the catch at first slip. Yep.
Yeah, but he's come out from first slip. Is he going to go back for Holder? Because he was feeling at a fine leg, which is strange because if you're in the first slip position, suddenly he found himself down at fine leg for McAllister, but he's walking towards the slip region now, so it appears that he will go into the slip. Brathwaite is at mid-on, skipper Brathwaite. Yes, and Warrican is going towards a first slip. So, yeah.
I think what happened for that over, Colin, he was getting some assistance from the emergency feelers, so it was easier for him to get position at the fine leg area. So, but now he's gone back into his rightful position at the first slip where he took that catch off Otley. So, yep.
Yeah, people would say that it was a comfortable catching height, but those catches are never easy at slip. Comes off the bat quickly, and he made it look much easier than it really was.
Yeah. He had a good look at it, as we said. Jason, he's now coming around the wicket, so he was able to have a good look at it. But again, it wasn't the most comfortable height for a first slipper, but he made it look very easy.
Loud appeal goes up. I don't think it. Now they appeared. There were two songs. Now whether the bat hit the ball before it hit the ball hit the pad is another question.
Just getting under.
I think Doris was very interested in that one. You could see him from behind the wicket, getting all the way up to the stump.
But Jango is. You look at Jango. He's indicating again, and all batsmen wouldn't they? That the ball hit the bat first.
Yeah,
but
he had some gesture in there saying it hit the inside edge. So I don't know if it was quick to, take that out of the mind of the umpire. But he did make a suggestion, that's to say that it hit the inside edge of the bat. But Jason Holder this morning, he's been very accurate. You can see the patience, you can see the experience. And he's been in a good spell so far, Colin.
It has been a really good spell from him. He's been on target, hasn't he? Very, very. Can't remember him bowling really a loose delivery. Yes, he may have strayed a little bit now and again, going down the leg side.
So far, Colin. It has been a really good spell for him.
Just looking at the replay there, difficult to tell whether the ball You know, I've always said umpires' jobs are very, very difficult, especially now with TV, with the replays, and you've got snickometer, you've got so many different things. And they're scrutinized even more. It's just like referees at football with VAR, you know, and now you can draw lines to see when a man is on. And they get it wrong as well.
And they still get it wrong.
But I think that, you know, I've always said there's nothing wrong with VAR. The problem is the human element.
The element of it, yeah.
You know, and it's the same here. But the technology, you know, and I'm one for technology because I've always said, you know, if you've got the technology, then use it. But you've got to use it correctly.
As the umpires for today's game is Crawford and Duguid. So, yeah, they'll be in for a big challenge in the middle today and for the duration of this game.
Well, they did the game last week as well, the Red Force against the Volcanoes. And, boy, they came in for some rough treatment from the players. Shamar Springer, I remember him. He must have stood up. He got LBW to Terrence Hines. And he obviously didn't like the decision. And I thought they were going to call a crane at one stage to move him off the field. But he was one, I remember him. And there were quite a few others that weren't happy with some decisions. I think Jason De Silva, Joshua De Silva was one. Alec Athanes was another one. He thought the ball was pitching outside the line of the leg stump. And both Da Silva and him went LBW. And they stood up and they of course, West Indies players, you didn't need a crane to remove them, but they stood for a little while questioning the decision. It's the end of the over from Jason Holder, 26 for 2, as Trinidad Tobago Red Force battle on here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yep, so some 9 overs gone, 26 for 2, still in the first hour of play. I think the Barbados Prize, they like the position that they're in. Jason Holder, he's so far completed some 5 overs. He's got 1-2 for 11, but we've got McAllister from the other end in support. But it seems like we're going to see the first change of the morning here, Colin. As we spoke earlier about the pitch at the toss, and the captains were saying it could be a bit dry, should be offering some spin. And it looks like Shem Holder, he's going to be making his first entrance into this game, Colin.
I've always asked about the pronunciation of his first name. It's Shem.
Shem Holder.
Shem. Okay. Yeah, he's. It's going to be interesting, and I think it's. I'm a little surprised that actually this early, Craig Brathwaite has opted to bring him into the attack. But it's not. It's worth a try to see what if there's anything at all. I don't expect there is. Of course, we've been having Andy. I don't know when you arrived in Trinidad, but we've been begging for rain. We've been praying for rain. We did have a slight shower. On Saturday, because I remember I was at Hasely Crawford Stadium looking at doing a game, a tier 1 football game, and all of a sudden it started to drizzle, but it was a constant drizzle without being a heavy shower for about 15 minutes, just a drizzle, and you could see everybody was quite happy. So it's pretty dry here at the Queen's Park Oval, and guys do have to do a lot of watering. As you could see, the outfield, there are brown patches all over. And hopefully it will catch itself in the next couple of weeks. Because we do have some, from all reports, some warm-up games for the World Cup here. And haven't got confirmation of those games as yet and what they will be.
Yep.
But
yeah, it's been very dry, as you said. I've been across the Island and Tobago over the last week to compete in the golf tournament there at the Grand Magdalena Hotel Plantations Golf Course. A nice track over there, but it was bone dry. I mean, you could hardly see a bit of green grass on the fairways. But yeah, so and driving around Trinidad as I got here, you can see how dry it's been on the outside. Grass fires.
Yeah, I was about to say that. We had a lot of bush fires, etc. You are an ardent golfer?
I can get around.
Not too sure how to take. I'm not too sure how to take that answer.
Holder.
I also walk around the golf course, not playing though. Yes, I just don't have the. I don't know how you guys do it. You know, when you've got to give up basically an entire day to play golf, don't you?
And the contrast, I went up to St. Andrews, Mocha yesterday, and that was pretty dry as well, but with the sprinklers on the fairways, the greens
Yeah.
were good, so
Yeah.
I really had a good time over there yesterday, Colin.
Yeah, good to hear. Yes, St Andrews is, of course, one of the better courses, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, I would think, in the region.
Surely is.
You pay a top dollar to be a member of St Andrews Golf Club and to play golf. So you would expect that the greens would be in good condition.
Privileged to be your friend here, Colin.
Well, the end of the over from Holder, his first over, a maiden, just the one run coming a leg by off the first delivery. He bowled to Jason Mohammed, but since then, to the left-hander, he seems to be a little more comfortable. Off-spinners tend to be a little more comfortable bowling to the left-handers. It's 27 for 2.
Yep. And I think that was probably the reason for the introduction of the off-spinner, because, you got the left-hand batsman in Jango, and I think Craig Braffett, you was saying for the matchup, he wants his off-spinner. Ball's a bit hard. He's got 2 wickets down the scoring rate. It's not running away from him. So just to see what the surface is offering for Holder, and he was very accurate for that one, as you say, to the left-hander. Just the first one to Mohammed, which was drifting down to the leg side, and he got the leg by. But for the next 5 deliveries, you could see him just there on about that off stump to the left-hand in Jango.
So Shakil Kamabach is the man introduced now into the attack. Kamabach, the right-arm medium pacer. He's picked up 6 wickets so far, just in the one game. He's only played one game, and he's picked up 6 wickets in that one game, and has a good average of 18 at the moment. So he's getting his opportunity again here today, of course, with the non-appearance of Kemar Roach.
Yep. Coming back, interesting selection, as you've heard throughout the season, and he's got a wicket on his first
delivery. So he's been saying, he's obviously says to the Barbados selectors, hey, you've played me in one game, I've got 6 wickets, come on. So he's decided to come here, and he's picked up that valuable wicket of Jason Mohammed, a delivery, it seemed to me, just a little warm-up delivery, but going away from the right-hander, Mohammed never got across it. He just stood there and was trying to drive through the offside, got the outside edge, and Dorridge takes a comfortable catch. And the Red Force, they are in some trouble now. They are 27 for 3.
Oh, what a way to start. Coming back, that one was a bit full. Seems to be moving away from Jason Mohammed. He used all hands to go at that one, and he got the edge. And no way Dorridge is going to put that one down, but that's the big fish, we would say. So Shakil Kamabach coming into his second game. He's picked up a wicket on the first delivery. So he's now got some 7 wickets in the series. What a debut start for this young man.
Yeah, first time I'm having a look at him. And he just sort of, to me, trotted up to the wicket and just delivered. And got some away movement. They always say, when you're facing a bowler for the first time, and I don't know if Mohammed is, but even if just for the first delivery of a new spell, you just got to have a little look at him first.
Yeah.
And unless he bowls a full toss or a rank long hop, have a look at him. But I thought Jason Mohammed was looking for the drive, and it certainly left him and got the outside edge. A very good delivery from Kamabach, and that's going to give him the world of confidence.
And like we said, to the big fish. Well, Shakil Kamabach, he plays at home for the Empire team, and he's a very good all-round player. He to get some wickets. He's a good new ball bowler generally at home. He can express a little bit of pace sometimes, but here in this first-class season so far, you've seen that he's just continued to bowl just on top of that off-stump, getting a little bit of movement, and he's picking up some wickets.
Well, Joshua De Silva, the skipper, is at the crease. Oh, he gets him. First ball as well. No, De Silva stands there, maybe indicating that the ball may have come off the ground. As he played the ball, the ball must have hit the ground and went into the hands of Gully. De Silva is standing there. The umpires are going to have a bit of a chat. And let's see. This is going to be an interesting decision, because De Silva is... Oh, he's been given out. So he goes, caught Gully Da Silva, the first delivery from Kamabach, and he felt that the ball would have come off from the bat onto the ground and went into the hands of the fielder at Gully. But so he stood there. The umpires, they had a little bit of a conference, but Da Silva has to go back to the pavilion. So he goes without scoring the first delivery he's faced, and it's now 27 for 4. Barbados Pride, well, they must think they're in dreamland.
It's a dream start by this young man coming back. So in the first hour to pick up some 4 wickets. And his first 2 deliveries of his spell, he's got 2 wickets, and the most experienced players in Jason Mohammed and Joshua Da Silva. But a nice catch there. It looks like McCaskey in the gully area. So he's really put Barbados in a very good position, this young man coming back. Colin, as you say, you haven't seen much of him. As I continue to tell you about him, he's one of the creators at the Kensington Oval. Oh. And he's been playing amongst all these guys and practicing in the nets with the guys. The guys thought he had a good promise, and he got selected to 18 Barbados tour to Bermuda, where he was one of our outstanding bowlers, and then he's really pushed his play here into the Barbados first class team.
And when you think of it, he's only bowled 29.2 overs before today, and he's picked up 6 wickets, and so he's now bowled 29.4 overs and he's picked up 8 wickets. I mean, it's been really fantastic. But as the players have a bit of a drinks break, we're going to take a break here ourselves, and we'll be right back.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
As we're back here live at the Queen's Park Oval, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force find themselves at 27 for 4. Shaquille Kamabach, he's picked up 2 wickets in his first 2 deliveries on a hat trick. That one, he just worked that one into square leg. It looks like Tion Webster, the new batsman. He's come to the crease. So, welcome Kesrick Williams. He's going to join me here. Kesrick.
Hey, what's up, man? How are you doing? It's been a while.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Good to see you.
Good. A fellow player in Barbados, Kesrick Williams.
Had a lot of fun playing in Barbados. I learned a lot of cricket there.
Yep.
And that's the reason why Barbados is doing so well. Because when you're playing in Barbados, you only learn. And you learn pretty fast. So that is something that I really enjoy about cricket in Barbados and the structure. But I have a question for you. What is the structure like now in Barbados in terms of development and stuff?
Yeah, development is good, as you can see on the players that we've put out in this first class season. This season You know, we've got the CCC, and it's pretty much a lot of Barbadians there. We've got the academy team. We've got quite a number there as well as your franchise. You've got 2 players there as well, Kesrit. So the system there is working. A lot of players are getting the exposure. So I think the cricket there is as good as you left it.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think Barbados spearhead cricket in the Caribbean when it comes to the development and the amount of players that are playing around in the franchise tournament. I think Barbados and Windwards have a special connection. I always say Windward Islands and the Barbados because I have a feeling as though Windwards fall in love with the Bajan players over the years. They had Kyle Mears, Kirk Edwards.
Yep.
They had Kevin Stout. They had Justin Graves. They have Springer now and Tevin Walcott. And how good is Shamar Springer as well, what he's doing with the Volcanoes.
As well. I know they will have, I'm sure, Clark. He was there as a head coach for a while. So that was good. As we get back to that, this is the end of the over, and it's 28 for 4. Shaquille coming back. She's just completed his first over, Kesrit. First 2 deliveries, he picked up 2 wickets. That of Jason Mohammed. Caught behind by Dorish. And then he also had Joshua De Silva, the captain, out for the first ball. Caught at gully by McCaskey without scoring. And what a dream start it is for the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Shaquille Kamabash. I saw him in Jamaica when he made his debut. Picked up a 5 wicket on his debut. And for some reason, his consistency in terms of the errors that he hit is remarkable. And I enjoy looking at him bowling in Jamaica. I wouldn't say that he's a tear-up fast bowler, but the fact that he's so consistent in his line and length, he can create some problems for any team. You know, with him in the team and Jason Holder, who would definitely be the leader of this bowling attack, he would only learn from Jason. But his story is what I really like.
So, change of bowling from the southern end. We've seen Raymond Reefer with his left arm over. He's bowled to Tion Webster's first. So that experiment with Shim Holder, that just lasted all of 1 over Kesrit. But as you can see, with the pacers and medium pacers getting the bulk of the first 4 wickets, I think Craig Braffett think there's a little bit still on offer for the newer ball.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was kind of surprised that he came in so early to bowl. But I guess it was just an experiment to see what's going on with the surface.
Yep.
But so far, they're on the verge of picking up a bowling point here. Barbados, 4 wickets already to the fast bowlers. They just need at least about 2 more wickets from the fast bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
they did pick up bowling
I
points in the last game.
I was kind of surprised that he came in so early to bowl.
Yeah, right now,
but I guess
because of what happened with Windward Island Volcanoes and Trinidad in the last game, but sort of open up the table now.
Yeah, and it is a very open table, as Barbados did lost that game to Guyana Harper Eagles, but they're still very much there. So if a win in this series, this could really make the table a lot of more interest.
Yeah, if Barbados come out, I mean, they started well. First of all, no matter how this first session ends, you would definitely have to give it to Barbados, because I'm a firm believer for winning a 4-day game, it must start with winning sessions and then winning the day's play. And the last game, Trinidad dominated the Volcanoes. It's the first time for the season they have gone through a game without getting any points. They didn't pick up any points, which we saw right now. The points table, Volcanoes is still ahead, but just under 4 or so. So with that victory from Trinidad, open up the table. With Barbados coming here, the way how they start is 28 for 4. If they win this game at the end of this game, they can open up the table even more.
Yep. And it's interesting how you put that, the experience that you have, Kesri. As we know, sessions do win these matches. So I think the think tank in Barbados Pride's camp, they would have spoken about how they played that last game against Guyana Harper Eagles, where they went wrong. And you see them here coming this morning. I think there was an actual game set plan when they were going to bowl. Remember last season, McAllister, he had a good go at Jango, so that seems to be the set plan to start this morning after they got that first wicket. But Jason Holder, the experienced bowler that he is, and the patience that he showed with that new ball just there about Austin, you know, and he took that first bite of the cherry and took the first 2 batsmen out, and that put Barbados well set for this session. That completes the first over from Rifa. He's just bowled this one, and that's one more run went in that over. So at the end of the over, it's 29 for 4. We have Amir Jango. He's not out on 13, and with him is Tion Webster. He's on 2. But Keswick, as we continue to talk about that relationship between the Windward Volcanoes and Barbados Pride, you know, even last game we've seen the introduction of Gillon Tyson. Tyson would have played a bit in Barbados as well, and I actually had the privilege of playing alongside him, playing for one of my club teams.
Yeah, I think the Windward Island and Barbados is very close because Jamel Warwican, who's from St. Vincent, is playing for Barbados, and Primus, who also have connections with St. Vincent, his parents, I think, is from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's there ever so often. So we're closely knitted, I would say.
Let's continue that. Another good delivery by Cumberbatch as he continues his spell from this northern end with us. By on target to Tion Webster. As we look around the field there, Keswick, because he Jason Holder there in the second slip. As we were just speaking about that golf, you see him passing his golf swing.
What about you? Have you ever played any golf?
Interested. Seeing that one, that was a loud appeal from Cumberbatch, angling back into Webster. Webster's rumble just over the knee roll. If you have a look, yeah. But Keswick, another good shot by.
It looks pretty close. It looks like he was falling over as well. Bent front knee, so obviously we'll get a little bit lower.
Yeah,
only wish we can have the
replay
here, but we're really sorry to our viewers. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties here at the Oval.
Sure, we'd like to get that rectified pretty soon. But coming back, he's been asking some questions. He's all in his second over. You can see him up and ball into Webster. Full delivery again. Webster equally in the task to the front foot and hit that one up to mid-off. Fielded by Captain Braffett. But your thoughts on coming back? You said you love his story, and I've heard you told a story in the previous game when he made his debut, and you know you have a bit more to say about it. So
yeah, it's amazing when players like this come and start to play first class cricket. He's 29, and it shows what determination is.
Again, by on the off stump, he played that one just into the extra cover area. But yeah,
he was always in and around the practice sessions for Barbados team. And to our viewers, he's a ground staff at Kensington, so we'll definitely see him around for the World Cup. But yeah, when you're a ground staff, someone might say it's all done, it's over. But he was persistent. He was always there, training in the nets.
Again, that one a bit on the fuller side, and Webster elegantly driving that one through the cover area. He's always going to pick up 2. Good chase by Jim Holder.
Stories also about him. When there was no training, he will walk with his shoe to the ground and just do a bit of bowling. Some ground staff will also help him as well, do a little bit of work, and then he got that call to play for Barbados A team.
Yep.
And he went and he showcased his talent at 29 years of age. Sometimes people might say when you pass 25, if you're not playing first class, you can forget about it.
And you must give some kudos to the selectors as well to be able to, to identify that he was there and he was given the opportunity, Keswick.
I'm happy when I hear these sort of stories because it makes me smile. But that's the end of another Cumberbatch over. Score is 31 for 4.
Yep.
But you must be happy for the youngster. Determined to make it. Now he's here, picked up 1 wicket in the first innings against Jamaica on his debut, and then picking up 5, putting them in the position to win the game. Also with his skipper, who scored a brilliant 100. should have been there to see it. When he was on 18, he had about 83 balls. I was in the commentary box and I was like, come on, play a shot, Craig. But it shows how in control he is of the game.
Yeah.
And he showed the Jamaica team that, look, I am going to control this game and I'm going to dictate the pace of this game.
Yeah.
Shows his standard as a test cricketer, as a test captain. Over 10 first-class hundreds.
Yes. Yeah, well, the experience of Craig Baffett and the aptitude of his mind, how he can spend such time in the middle, you know, he's one who can concentrate for long periods. He's shown that over the first class series, over his test career. And, you know, from the time Craig was into his schoolboy years of cricket, that was always the man. And he scored lots of centuries in his time. Lots of centuries, Craig.
He's accustomed to scoring centuries. And that's what we want from our young players. Happy to see Jonathan Jake scoring 100 in the last game. That's what you want. We have Wickham coming back into the squad, score 100 in the first game, then 87, then 73. This is what we want, the hunger for runs. We have McCaskey, who we know is not short of talent. I think he's the closest to Shea-Hope when it comes to playing shots and looking as elegant as he is.
He's an elegant player.
Him and Kavem Hodge, I would say, probably the prettiest set of players in the Caribbean. When these guys play a shot, you have to take a picture.
Here, producer, after Shea-Hope. But yeah, and that's what we want. But the appetite for the big runs is what we want to see them continue to do, Kesrit. As you know, when you go to the next level, you need to be able to transition. But if you have the habits from here, it would only help to transition into that level. Here's Rifa. Bowls to Jango, another good leave. They're going for a quick single, and well responded by T. Young Webster. Here you have Roy Connacht, the extra cover area. He wasn't able to stop that one. So another good single there by Jango. He moves his score up to 14. Webster, he's on 4. But yeah, and around the region, when you look at some of these players, you've got the guys from your country and Hodge, as you say, the young Teddy Bishop. Another good, attractive player.
Also, Alec Atenes. And someone that I would like you to keep a keen eye on. From St. Lucia, Aki Magis. His father is now the new president of St. Lucia Cricket Association. Congrats to him. But he's such a talented player and can bowl leg spin as well. There's also McKenny Clark from St. Lucia, who just came back from IL-20 in Dubai with Mumbai. So that's his first T20 title. Congrats to him and the Spiceman from the Windward Island. And congrats to everybody who played for Mumbai from the Caribbean and also from England. Well, wherever you're from, that is.
Full delivery seems to be angling in to Young Webster. Just worked up there to McAllister at the mid-on. So another over comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 34 for 2, the Red Force. We have Jango, he's on 14, and Webster, he's on 4. But yeah, and good exposure for those guys as well. McKinley Clark, a good player in the making. I can agree with you there. Well, yep.
I'm going to ask you a question. Well, it's the end of the over. It's 32 for 4. But I'm going to ask you a question. And I'm going to ask you because it was a discussion that we had in the last game with Red Force and Volcanoes. Knowing that we have a test series, that's, well, it's around the corner, but it's not really around the corner. It's in July. What do you think that the West Indies should do for our players who they're looking at to make this test team, who haven't played in England conditions? What do you think the board can do for these players to get them ready for an England condition?
Of course, that's a good, interesting question. Obviously, we need first to identify who we're going to be working with to carry there. I mean, the team coming back from Australia, more than likely you will have the nucleus of that setup. But yeah, I don't know how early we're going to get them to England, but if that's a question you're asking, you know the English first class season starts pretty soon. But it would be an interesting thing if we could get some of these players over there in the the early part of that season. even though they're competing here in the first class, but to acclimatize them, I agree that we should try to get some of them up there.
I had a conversation with Kevin Hodge and I told him, I said, listen, you're my very close friend. We went to university together. We played in Barbados together. And I told him, I said, listen, I think you should go to England in April or May when their league season start and play cricket. Because cricket is cricket at the end of the day. There are some leagues that have a lot of county players that are playing in those leagues and they are very competitive, especially in the side like Yorkshire and Bradford and these places. Go there and play first class league cricket. Get yourself climatized, get yourself well-rounded with how cricket is being played in England, playing the ball late and stuff like that. So when that test series starts, you would have a full understanding that one is a bit too straight from Cumberbatch, just flick onto the onside. Warwick can do and chase just only 2. But yeah, get yourself accustomed to the condition. So whenever that test series starts, obviously the guys at the international level, you're going to face Anderson and these guys way better than what you will get at league. But you will have a understanding or a better understanding of how to play in England.
Great, good discussion to have with your friend, and I think it's very interesting as well. I mean, as you said, a few of them might not even have played in the English leagues previously, so it could be going up there your first outing, and you're a bit lost as to conditions. As you've seen that one a bit wide, and it's flashing shot there by Jango. That one runs away to the boundary for 4, but you essay the square drive amid Jango. And that one ran all the way past the backward point area for 4. So 4 more to his score. He moves up to 20. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at 38 for 4. But again, Cumberbatch this time just bowled that one a little bit wide. And Jango, he was able to get his hands through it, Kesrick. And he was able to pick up a boundary. As you've seen, that one is asking him to change his line.
That's one thing about Jango. He have quick hands. Hand and eye coordination. Just think that his transition to the ball should be a little bit smoother as a top order batter.
So that one full length, you can see Jango. It seems like he was advancing to that one, but that one was swinging back into him, and he was lucky enough just to get a bit of bat onto that one, and it went all the way down to the fine leg area for 4. I don't think Cumberbatch, he would be too perturbed about seeing that shot. Kesrick?
He wouldn't be upset. He definitely won't be. But that's the end of the over. 4 to finish that one is 42 for 4. I mean, no one would be upset. You're walking straight down the pitch.
That one was full and straight. That was going home, as we would say in cricket terms. But he got a little bit of bat onto it and was able to pick up 4. So, we said fortune favors the brave. And he's going on to 4. But interesting points, as Kesrick, as you mentioned, the conditions in England and trying to get there early to get acclimatized. And yes, look, the onus is on the player to try to look after his own well-being. I'm sure with enough communication with the powers that be, I can't see it, or it shouldn't be such of a major issue. Reefer continues from the southern end, ball into Webster, one on the good length. All Webster was able to do is play that one back down to the cover area.
Well, you have a lot of young players who would be going to England. When you check the team out, you have players like Covim Hodge, Alec Atenes, who I don't think who have played in England before. Justin Graves may play league cricket before in England. Kurt McKenzie. These guys, I don't think they have ever played in England. So it would definitely be something new to them. And they're facing up to someone who have over 700 test wickets.
160 odd test matches.
I'm actually 700 behind him. Pretty close.
Pretty close.
Close enough.
Yep, just time.
But the longevity, you have to. This is what I was saying to Colin Murray earlier. A player like James Anderson, you would allow these players to decide when I'm going to go home. You allow these players to bow out on their time. With stats like that, there's no reason for a selector to decide it's time for you to go. Let that player decide when he wants to go. He understands his game enough.
And his body. And his performances, as they're there to show. So again, it was interesting to hear you guys have that conversation, and you know how a lot of our players go. But you know, this team that we are about to send to the England in July, it's interested what you say and to try to get them acclimatized. I mean, it is really food for thought.
I'm expecting them to go a little earlier to get acclimatized, but that would be probably 2 weeks before. But what I want some of their players, at least 5 of their players, to go months before and play cricket in England. It's only going to be good for them and for West Indies cricket.
Yeah, especially our batters. As you know, when you know we had our real good times in cricket, predominantly our batsmen were playing a lot of cricket in the UK, Kesrick.
Yeah. I mean, because in England you cannot really rush the ball. Later you play it is better for you. And you need to go there to understand that. Because you're not going to tell a player in the Caribbean, playing in the Caribbean, play the ball late.
No.
You have to do that in England. So to learn it, you have to be there to do it. And I would like to see that being implemented. A lot of our players start playing in different conditions. When it comes to T20, we are playing all over.
We're all over. So that the experience alone. And as you know, in England, the conditions change so quickly. So it is something that if you're aware of before you get in there, there's no surprises to you.
Exactly. But that's the end of another Raymond Reefer over. It's 42 for 4 for the viewers who just came in. We have Trinidad and Tobago Red Force playing against the Barbados Pride right here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. Red Force batting first. They are 42 for 4. Jason Holder picking up the early 2 wickets. And then Shakil Kamabash picking up the other 2. First 2 deliveries as well in his over.
Yep. So the 4 batsmen to go for today, you know, they will have Otley, he's gone. Mohan, he's gone, the openers, as well as Jason Mohammed and the skipper in Joshua De Silva. As Kamabash, he's coming around the wicket now, and he bowled, over the wicket to the left-handed in Jango, who's on 24. So he's into his 3rd over. But that's start to his first 2 deliveries to pick up 2 wickets. He was on a hat-trick after his first 2 balls, and Kamabash continues to impress.
Well, the Red Force have some rebuilding to do, but 2 capable batters at the crease. In Ahmed Jango and Tian Webster, who scored 100 in the last game.
Yep.
That 100 put them right in the game, put them in more control of the game. But what really cemented that game for Trinidad is how Anderson and Jaden Seals bowling the first innings, and then that 90 from Jet Gooley in the second innings to give them victory.
Yep.
He had to retire her. That's the reason why he's not playing today. Had a little bit of hamstring injury. Hopefully, after the break, we would see him back in the 11. And so far, he has been doing a wonderful job for the Red Force because he has scored 100 in Sinkits, and then now here he scored a brilliant 90.
Another good delivery by Kamabash, but this time it being a no ball. So he's delivered his first no ball in the innings, and score moves up to 43 for 4. In over number 17, and Kamabash, he's into his 4th. But yeah, interesting question for you there, Kesrick. If you're a goalie on 90, runs victory in sight, off spinner bowling, would you take the retirement route?
I actually asked that question last week. I was on there. I was on with Inderjit Pasar out of Guyana, and I did ask him that question, and he said at the end of the day he wants to win. But when you look at it, sometimes you want to end a victory being the star. So he would have definitely been the star, ending on one leg. He would have looked really pretty, but sometimes you just have to think ahead of that and decide, look, at the end of the day, we're going to win this game, so retire her. It's probably the right option. Not on the ball. Something is going on wrong here with Shakil Kamabash's run-up or something is off, something that he needs to check. So, I mean, at the end of the day, they would have won the game in any case. Batting longer to score another 7 runs probably could have put a bit more harm. Sometimes it's all good and well to finish and let the story ends with you, but gotta live to fight another day.
Better this time, he's kept his foot behind the line, and you've seen that one leaving the left-hander. I mean, it didn't carry all the way through to Dorridge, but that was a better delivery. Like, seeing that one just leaving the left-hander in Jango and making its way through to the keeper, Dorridge. But coming back, trouble with a few no balls in this over so far, so it's good to see him just pulling his foot back behind the line and able a legal delivery.
It's really causing a bit of problem here, finding the edge of Jango again. But something that I was saying about him as well in the first game that I saw him played on his debut, it's not on the ball. You really have to take a look at his run up. I think he's just overstepping. I wish we can see how big it is, but yeah, it's just something now he needs to look into. Don't want to get a no ball.
A wicket.
And pick up a wicket for sure. So you need to get his foot behind the line. Surprising, not really a fast run up, not a long run up either. Medium pacer. Come on, put your foot behind the line, Kamabash.
Yeah, his run seems to be a bit off as he just missed his run up with that one and he didn't deliver. See him just going past the crease but didn't deliver on that time. So yeah, something definitely is a bit off with his rhythm. So he needs to try to get that back in sync as soon as he can. But you know, after seeing his first 2 overs and now coming in here and bowling these no balls, it must be a little bit of a worry.
From where I'm sitting here, that one was well behind.
And that one seems to have a little bit of pace on it as well. So the over comes to an end. All's well, ends well. So at the end of the over, there are some 47 for 4. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after winning the toss and electing to bat this morning, I'm sure that Craig Braffett and his side there feel very good to be able to pick up those 4 wickets after being asked to field. But as these conversations continue, you know, and especially we're speaking about the English conditions, Kesrick, and our batters going there for the first time. As we said, you know, conditions tend to change, so you want to be as aware what goes on there before you get there. And that, as you say, it can only go well. The time changes, the time differences, all these
weather
things.
as well.
Weather.
Change is so easy in England.
So temperamental. So you don't want to be caught by surprise when you get there. As well as, you know, it could be raining 1 minute and then you're back on the field. Within the outfields are so lush. Conditions.
It's a really nice place to pick it, I'll tell you that. And then the first game, I think, is in Lords.
I thought Lords, the first test.
So a lot of these guys might be surprised when they go to Lords and they look at it. And because the first time I played at Lords and I look at the field, it's a little slant. And I was like, this is Lords.
Interested. Have you seen the change from that southern end? It's Jason Holo. He's going to come back into the attack for his second spell. He's going to be bowling to Tion Webster. He's got himself 2 slips in the gully, short cover. And he's obviously intent to be probably bowling on the fuller side, Kesrick.
Yeah, at this level, he's one that is known to pick up wickets. So as long as he is given the ball, there's always an opportunity that he's going to present to pick up a wicket for his skipper.
So, yeah, you've seen got the 2 slips of gully, backward point, short, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. That's the field he's coming along with. Another good delivery by on target. Webster only able to play that one into the cover, extra cover area, no run. But Kesrick, you have played quite a bit with Jason, and you know the bounce that he kinds of extract, you know. As you spoke about it, he's coming off of playing a lot of white ball cricket, but to be able to transition here with a red ball and to be able to be so well on target, it just speaks for the experience of the player.
Yeah, it's all about understanding your game, knowing what you're capable of doing, and he can do it in his sleep. Jason Holder. Really and truly, you haven't played red ball cricket in a while. Probably about 3 months or so, but then can come into a first class game and bang on target. It shows the experience, it shows that he understands his game. And this is somebody that you will definitely want in your setup.
Yeah.
And it brings me back to that conversation that I was having with Colin Murray last week about, and that one is well played, just in front of point. Would only get one, just eased in front of point by Tian Webster. But yes, it's a discussion I was having with Colin Murray, and he did ask what do I think about Shamar Joseph, and I did mention he's a fantastic player, wonderful debut. But would he be able to make that transition from white ball cricket back into red ball cricket, and from red ball cricket into white ball cricket? Because he would definitely be one of those all-format players. But I guess with playing over a period of time, he would learn, and he would get to the point where he understands his game, and the transition would be a lot smoother. But for now, we still have to look at his fitness, which we know is not an issue. But then playing a year of club cricket in Ghana is different than playing a year of professional cricket. So he has to be managed well.
Yeah, and his roles need to be defined and be clear, as you said. You know, there's two different types of cricket now you're playing, and what would be his roles?
Definitely. That's the end of a Jason Holder over there. The score is 48 for 4. Red Force have some rebuilding to do.
So far, there's been a little bit of a repair. The last wicket would have fallen when the score was some 27. So at 48 for 4, there's a little bit of a recovery between these two. Jango, he's on 25. Not Webster, he's on 6. So as you said, and you've seen Webster played that innings of a century last game, and how good was he there?
It was a well-controlled innings, well-calculated innings. At no point he looked flustered. At no point he looked like he was under pressure. It was a well-controlled innings. And I was very impressed with how he went about scoring, playing shots all around the ground. So congrats to him, and he would like to continue, and he needs to continue in that vein, not only for himself but for the Red Force. He's not in the team alone as a batter. He also can bowl a bit of medium. Just 1 over in the last game. Sunil Lambris took a liking into him. Didn't bowl for the rest of the game, but he can bowl. And with Terence Hines not being in the team, I'm guessing he may bowl a few overs in this game. And he can seam the ball as well.
Yep.
Not express pace, but can definitely do a few overs for you as a skipper. Get a few overs in. And doing a good job as well.
Yeah, and he's a player that Trinidad would have spent some time with and continued to persist with. Tion Webster, the likes of him, and Kerry Pierre. You know, they've been on the fringes for so long a time with the exposure. You know, the amount of players that Trinidad has put through the system, so they've always been pretty much on the fringe. But to be able to come here this season and get the opportunities, that says a lot for them. And what a good shot that one again by Tion Webster. With one off outside the off step by Cumberbatch, and he was quickly through that one again to square drive that one past the point area for pick up yet another 4. So he's moved his score up to 10 to continue from where he left off last game, Kesrit.
And those are the sort of shot that we come accustomed to last week. Him going through the cover, through mid-wicket, through extra cover down the ground. And as long as you give him width, he would always invite himself into a drive. It's a lovely shot for 4.
Yeah, that's good batsmanship. The bad ball came along and he was able to capitalize on it. Another no ball by Cumberbatch this time. He's overstepped yet again. So it probably began to be a little bit of concern for Craig Braffett and the Barbados Pride. As Cumberbatch, who we said he's by no means express pace. He doesn't have a very long run up, but be continued to be going over the front crease. It should be beginning to cause a little bit of worry for the Barbados team.
Strides pattern is off. That one is well behind. So normally when you have bowlers bowling no ball like that, it's because their stride pattern is really off. So it's something that he needs to work on, his stride pattern. Because when you have your front leg going over and then the next delivery is well behind, you know there's some work that you have to do with your run-up. What annoys me the most is when spinners bowl the ball. I'm like, why you have to do it? You walk into the crease.
Yeah, that's annoying. But they still continue to overstep. They say that's when they're looking for the bit more.
I don't know what they look for. Can't be going. Can't be bounce. Can't be revs. I don't know. Fast bowlers usually overstep when they look for extra pace. That one just eased past cover. Just a singler though.
Yeah, half stop by Jim Holder. But yeah, like you said, his strike pattern just seems to be a little bit off. If he completes yet another over, he's now bowled some 5 overs. He's got 2 for 24. You know, but yeah, he seems to be striving a little bit there for rhythm, like we said. So something he's got to think, to get that rhythm going before he could probably look for a little bit more pace. Because as you said, that's where you start to bowl no balls when you're looking for that extra pace. It seems to have a nice conversation in the middle here now between the senior players and Jason Holder, Craig Braffett, the captain, and Shane Dorridge. I think they want to place some more reinforcements on that offside for Tion Webster. Let's have a look at this field.
But he's asked to do something different here. So there's 2 slip and a gully. Cumberbatch backward point, Shem at cover. Skipper more of a silly mid-off kind of feel.
Loud appeal. That one just nipping back a little bit from Jason Holder. And again, you can see Tion Webster being probably struck just above the knee roll again. And you can see him just rubbing that one. But good delivery by Jason Holder. Just bearing that one, nipping that one back a little bit to Tion Webster. But Keswick, what a little canny bowling by Jason. I'm sure you've seen him set that short extra cover. But I've seen him just nip that one back again. I think the mode of dismissal is still very much in that cover area for the catch or maybe the slips. But just showing Webster that he can bring it back a bit before he really goes for broke.
Tell you what, he's looking to get him LBW.
I'll take that from you, the senior pro.
He's definitely looking to get him LBW. That man that set that cover, he would not want to drive. He would not want to come out. So he would want to play in himself a little bit more. And then he's bringing it back sharply.
If you have a look at the replay this time, you've seen him just nipping those back.
Good decision by the umpire. There's no way that's hitting stump.
No, but this is where you like to see a good setup of cricket.
Love it when a plan comes together.
Yep. Just a little bit fuller that time by Jason Holder. Webster just essaying the drive up to Captain Braffett at the mid-off area. No run.
Would be happy to see him in the test though, because he not only played test cricket in England, he also played at the county level as well.
Yep. He would have had a
Played
stint
for Northams.
Yep.
I think he played for two teams.
I know he played in our hands for sure, and he was very well
For a
liked
couple
there.
of years as well.
Yeah, he was very well liked there.
Skipper played at Yorkshire.
Yep.
So both players are full of experience.
Let's see. Oh yes, another good delivery just off some Keswick. I'm still thinking that the lengths that he's bowling with this field, he's just working in or about that about the nip backer, like you said, might be really the more the dismissal. Just getting Webster to open up a little bit there with those couple of drives.
And then that big in swinger. But just hold, they have played for so many teams. Barbados, Chennai Super Kings, Camilla Victorians, Durban Super Giants, Kolkata Knight Riders, Northants, Quetta Gladiator. And there you see that big in swinger. Sunrisers Hyderabad, Barbados, Combined Campus and Colleges, Delhi Capitals, Kulna Titans, Lucknow Super Giants, Otago, Royals, Samp Army, and Sydney Sixers. What a list of teams this man has played for. Well known around the world and always seem to do the job. But it's another good over by Jason Holder. The score is 54 for 4. And the list goes on. I'm not finished, but I'll end it there.
Wanderers in Barbados.
Wanderers in Barbados.
Yeah. You loved it, that one where you played in Dow's Road, did you? You remember?
I played a few cricket all over Barbados. I
know.
enjoy playing at Barbados. I was once told if you play in Barbados in the Barbados population rate you're a good cricketer. And I do get some ratings there, so
Well
I guess I was on the right track.
We're on the right track.
Never the favorite team in Barbados though. UAE is not the favorite team, but I can remember when we played at UAE, it was a star-studded team. Myself, Raymond Reefer, Jonathan Carter, Chadwick Walton, Carlos Bradford, Kyle Kerbin, Kevin McLean, Marcus Clark, Akeem Diwar, Kavish Kantasingh, and the list goes on. Star-studded team there over in Barbados in the local tournament. Proper cricket when they come up to play against team like Empire.
You had good rivalries with my team, the Maple.
Maple?
Yep.
We used to beat them all the time, it's alright.
Let the stats show. So change from the Northern and one of your former clubmates in Raymond Reefer, he's taken over from Shaquille Kamabach. You're able to slow the peel, Keswick that one. You can see Jango just coming forward, wrapped on the pads. Reefer was very interested in that. Let's see.
Sign the lineup off some. Come on, Reefer.
I thought they thought that one that your club team and you as well. You guys were a bit ambitious with your appeals.
Yeah, it's all about the umpire's job. It's not our job is to appeal. The umpire job is to make the decision. Most of the time when we play against other teams, the umpire is always good. That one a little bit too straight from Raymond Reefer. And at this level, you always find batters, getting some bat onto it. Just one.
But that's good batting again. That's when you know you need to get off strike. Those are the deliveries that gives you those opportunities to get off strike. You don't want to be missing out on those then because, when the good deliveries come along, what are you going to do? So
And that's something that I find as an issue with players in the Caribbean, that we're really good at getting rid of the bad balls, but we find it difficult to score off the good balls. So we tend to bat a lot of dot balls because we don't know how to really score off good deliveries. And that is where I think the other countries like the India, the England, the New Zealand, South Africa, those batters, they understand that they can't score off bad deliveries alone.
Yeah.
So they'll find a way to get a single off the good deliveries, and whenever those bad deliveries come, they capitalize.
Yeah,
And that's what we're good at,
Yeah.
destroying bad deliveries.
Yeah. But it puts that pressure on the bowler to know if you're bowling a good delivery and your batsman is able to get away, what am I going to do next? One angle in from Reefer. Noren completes the over. So, total 55 for 4, some 21 overs completed. We've had Mohan, he was LBW to Jason Mohammed for. I just lost that. That's you? Sorry. Yeah, but 4 wickets now at 21 overs bowled. So 55 for 4, the Red Force. After winning the toss and electing to bat for. Lost Mohan, they've lost Otley, they've lost Jason Mohammed and the captain De Silva. Jason Holder, he's picked up 2 wickets. He's into his second spell, as well as Shaquille Kamabach. He's had some 2 wickets to his name so far. But it will be Holder to continue from the southern end, and he'll be bowling to Jango. Continue these discussions with Kesrick, former Windward Islands player. Producer Ian just giving us a little bit more reinforcements. Thank you, Ian. Another good delivery there, bowled by Jason Holder to Amir Jango. All he was able to do was push that one back up to cover. No run. They scored. But of interest, you see Tion Webster, you continue to speak about, the French players when they get the opportunities, so they're able to capitalize and try to stake the claim into these teams. How good is that? You said you spoke about Wickham a bit earlier and Drakes, who's now so surely they continue as a mainstay of the Barbadian batting. Good opportunity, quick single on offer. You see McAllister coming in quickly there from mid-off. Wasn't able to hit the stumps, and Amir Jango, I'm sure he had to really scamper to get home there. Kesrick.
But yeah, I make mention of Kevin Wickham because he's one of the names that's going around the Caribbean in terms of what he's doing with his cricket. I mean, he still have a lot of room for improvement. After that 100 he scored in the first game in Barbados, a lot of people start sending the wrong messages. He should be in the team to go to England, but for me, I would say not yet. He's definitely a player that's aligned in terms of a player that we're looking at to play for West Indies in the future. There were also questions about if Jaden Seal should be added to that team. But then Jaden Seal has already secured a contract in England to play for Sussex. So whether or not he's in that team, he would have red ball cricket to play. So if he gets into West Indies team, at least he would already start playing cricket in England and understand the condition. But I think he's a player that we should keep close. Another player that I think West Indies should probably keep close, as in the development stage. But that's a good catch, easy catch. Jason Holder picking up another wicket with ball in hand. He's always going to cause some problem. Jason Holder. Tian Webster is gone for 11. Not really getting close to the ball enough. Just a waff outside the line of off stump. The score is 56 for 5. Barbados looks in full control.
Yes, and as we continue to speak about the experience of that man, Jason Holder, being very consistent. You see the patience continue to persevere as he's just bowling on or about that off stunt. The previous over, we saw him bowling those ones, just nipping back a little bit and opening out Webster. You see Webster just giving a little bit of whiff this time, and his arms, he's playing a little bit away from it. And a good catch by Dorridge, who continues to prove that he's having a good season.
Well, it was a setup, and we mentioned it. He was coming in the last over. He only bowled one delivery outside the line of off stump in the last over, but everything else was coming in. This over, he started like that again, and that one out swinger taking the edge. You could see how excited he was about that delivery because it was all a plan. You must love it when a plan comes together.
As we said earlier, and that's the experience, guys. We played together around the islands, and you see, well, you know when you're looking to get a batsman out, you're just patient, you probe on that area, hit those lines, just try to keep them straight as long as possible. And it was good that Jason was able to come back here and have Webster on strike to start against immediately, and you've seen the dividends that is played, Kesrick.
Well, the Pride are in full control here, Payne, and I think with this sort of effort from the Pride, it would only build their confidence, because the last game, they haven't really done bad. They played well in patches, and they're showing that we could bring a full game together. They started well, they just need to continue from here.
Yep, and you said that a bit earlier this morning. You said about winning sessions, and obviously they're really in the ascendancy in this session so far, having some 5 wickets before the luncheon interval. I mean, they should be very excited as to where they are. As we said, Trinidad Red Force, they won the toss and they elected to bat. I think they were to post a base score. As we spoke about at the toss, we heard them speak about the pitch and how it likely to get a bit drier, and they were to put a base score on in this first innings. But so far the Pride have tried to peg them back a little bit here.
Clinical, I think that when you look at Jason Holt and how he goes about his business, you must be impressed. Whether you like his cricket or not, you must be impressed with how he goes about his cricket at a professional level, or as a professional. 3 wickets to his name already. Just 13 runs. And you could see that his bowling have a purpose, have a plan. 5 wickets already, so they won the first hour. They're winning the second hour, and that's only going to give them the session. So they are winning the first session here. They know, I think Trinidad can come back, but at 56 for 5, that's a lot of work. Imran Khan has walked into the crease.
Reefer continues to bowl from this to northern end to us. And Keswick, as you speak about Jason Holt and how he goes about his work, he just have a presence when he's there. And I mean, any team he's in, you could just see his kind of leadership qualities, and the players just always kind of buy into him, Keswick.
He's a fun player to be around as well. He knows how to go around the dressing room, how to motivate players.
Another good delivery by Reefer, and that's all Reefer is meant to do. That's all Craig Braffett wants of Reefer, just to contain and hold it in here. He's getting wickets, Jason's at the other end, and he seems to be the wicket taker. Don't let us leak any runs, just continue to bowl a probing line outside the off stump. At the same time, Jango, he's been in for some time now. He's 27, he's batted some 77 deliveries. He's looking for Khan, the new man, to try to forge a partnership to try to set Barbados back here, Keswick.
What I'm seeing here from the Barbados bowling attack is something that we would have seen from the Volcanoes early in Jamaica for those 3 rounder games. Not great deal of pace, but in terms of their consistency, Shamar Springer, Ryan John, Sherman Lewis. The last game, Kenneth Demba, who picked up 5. We're seeing that here from Barbados, from Jason Holt, and Raymond Reefer is only making it harder. No Jamel Warrican is yet. and we know what he can do.
Yep.
But that's the end of another over. Raymond Reefer over. Score is 56 for 5.
So if you just joined us again, Barbados, they've lost the toss. They were asked to take the field by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and they've now bowled some 23 overs. The Red Force there, some 56 for 5. If you can have a look at the bottom card here, Mohan, he was leg before wicket to Jason Holder for a score. He was out on the first delivery of the morning. Then we had Otley, who was caught by Jamal Warwick on that first slip off Jason Holder. He went for 5. Jango, he's now looking 27. Mohammed, he was caught by Shane Dorridge for 2 off the first ball of Shaquille Kamabach's first over. And the second ball, we had to Captain Joshua De Silva. He was caught in the gully by Zachary McCaskey. He went for 0 facing just 1 ball. And just recently, we had Tion Webster caught by Dorridge, bowled by Jason Holder for some 11 runs. The bowling so far this morning, we had Jason Holder, he's bowled some 8 overs. He had 3 for 13. McAllister, he's bowled 4. He's gone for none for 13. We had the experimenting Shim Holder, he's bowled just 1 over. It was a maiden. Shaquille Kamabach, he's bowled 5 overs. He's picked up 2 for 24. And Reefer, he's had 5 overs, very mean overs. He's bowled some 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 runs, no wicket. Keswick. And as you said, he's just doing that holding job to complement Jason Holder, who's just added another man onto the onside. So he's now have a 7-2 field. He's got 2 slits of gully. Man up, backward cover. He's got a point position. Man up, backward point. And he's got Raymond Reefer, who's come very square on the crease here for the new batsman in Cannes. He's got a cover and Craig Bradford at mid-off. That one just beating Dorridge down the leg side. Just wait for the umpire. It's a bye. So Dorridge didn't collect that one cleanly. So Jason Holder, he'd be very disappointed to get Cannes off strike. But Dorridge, he wasn't able to hold on to that one. But you can see just before lunch how quickly they're moving around the field. I think they knew they were at the new batsman. They wanted to try to pick up another one before lunch, Kesrick.
Well, just a couple more minutes before lunch, probably about 4 minutes or so. Probably think they may get in probably 1 more over or so before lunch. But you will definitely want to bowl to the batter who just walk in Imran Khan.
You see the security guard just walking across the sight screen on the bar with this thing. They're shouting at him to try to get from there. They want to really get another over in. So I think they'll get their plan as Jango, he got a single at the mid-off, so brings Khan back into strike. And you found yourself in similar positions as a bowler. And when you get a new batsman in here, Keswick, 3 more deliveries in this over from Jason Holder. I'm sure you'll say he's be coming down very hard at Khan.
Yeah, definitely. You'd want to try to get at least 1 more wicket before lunch, but at 58 for 5, you must be pretty pleased with that effort. Just 1 wicket away from picking up your first point.
And he's got a bowler. He's bowled him, so the wicket is foul. Imran Khan playing back to that one from Jason Holder, and he's crashed into the middle stump. Have a look at the replay here, Kesrick. Another one just nipping back into Khan. He was late on it, and Jason Holder, he's put his team really ahead with his 4th wicket. Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces lost his 6th wicket. They're now at 58 for 6, and another good delivery by Jason Holder.
Well, this is class bowling. Jason Holder showing the reason why he's a star player, an international player as well. The score is 58 for 6, and they've taken lunch here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. Jason Holder causing damage here on the Red Force after they have been put to bold. This is some really good work here, Payne. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing here from Jason Holder, putting Trinidad and Tobago on the back foot, picking up 6 wickets in the first session of play here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. As we go for lunch, we'll be back in about 45 minutes or so as we continue this lovely game here in the 5th round of the regional 4-day tournament at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. See you in 45 minutes or so. Yes, and we're back here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. 5th round of the Regional 4-Day Championship. We're just after lunch here. Jason Holder with ball in hand for the first delivery after lunch. And Payne, how are you doing? How was lunch? And how are you enjoying the cricket so far?
Well, thanks. Happy to be back. Lunch was good. I mean, I enjoyed my lunch. It's always good to have delicacies here in Trinidad Tobago. As I said earlier to Colin, I was out in Tobago a week ago playing a golf tournament. I know you asked that a bit earlier, but yeah. And, you know, as a Barbadian, to see the pride in such the ascendancy here at lunchtime, 58 for 6, to pick up 6 wickets in the morning session, that's very exceptional, Kesrick.
Well, we're going to find out how that golf tournament goes a couple balls later down the road. But it's the end of the over. The score is 58 for 6. So for the viewers who just came in, yes, we're here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club between a match between the Red Force and the Pride. And Pride starting brilliantly this morning, picking up 6 wickets, just 58 runs from the Red Force. Batters to leave, Jason Mohammed, full of experience. Skipper Joshua. Also, we had...
Yeah, we lost 2 wickets of Mohan. Mohan went first ball this morning as well. You've seen the dismissals of Tion Webster as well. So, yeah. But if you would only think about what's happening here now, Jerry McAllister, he's going to commence from the northern end here on resumption after the lunch period here, Kesrick. So McAllister to be bowling to Jango. Jango, he went to lunch at 28. You've seen a full delivery there by McAllister. Barbados Pride, it looks like the substitute in Shamar Holder. Deep at the point area, so they've given the single up. So 1 more to Jango. Obviously they want to get Pierre into strike as soon as possible and try to run all the way down through this bottom lineup. So it's going to be Pierre for the first time to face up to McAllister. So Barbados Pride, they're really looking to finish this one off pretty quickly here, Kesrick.
Yes, sorry about that, folks. But yes, we were saying that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is 6 wickets down. They lost the wicket in Fakish Mahan, went to Jason Holder. Utley also to Jason Holder. Jango is still at the crease. Jason Mohammed early in the innings, Kamabash taking his edge pretty early. Joshua De Silva by Kamabash, and Jason Holder again, the last wicket just before lunch in Tian Webster. And Imran Khan, that delivery that took them to lunch.
Sadly. Okay, a short delivery there from McAllister to the new batter in Pierre Carey Pierre, sorry. But yeah, good spell of bowling, as we said prior to the lunch interval there by Jason Holder. He really come back and put his team in a good position there, Kesrick.
I mean, I really don't mind a fast bowler running in on board pace. I mean, that's what you want. That's what we're missing from Caribbean cricket. A bowler that has that sort of pace and consistently bowling fast. But you want a bowler who's bowling fast and hitting the right areas. You're already in a perfect position. You're bowling to Caripea, who just walked in. He has already gone 5 deliveries. Not a lot of deliveries, I would say, but 2 wasted bumpers to him already. I mean, work the edge. Try to nick him off. And then that odd bumper every now and again. And this is something, I mean, he would get better with time. I like the fact that he's aggressive. That one just keeping low. Change your keeper in Kevin Wickham. He does everything, doesn't he?
He does everything. The young man, very talented. Said the substitute is on in that of Shamar Holder. So Doris, she didn't take the field after the luncheon interval. Yeah, so Wickham, who's showing his versatility here with the gloves. That one didn't carry straight to him.
I think it's also the inconsistency in terms of bounce on this pitch. We have seen that so far this morning. A lot of deliveries keeping a little bit low. obviously Carrie Pear will know a lot of Jerry McAllister. They played together in CPL for the St. Lucia Kings, but that's the end of his first over after lunch. The score is 59 for 6.
So, yeah, good comeback over there by McAllister after the luncheon interval. Just one run, and that was on the first delivery. When Jango, he just square drive that one up to the deep point area to get himself a single, and had 5 deliveries McAllister to bowl at the new batsman Kerry Peary, but wasn't able to trouble him. A couple of short balls just going over his head. Really, the last couple just honing in at the stumps. I think that's the lines he wanted to bowl, though. The length as well, a bit fuller to Pear and try to nick the edge or get into the pads. So it's going to be Jason Holder who's going to continue, obviously, from the southern end. He's bowled today at some 9 overs, 2 maidens. He's got 4 for 14. Oh, that one's caused a little trouble. Well, outside edge, albeit all along the ground from Jango. So 4 runs to Jango. Take the score up to 63 for 6. But immediately after lunch, you see Jason Holder just troubling the outside edge there, Kesrick.
And that's what he does on a regular basis. Always look to nick you off, bowl you down, or get you LBW. He's one that looks for wicket, but he goes about it really smartly. He doesn't go about it and go for runs. He's that type of bowler that's very economical, very smart. We saw how he set up T and Webster.
Yeah, it's just the knock of the man, the experience.
That one just a little bit too straight, worked onto the leg side by Jango. Look at Jango and Jason Holder walking back. How short is Jango?
He's very minute in comparison.
I can remember when he was skip of West Indies ODI team, we were in Zimbabwe, and he gave me the ball and he came to talk to me, and I was like this. After that, I had stiff neck. I was looking at the Empire State Building. He's so tall. I'm not a tall guy, so I had to look up.
Yep.
Him and Brathwaite together. Carlos Brathwaite, that is. Towers.
What a giant.
That one just kept a bit low, outside the line of the off stump. Jason Holder would feel very confident bowling against Carrie Pear, knowing it's a lower order. He's already taken the whole top order away. They have taken 6 wickets, so which means they have received a bowling point already. How do you like the point system in the West Indies cricket now? Whether it's white ball or red ball format.
Yeah,
how do you like it?
And I like it. I mean, I've commented on the CG50s, and I thought that it was good incentives to the players. Albeit, as you said, it needs to be a bit more even in terms of the surfaces, because you need everything to be on point together. But I like the idea that they want to give them incentives. Pace bowlers get the wickets, batting, just try to get your scoring rate in a good region. So I think it's very good for the cricket, Kesrick.
What I like is bowlers have something to work with, and batters.
Yep, it's good incentives. And you need to be strategic as the teams as well. You need to know where your team stands in the points, what players you construct a teams based on what you're going out there with. So that's very interesting as well to construct your team. But I'm sure the pride there, the management and the coaching staff, they'll all be happy. All the backroom staff will be happy as to where they are into this first day of this encounter. Now the overs come to an end. At the end of the over, there's 65 for 6 after some 26 overs. You've got Jason Holder. He's bowled now 10 overs. He picked up 4 for 20. And Jango, he's still there on 34 not out. Just trying to forge a lower order partnership with Kerry Pear. That's what he'd be asking. He'd be asking Pear to just spend some time with me and Kerry. I'll be here. I've been here for a while. I've seen what it's doing. I just want to carry on. See McAllister. He's going to pick it up here from the northern end again. Bowling to Pierre. Some good delivery, single and off. It was Rifa who was unable to pick that one up there in the cover area, but you can see Jango trying to get on strike and hustling Pierre to get down there, and eventually a misfield, and he was able to get there comfortably, Kesrick.
Shema Holder is on the field. Good to see him back in Barbados uniform as well. But Dorridge is off. Puts Kevin Wickham behind the stump. There's a few players like that around. You have to be a special player to be able to bowl off spin, bat as well as you are, and keep as good. Because he did keep in CPL for Barbados Royal. I was a bit surprised when I saw him bowl in Jamaica. But he did a fantastic job for his skipper. Picked up about 2 wickets or so.
Yeah, and he would have represented the academy team in the CG50s, and he was one of the premier bowlers. I think he picked up quite a few wickets there. His off spin was pretty economical, and he did bowl a bit for the West Indies on the 19s as well.
The last bowler the last player, I know of that can do everything on the field is a young player from out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He also played for Windwards for about a year or so. He was on contract in Dylan Douglas. Also plays for my club. Can wicket keep, can bowl off spin, can bat really well, hits the ball well. My God, don't talk about his feeling. Special players, those. Jonathan Carter is one of those guys as well. Can do everything on the field.
And he's also done a couple of dimensions with his bowling. He's bowled a bit of a seam up as well as he can bowl spin. And he's done it throughout his career. Very consistent, Jonathan. And really top in the outfield.
Can't put him anywhere. He's good on the boundary. He's good at backward point, gully. Plays him anywhere on the field.
Good delivery there by McAllister. But yeah, continue along the CCC lines and playing at University in the West Indies. Quite a bit. If you go back to the conversations we were having, the guys from your part of the woods, you would have in the old days guys like Craig Emmanuel and
who played for CCC.
Yeah.
Here we had the new CEO for Windwards Cricket in
Miles Bascom. He would have played.
Romel Currency and Miles Bascom, who is the director of Cricket West Indies, and that's well played. Open the face with all intention at connection to get it behind point. Well played by Carriper. He's not really a flop with the bat. He can bat. He have a first class 100. I think it's against Windwards. So that's well played. 4 runs to end the over. The score is 71 for 6.
Here's another young man who would have played his trading bar with his Carriper. I remember him playing down there in St. Peter for Bristol in the Premier League back then. Young man, and to see him come on leaps and bounds here and being able to represent Trinidad Red Force in first class. I know all the guys down there in Spikestown. They would be very supportive of Carriper, so happy to see the young man here on show. But yeah,
I think just before CPL last year he was in Barbados doing some training.
If we continue along that list, you said Romel Currency and Ambrose, they all would have played over there.
So Barbados and St. Vincent have some really, really good connection over the years. Still probing along the line of that off. So I'm just a little touch too wide from Jason Holder, but it's all in planning. There's always justification for what he does on the field. And he's so experienced and he understands what he's doing.
Yeah, as you can see, he's got that man that deep point in Cumberbatch, so he knows with some 6 wickets down, at some point you might think that Jango might want to go for a scoring shot. So just bowling it a bit wider, touch outside the off stump, and encouraging those type of shots, hopefully, from Jango. But good start to the morning for Jason Holder again, working his way, as we said, back into red ball cricket and into red ball form. He had a score last game, picked up a couple of wickets and won the innings, and here he is this innings with 4 wickets so far to his name. Not a good
driven nicely, Payne. Just easy on the eyes. Amir Jango, really well played. Just ease past the man at extra cover, beating McAllister, who's at mid off. Really well played. I'm enjoying this little innings here from Ahmed Jango, in spite of what is going on around him.
And what was good there, Kezra, is that you were mentioning this morning about that playing the ball a bit later for Jango, just allowing it to come to him that occasion, and that one was very well played. You see him play a bit late under the ice, and he was able to essay a lovely drive. I think that would be the shot in the morning for me.
Not a lot of shot played. So we'll definitely be up there. A little bit too straight from Jason Holder.
Just looking to compensate after the drive, coming a bit into, and again, as we said, Jango's there long enough now to know that any ball coming on a bit straight or on or around that leg stump, that is where you got to score for sure. So he was good to put himself in position to work that one just forward the square to pick up yet another single. So he's moved his score up to 40. Mind you, Red Force there only 76 runs, and of that 76 runs, Jango, he's got 40 of those. Appeared down a bit late on that one, but on the ball this time by Jason Holder. So he's been guilty now of overstepping the crease as well. But a good delivery just on top of off stump. Pierre was a bit late. Seeing it bouncing over the stump, but on the ball being dished up there by Jason Holder. So he now as well, he needed to pull his foot behind the line. Those big size 15s, Kesrick.
Yeah, surprisingly, all bowlers apart from the off spinner and Shem Holder bowling the ball today. Is there something wrong with the crease? Is it too short? I'm not sure, but I'll have to investigate it later. That's the end of the over. Jason Holder over is 77 for 6.
Yeah, but I know. Again, he probably was striving for a little bit of extra pace there and just going over the crease, but it wasn't too costly. It's just that no balls, 1 run to the score. It wasn't like it was a boundary shot or anything of that sort. But he too, indeed, he'll need to pull his foot back as we go on to see McAllister continue here from the southern end. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet for the day. Surely he'd like to get his name on the cards on this innings. So let's see what he brings now to Jango. So it seems like Dorridge, he's now come back onto the field. You see him taking his rightful position behind the wicket. Wickham coming off and going into that slip region. The substitute in Shamar Holder, he's making his way off the field as well. So you're not missing anything here right now. But if we have a look around the field, you can see those 3 slips, beat backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, deep backward square, and a fine leg. So again, as we spoke about McAllister, who had a good season against Jango last season, and we'd like to see how he'll go about this in his second spell. Jango, he's on 40. Imagine it's a short one. He's going for the hook. Is he going to get there? No. Good short ball by McAllister, who had Jango in a little bit of trouble. He went for the hook. He didn't get all of it. You seen Cumberbatch coming around from the deep backward square area. He wasn't able to get it in time, and it just fell shy of his feet. and Jango, he gets away with that one. But surely that was the plan, Keswick, by McAllister. He had a deep ball with square in the funny leg, and he went into the pitch. Jango went for the hook shot, didn't get all of it, and he sure his heart was in his hands for a minute.
Yeah, it was always planned. Jango, one of those players that always takes on the short ball. So you'll always feel like you're in with a chance when you have a quick bowler bowling to him who's bowling short like a bowler of Jerry McAllister caliber, who has that extra pace, that extra yard of pace. Something that we don't really get from all the teams in the first class tournament.
Yep.
Probably one of the fastest in the tournament. Himself, Isaiah Thorne from Guyana.
Maybe spoke about Torn at
See.
lunch. And we saying it's good when we can see on the part of cadre of fast bowlers. We also mentioned Seal, who's now back, looking fit.
There's a OJ Shields from Jamaica. Good yards, good pace.
Yeah.
Saw him operate in Jamaica. And the only issue I have with these quick bowlers, I haven't really, well, I've seen Isaiah Turn at on the 19 level. But for this tournament, the issue I have with the good quick bowlers is that they're not as consistent. Slip and McCaskey somewhat at between gullyish third slip region. Just fly through there for 4. Another 4 for carry pair. The score is 82 for 6.
But yeah, that one was a quick delivery, just full on the off stump. I think you saw how late he was on that one, and it took the edge. But it was in the gap, so 4 more to him. And as you said, you just need a consistency from the fast bowlers. As this one, you saw him just taking the edge. But what is he going to replay with, Keswick? What is going to be his replay ball?
I'm really waiting to see, because you'd want him to go back on that line of length. And that's what I'm talking about. Just one. But I was very impressed with what I saw with him against Jamaica in the first innings. Got rid of Chadwick Walton. He bowled some good heat. Actually, he got Chadwick Walton out the 2 innings with 2 beautiful deliveries. The line and lengths that he bowled in that game, in the first innings in particular, was just impressive.
Yeah. But here's a player. He's good enough to have went on to represent the A team. You know, he had a good A team tour against Bangladesh. And prior to the Indians coming here, everyone was very excited to see McAllister. He as well went to South Africa with another A team tour. So he can't be too far off. Obviously, he's on the radar of the selectors. But to see him coming down here on a dorsal pitch and putting the effort in, I'm sure that the Barbados Pride and their management and coaching staff, they'll be very happy. But that completes yet another over. At the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 83 for 6. But as we look around here, it's a very nice day here for cricket at the Queen's Park Cricket Club in Trinidad. 2 teams, you know, over the years, the history between these teams has been good rivalries. If we look at the what's been happening in the cricket over the last couple of seasons, I just need to pull up to see how the last 7 outings went. But I'm sure it would have been very close between these teams. Keswick. But always a good matchup when these 2 teams meet. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the Barbados Pride. As you see, a change in bowling from that the southern end. Shim Holder, he's going to come in for his second spell. First spell was 1 over, 1 maiden. Bowling here to Pierre. Just nice little spin and bounce to start with there, Keswick.
Really, I've played with Shem for a while in Barbados. At one point, he was really training at the university. And I'm very happy to see him in Barbados team now. He's someone that really worked very closely with Ryan Austin, who also played a few games for West Indies. He's now living here in Trinidad. Well, he's originally from Trinidad. And I'm very happy to see his growth. And I'm happy to see that sort of delivery, because that's the kind of deliveries that we get accustomed to to see off spinners taking the off stump of left-handers. Pitch on the line of left stump and spinning away. That's beautiful to see. You must enjoy that wicket, Payne.
As an off spinner, that's the type of delivery you want to bowl to the left hander. Just coming down middle stump, you can see Pierre just pushing down the middle, but that one spinning and beating the outside edge and cannon into the off stump for yet another wicket for the Barbados prize. So the Red Force, they're in further trouble here. Kesrick, they found themselves at 83 for 7, and we're all into the second session of the first day.
I've been having a conversation last week with Passad, and I was telling Passad that I'm a little bit disappointed in our off spinners in the Caribbean. A lot of the off spinners, I find that they're not turning the ball enough. This is a young man that knows what he's doing. That one actually pitched on the line of off stump and continued. Didn't spin, but he's accustomed to spinning the ball. So what happened? As an off spinner, you're coming from a wrong and you're spinning the ball away from left-handers. They always find a need to play at it. So that one that's coming in would always cause some problems.
That's correct. Once it carries on, you will always create those kind of problems. So Shimholder, he's now come to the party. He's picked up 1 wicket and he's just bowled some 9 deliveries. So the Barbados pride to continue to put the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team on the back foot. The new batsman here now seems to be Brian Charles. He's going to be facing up to Holder his first time. Charles, I think he was the start of the season as the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team with the absence of Joshua De Silva, but who's now came back in and he's taken over the reins. So you can say that Charles is a leader. So let's see how he can forge a partnership here with Ahmed Jango, who remains there. He's been there for some 93 deliveries. He's on 41, not out, and looking very good. But the wickets been falling all around him. And the Barbados pride, they're really, really, as I said, kids right here in the ascendancy. As we're going to see Shimholder continue his spell, not a good delivery. And all he could do was play that 1-2 for a short leg area. But as you spoke about Shimholder, he plays now for Spartan in the elite division. And he's with the premier off spinner in Barbados Lees. You see him getting his opportunities here alongside Jamel Warkan, who hasn't been entrusted with the ball as yet for the day, but as the main off spinner in the country right now, and he's picked up some wickets so far for the season. He had a 5-wicket haul, and I think it was that first match as well.
Looking at Shimholder right now, just a tad. I think he's bowling a tad too fast, too flat.
Yep. See the replay. Just seems to be
sorry to our viewers, but as you see Barbados pride really bowling well.
Look at this.
Just a little bit too fast, I would say. Give the ball time to turn, because he can turn the ball. He's one of those off spinners in the Caribbean, I think, that can turn the ball. But bowling so flat with that kind of pace, it's not really going to help.
Yeah, he's known to turn the ball. He's got a nice high action, Shimholder. So, just needs to give it a bit of ear. Allow it to bite, as we say.
Well, so far, Jason Holder, he's not just biting, he's eating.
A little wide under the cage by McAllister.
Has a big appetite for wickets, Jason Holder. For the viewers who just coming in, the score is 83 for 7. That damage was caused by Jason Holder. So he's showing his dominance here. Then in his second game of the Regional 40 tournament, he was obviously missed by Barbados. That one a little bit short. Ahmed Jango on top of it, pulling it just in front of middle wicket. Will get to the boundary, and it's 4 runs. So this is a really good innings here, Payne. Everything that's happening around him, he stood there as a lone survivor, and he's playing a really good innings.
Good innings indeed. He's moved his score up to 45, but that one another short delivery there from McAllister. Didn't get the height as the one in the previous over, and we saw Jango being able to walk back on the back foot and pull that one for the square. As we said, it leveled out, and he was in good position and able to execute a nice fine pull shot by the young man Amir Jango.
And this is the kind of headache that you want selectors to get. He was given an opportunity, and that's because Jit Goalie picked up an injury in the last game. He's on 45 now. After all that's happening around him, he's on 45 playing a gem of an innings. If he can get them to at least 150 or so, it wouldn't really be enough, but at least they have a fighting chance in the first innings to try to do something out of that 150. But this is a good headache for the selector. What are we going to do when Jit Gooley comes back? Because there's so much players here in Trinidad and Tobago. There are players like Mark Deal, who's doing pretty well in local cricket, who can play at this level, who usually play his cricket outside of Trinidad and Tobago. In league cricket, he just came back from ILT20 playing for Sharjah Warriors, and he usually plays his cricket in BPL as well. Scored 126 not out in a tabletopper game against Central Sports. So there's a lot of players in Trinidad that can play for this team. So this is a good headache for a selector when you pick someone and they come in and do what they're supposed to do. So shot on the body as well of Brian Charles. Just tucked around the square leg side. Just one run. Brian Charles played the last game as well. Picked up a couple of wickets against the Volcanoes. But you would want to see Jango getting into that 50 mark. A lot of players, we see them getting into the 20s and the 30s and the 40s and then lose their wicket. Yeah. And I was having a conversation with Maury, and Maury was telling me he had conversations with Brian Lara, and he always says as long as he get to a 80, just mark it off, it's 100. And it's the end of another over here. Score is 89 for 7.
Yeah, but good innings there by so far by Jango, and as you said, he showed good character this morning. As you said, wickets falling all around him, but he didn't seem he wasn't flustered at all. He just bided his time. He picked off the bad deliveries. He's worked the balls in the gap, and that's his batsmanship, Kesrick. And as you said, he's coming in as a replacement player. You don't want to give your hand away. You want to get the selectors, get your name in the heads, and get your name on that paper. So far he's been doing pretty good. And he would like to see the young man carry on at least a half century here and get his team up to a good total. Sure, the Pride will have other ideas as Shem Holder. He's going to carry on from that the southern end to bowl to the new batsman, Brian Charles, who's no slouch for the bat, Charles either, as he said. But a little more about of the attack. On the attack, the Barbados Pride, you've seen them now have a leg slip to the short leg and the slip here. Charles play that one back down the track. You hear them asking for a cotton ball, but I think he played that one firmly into the pitch. So no chance of a dismissal there. But they'll be licking their lips here, hoping to get as many deliveries to Charles as possible. Shamholder, the off spinner. Getting a little bit of a flat delivery, Kesrick, as you're asking for him to give it a little bit more air. He's coming down a little bit flatter and fast again. And Charles was able to get onto the back foot and work that one just in front of the square to pick up a single.
Should be a little bit easier for Brian Charles, knowing that he's an off spinner himself. Not saying that he knows how to play off spinners really well, but it's just that he would understand a little bit better what's happening or what's coming to him.
Seeing him watching it very closely that time, Brian Charles, but that single brought Jango back into strike. Another good delivery there this time by Holder. Played back down to the batsman. So back to the bowler. But as Keswick keeps asking Shem Holder to just give it a little bit of ear, see what's going to happen there with it. Try to extract some turn and bounce. But he's been a little bit flat to start.
A little bit surprising because he's one of those off spinners I think in the Caribbean that gets a lot out of what he does. High action, nice bounce, getting into the creases, gather and everything as an off spinner is really good. Saw him doing a lot of work with Ryan Austin while I was in Barbados. It's the end of another over. It's 90 for 7.
Yep. Change here from the northern end, medium center in. Shaquille Kamabach. He's going to come in for a second spell, and also making a change into the commentary position. It's going to be Colin Murray replacing Keswick Williams. Colin.
Good afternoon, Andy. I was glad you didn't say I've come back in for my second spell, because I think after I do one spell, I'm good. It's like Ian Wilson bowling. Have you ever seen Ian bowl?
I've seen Ian bowl.
Have you ever seen Ian bowl?
No,
you don't want to. Trust
Ian
me, you don't want to.
I'll take your word.
He plays club cricket in Trinidad for a team called Glenora in the North Zone, and he's reputed to be the opening bowler, fast bowler.
Would that be Ruskin Mark's team?
Oh my word! No, Ruskin played for Paragon many moons ago.
Any more minis?
So yeah, but he played for Paragon. I remember Ruskin, opening bowler. Well, you see Ruskin's size; he's about 6 foot plenty. He's a little bit more beefy now than he used to be in those days. But he worked up. Ruskin was also a very good footballer. He used to play a central defender, as again you would expect that of him. Because of his size, he used to play this in the stopper position, as you say. And he had a philosophy that the man and the ball, if both were coming at him, both couldn't pass. It was either the ball would pass or the man would pass, not the ball and the man.
Not both together.
That was his philosophy. So he was a pretty good footballer as well, Ruskin. I wouldn't like to comment whether he was a better footballer than cricketer, or vice versa. It's Charles picking up. But let's get back to this game. The Red Force 92 now for 7. Some sort of should I say a little bit of a recovery, because 28 for 4 at one stage. They were in danger of being bowled out for somewhere about 75 or thereabouts. But I think a lot, Amir Jango he's come back into the team. And, it's interesting when you get your opportunity, how you have to take it. Because had Jed Gooley been fit, there would have no place for Amir Jango.
But he's came here this morning and he's batted very intelligently indeed. Wickets falling all around him. He's played a very sensible knock to get him scored up to some 46 runs to date, and to really lead a little bit of a fight back for his team, Colin.
Yeah, well, the end of the over, no, they're just changing over now for the left-hander. So Jango is going to face Kamabach. Kamabach picking up 2 wickets, back-to-back deliveries as well, getting the wickets of the most experienced players on the team in terms of Mohammed, in terms of age, and Da Silva in terms of representing the region at West Indies level. And in 2 balls, he accounted for both of them. And Trinidad Tobago Red Force at that time, they were struggling on 27 for 4 and in danger of really not getting close to 100. But they are now 93 for 7, and it has really been because of Amir Jango, who has scored almost half the runs. Or you can almost say half the runs.
But yeah, and Shaquille Kamabach, those 2 wickets, what good deliveries there were to start his spell. He's been a little bit off the ball since that ball and sending down some at least 5 no balls so far. But coming in here for a second spell.
Yeah, that's a bad delivery again. He got away with it. He got away with that because there is a man down at fine leg, but had Jango got onto that, you would have thought he would have put it away. So yeah, a little bit wayward. Do you think he's? Now you've seen him more than I have done. Is he trying just a little too hard in terms of pace?
I think he's trying the ball a little bit quicker than he normally would, and his stride pattern seems to be a little bit off. But yeah, he just need to continue to ball those good deliveries just there or about the off stump. That's where he's been getting his success.
That's good. That's a good Yorker. And Charles came down on it quickly. So Brian Charles at the end of the over, 94 for 7 now. Brian Charles has a top score of 25 not out for this season. He's how should I put it? He's not a bad number 9. You know, he knows where his off stump is. He tends to play straight. He can keep hand. As a matter of fact, when there's a call for a night watchman, Brian Charles goes in. And so they don't think of him as a complete rabbit. You know, he can and he can stick around with Jango once he doesn't try anything in terms of playing too many shots. If he wants to keep his wicket intact, I think he's capable of that. But it's been a good session and a session and a half, around half an hour for the Barbados Pride bowlers. They've bowled well.
They have indeed. Jason Holden particularly, he's led the way. He's picked up some 4 wickets, and he's been just immaculately on that off-stump line and length.
Yeah, I was hearing in Reds Pereira whispered to me that there was some program in Barbados where I think it's Roland Butcher runs here for Jango. He's probably going to get a couple because the man has come to run from a deep backward square down towards a fine leg position, and not a good ball from Holder. He pushed it through, and all Jango did was to turn it fine, which was a good shot indeed. Yeah, and the talk was that he was not going to pick Jason Holder to go to England. Very interesting.
Interested indeed.
Very brave as well. Because I think once Jason Holder says he's available, I think he's got to be in the first 10.
Well, you see him this morning, how he's led the attack. I mean, you just show his experience and all, you know, that wealth of experience that he's exhibited all over the world.
That's going to be Jango's 50. That's a very good shot there from Amir Jango. And he's getting the applause from the small crowd here. And, of course, his players in the players' pavilion there, they're applauding. What a good knock from this young man. He's on 52 now. So he scored more than half the runs because it's 100 for 7. Brings up the Red Force 100. And certainly early this morning you would have thought, well, to get to 100 would have been a real struggle. And it has been, except for this man, Jango, who's batted really well.
So 100 for 7. Jango, he's 52 of that 100. So that tells you he's done the bulk of the scoring, or pretty much there, Colin, so far.
Yeah, so they were making this point, and you know, I just can't see them going, especially to England, with Holder in terms of his movement and his height. He should get some bounce in some of those pitches. I'm not sure. Haven't done the research to see where the 3 test matches are being played.
Well, I know the first game is being played at Lords.
Yes, that's right. You're very right about that. The first game is at Lords. Now, Holder's very upset. Now, I thought that Jango was outside the line of the off stump and when he was struck, but maybe he was just pushing out after. But Holder, Shem Holder was very upset that he did not get that decision.
Yeah,
I don't know if we can get it on replay.
We don't have the replay available to us, but Jango, who's played a very good innings so far, that time he was just stuck on and probably in the umpire's mind, outside the off stump, so he carries on at the end of that over. He's still 52 not out, but interesting conversation you had with Rez about what would have been or what could be or what the armchair selectors would like it to be.
Yes.
The non-inclusion of Jason Holder for the English series.
I can't see it happening. He must be. I mean, the nice thing with Shamar Joseph, suddenly, out of nowhere, is Charles looking to cut. It was short, but I don't think he was. It seemed to beat him a little bit for pace because that ball was through him by the time he was playing that cut shot. He's got to be careful. I think he's got a bat now for Jango, not play many shots. Just try to work the ball around, pick up the singles. And yes, if you do get a bad ball, put it away. Yeah, I just can't see it when we just get back to that after this delivery. Charles hits it straight to mid-wicket. Yeah, if you're looking at Kemar Roach, I think Kemar, he continues to defy the odds. We keep talking about age and this normal thing in the Caribbean. When you reach 35 and 36, time to take your horsey and get out of the farm. But he is a one. Alzari, well, he is, to me, is the number one in terms of the fast bowling artillery. Then Shamar Joseph has come out of nowhere, and he's now picked himself, basically. So you've got Jason, you've got Jaden Seals, that's right. Then some people are talking Anderson Phillip. He's got to do much more, in my view. Well, he got hold of that one, Brian Charles, and it's not going to go to the boundary, I don't think. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, well, he stopped it just inside, and they're going to come back for 3. Oh, no, they've only run 2. Well, that's poor running. I can't understand that. Or did they run 3? Let me just look. Yes, they did run 3. Yeah, because if it was only 2, I was about to say that was poor running, but they did run 3. Yeah, so, it's interesting. I would think going to England, they would tend to go for an extra seamer. So I just can't see Jason Holden not being in the touring party. Unless he, of course, says, hey, I don't want to be considered for selection for one reason or another. Just 2 slips now for Jango. I think they're trying to ensure that he doesn't get away too much with boundaries. And then, obviously, he will be looking to pick up the single as well to retain strike, even though there are 2 deliveries left in this over, and coming back over the wicket now to the left-hander, trying to maybe move that ball across the left-hander. 2 slips in place. Tall figure of Jason Holder is at second. So he is going to get the single as the ball is played out to the deep backward square, and they just get an easy single.
Yeah, but Colin, I mean, interested discussions all around. But like anyone thinking or rightfully thinking, as Jason Holder's availability for that squad, I can't see how a player of that caliber could be ignored. I mean, he's also came here and put himself in a position to play this first-class season, and he's brought in a few performances so far to date. So he's come back into the team, and you've seen the caliber of player, his experience shown. He's also still very much a leader in terms of West Indies cricket, in my view. Any team that he's in and around, I'm sure his knowledge that he imparts is always welcome. Hoping to break this one to Charles. So Charles just forward on the front foot, and rightfully so, just keeping it out, and comes to the end of just yet another over. So at the end of that over, 104 for 7, the Trinidad and Red Force, after some 35 overs, after winning the toss and electing to bat first.
So Holder will most likely continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. 1 for 7 so far from 4 overs.
So it will be Holder's continue. He'll be bowling to Jango. Jango is on 53. Trinidad Tobago Red Force 104 for 7.
He's really batted well. You know, I'm looking at Jango. What I like about his innings so far, Andy, he's playing everything on merit. I don't think he's trying. He hasn't been loose, and even batting with as losing wickets around him. To me, he's batted one way. He's looked to just play everything off the middle of the bat. He's moving his feet well. It's been a really good knock from him.
He's really played a good innings so far. I mean, like speaking to kids earlier, and you see how he's bided his time. He just batted deliveries, and he's just picked the balls off on his leg and put away the bad balls. Albeit there weren't too many bad balls, but every time he got an opportunity to score, he's capitalized, and hence he's found himself at some 54 not out so far. Holder. It's coming down a little bit on the middle and leg area to Charles. Charles just being able to work that one into the mid-wicket area. Looks like coming back. Just move around and feel that one. But Colin, when you say headaches for selectors with the absence of Jed Goody, and you see someone like...
Yeah. Well, somebody where... I tell you what, second innings is going to be a mad scramble. Everybody's going to be looking to get runs. And don't discount the openers. You know, they've got to also perform in the second innings. Because even though Jango doesn't seem to favor opening again, he has opened in the past. So it's going to be very, very interesting when they bat a second time. Because just based on this first innings performance, you can't leave the man out in the next game. 105 for 7 at the end of the over.
So we're back here.
Cumberbatch is going to continue.
Yes, it is Cumberbatch who's going to continue. He's having a good start to his first-class career. He's got now, as you said, Colin, some 8 wickets only in his second game. So he should be happy with how he's going. He's just found himself with a little bit of no-ball problems earlier this morning. But since so far in this second spell, he's kept his foot behind the line. So he seems to be striding a little bit better and bowling, you know, just over medium pace, but he'll be bowling to the set Jango. And that was a very poor cricket on the part of the Barbados Pride. You saw Jango just working that one to the deep point area. It looked like Shim Holder. A single was on, no trouble at all, and he took the ball, and it was a wayward return to Dorridge. Dorridge had no chances stopping that one, and overthrows were on offer, and you see Jango coming back to pick up a second as Warwick had to run all the way around from square leg towards the final leg area to pull that one back. So 2 more runs to the score.
And bad cricket, isn't it? You because you want Jango at the non-striker's end.
Indeed, indeed. Short ball.
And he got on top of it, but before, you remember, he was getting out of the way of these deliveries. Now he's in his 50s. He's on 56, goes on to 57. So you expect that he's going to look to take on those short deliveries. There is a deep backward square. So if he's got to be careful he doesn't get a top edge or anything like that.
But good batting, good batsmanship. He's found himself. He's in. He's some 57 runs. As we said, coming back, he's not the quickest of the bowlers. So any short ball he should be able to capitalize on. And, you know, and this is where he's thinking probably of moving into a little bit of a second gear, especially against the bowling of Cumberbatch and, say, Shim Holder, who would not probably be as shredding as, say, someone like a Jason Holder.
Now that's a bad shot. It was short, but it was so wide that I think that's where Jango needs to come in. He needs to go down to Charles and just say, hey, that was too wide, careful. You know, it was wide and he was just flashing at it basically. I think he could only got an edge on it, so he was fortunate.
Yeah, he just needs to be not as rash or as loose. He just needs to offer support to Jango and try to forge a partnership, try to get his team up to 120, maybe 140.
Well, he's got that one over the top of gully. Again, a short delivery, and he was slashing at it. But this, if you look at this delivery, it was much closer. He didn't have to move his feet. He stood there and he lifted it. Safe shot, I suppose, because once he gets it over the top of gully, it's going to run away. And there's no one deep. There's a point fielder. So once he gets it over that gully position, it's going to run away.
Good shot.
He's gone. Successful appeal from Cumberbatch and wicketkeeper Dorridge. And we see another Red Force wicket going down just as when Charles seemed to be coming to terms with things. And he goes, LBW, Cumberbatch. So he's picked up his third wicket now. And Charles goes LBW for 12.
Yeah, we could see him moving a long way across the off stump, Brian Charles. That one seems to be a straight delivery, struck on the pad. It wasn't a tough decision at all for the umpire to make. The umpire thought he was shot very adjacent, and he raised that dreaded finger. And Charles, he's got to go. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they found themselves in further trouble, calling that 112 for 8.
Yep, 112 for 8. And just when you felt that these two were settling down things a little bit, it's the end of Charles. So there's going to be a drinks break as we've just played just under an hour. And the players are all gathering around to get some refreshments. So while they're doing that, we're going to take a little bit of a break here ourselves.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
So we're back here after the refreshment breaks. Fall of that last wicket, that was Brian Charles. And the new batsman replacing him is Anderson Phillips. He'll be facing up too. Shaquille Cumberbatch, he's picked up his third wicket for the innings. And he'll be bowling his first one to Phillips. So a good spell so far, this time by Cumberbatch. He's now
been the better in this finishing off that over with another wicket to add to his first two in the first spell. So 3 for 38. The over has come to an end. It's 112 for 8. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But so far this morning, as you can imagine, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss and electing to bat. They've lost some 8 wickets. We are into the second session of play on day 1. 112 for 8. I'm sure the Barbados Pride, they'll be happy with the position they have found themselves in. As you can see a change from that, the southern end, it's going to be Jason Holder. He's going to come back in now. He's picked up some 4 wickets for 26 runs from 11 overs, and he'll be bowling to Amir Jango, who's on 57 now. What Jason Holder, he'll be looking to just finish this one up in this spell.
Yeah, well, he's got Anderson Phillip at one end, so I think he realizes if he can get into, Phillip and then just Jaden Seals to come, he would really feel that, hey, he can get easily more than a 5 here. 4 for 26 now from 11.1 overs. And I was making the point this morning, Andy, that I can't remember him bowling a bad ball. Yeah, he may have just gone off line with 1 or 2, but certainly not to say it was a terrible ball. And there again, he's just on or about the off stump. Is his control. The thing with a Jason Holder, when he has a bad day, you wonder why. Because he's such a good player. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He thinks out the batsman. He's a good cricketer. As a matter of fact, I was glad when they took away the captaincy from him. Not that he was a bad captain. I just thought that was an extra burden on him. He had to bat, he had to bowl. And to put the captaincy on him at that when he was much younger, I thought was a little bit too much.
Yeah,
but again, he's a thinking player, so I can understand why he was given the captaincy.
Yeah, and it was interesting on air with Kesrit a bit earlier this morning, because just see his thought process, how he was going about getting his wickets, how he worked he on Webster over. We could have seen him planning the mode of dismissal, and Kesrit himself, he was just saying, look, he's just biding his time, getting something nick back, but the mode of dismissal was always looking to nick the edge off or their bulk. But you can see how he plans his work, Jason Holder, and like you said, he's such a talented player. I mean, it's almost hard to ignore him, and as you said, the leadership qualities he's possessed, and that's probably why you will want to make him captain. But yes, it was hard work for him. Well,
Jango took the risk there. He decided, they brought the man in from that deep position, backward square, and it was a strange looking shot because he got down, but it was outside the line of the off stump, so he had the freedom, and he hit it over mid-wicket. Interesting shot, but I mean, not a bad shot for a man who's on 61, because he knows the pace, the bounce of the pitch, and he knows what exactly to expect. And the good thing about that shot as well is he was in position early.
Yeah, and while we saying how smartly Jason would have bowled, that was very smart batting as well by Jango. You saw him move the man in, and he saw the opportunity to capitalize on the boundary, and he worked that one behind square. Albeit it was almost like a half sweep kind of shot. But now more reinforcements being put on that like side. One of the slips has come out, and a man's come into short mid wicket, and deep backward square has gone back.
That's good fielding. Warwick there. We haven't seen him in the attack, have we? I can't remember him bowling. No?
No, only some 37.5 overs being bowled today, and with a score 116 for 8. I mean, you would have think that probably as the more experienced spinner, that Braffett would have gone to Warwick first, but he went for his off spinner, Shim Holder. So Warwick wasn't able to get a spell so far in this innings.
So the end of the over and that final delivery kept Jango quiet. And Jango now looking for areas where he can score his runs, as we saw with that. And the man was brought in from the deep square leg position to the orthodox squarish mid-wicket, and he went over the top. And after that, they put protection there. So he's got to be careful, because yes, he needs runs, but he can't be careless, because I would think the Red Force, I think Keswick was mentioning earlier, they need to get somewhere to 150. Not that that is going to be it should not be a problem for the Pride to get beyond 150, but the more runs you can put on the board, obviously it's going to be better for the Red Force, because if they can get to 150 and maybe get the Pride out for around 200, 220, then they would need to again bat well in the second innings. And I don't think they can bat as badly in the second innings as they did in the first innings. And not to take away from the Pride bowlers, because I thought they bowled well, but some of the shots, one or two of the shots, they need to just go back and think about it.
It's a cricket game, Colin. A lot of strange things do happen in cricket.
Jason Mohammed, for example, I thought the first delivery you're facing against a new bowler, you need to just get his pace and bounce. But and the thing is, you're surprised at that from a Jason Mohammed, because he's such an experienced player. And then Joshua De Silva, I thought he got a good ball and pushed at it. Still not convinced. He's not convinced that the ball went straight from bat to hand. I think Anderson Phillip, I'm looking at him, I think he went in played for the West Indies team and went in a game as a night watchman and got 43 and batted for a long time.
I think you're correct in saying that, Colin.
I think the Red Force would need him. They would be happy if he gets 43. But I think if he just bats for a long time and partners and stays with Jango, they'll be happy with that as well. Well, that's one taking the edge, and it's gone right through the between first and second slip.
Wickham.
And who's that at first slip? Is that Wickham?
Wickham.
Yep. And don't think it was a chance. It went along the ground, was it?
Yep, it went along the ground.
Yeah.
It didn't carry, but I think coming back, she'd be very upset. You would think you could have done a little bit better work with that one.
I'm just wondering if Jason Holder putting his left hand may have deflected it a little bit, but Wickham went through him. So 4 welcome runs for the Red Force. And Phillip gets out of the way of that one.
Yeah, short delivery by Cumberbatch, bowling at the number 10 and Anderson Phillips. He said he's no slouch with the bat. But I'll tell you what, Shaquille Cumberbatch, he's come into this team and he's proven that he could be a wicket taker, Colin. So far he's got some 8 wickets, like you said, 9 wickets now to his name in only his second first class game. So he's proven that he could be a wicket taker for the Barbados Pride going on into the last couple of matches.
It's well played from Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, another good ball there by Cumberbatch. But what a find, we can say, a find for the Barbados Pride to bring this young man. As you've heard the story, Keswick told the story so many times, but to be able as well to come into the team and being able to perform is very impressive on the young man's part.
Well, that's a good shot from Anderson Phillip. Well, where did that come from? It was pitched up to him and he was on driving. Very, very straight indeed. And that's another boundary. So 2 boundaries in the over. But that one certainly was an excellent shot from a guy batting at number 10. Any batsman would have been proud of that. That was excellent. Was well executed. Straight back up on the onside of the pitch down to the boundary for 4. That would give him a lot of confidence. And means that the score goes up to 124 now for 8. And Anderson Phillip, is he on 8? I thought he got an edge to that one that went through the slips region, but I think they gave it as leg byes. So it means that he didn't get an edge onto it. I'm seeing the scorecard the scoreboard is saying Phillip is now on 4. So it means that they gave that as leg byes. Very interesting, because I thought if he didn't get an edge, might have been in real trouble. Holder starts a new over, and Jango is going to look for 2, but it's not on. Reefer hustles around quickly to his right to do the fielding, and even though he's left-handed, He was onto that ball quickly, and they only managed a single. Now, Jango is 62, but more than that, it exposes Anderson Phillip to 5 deliveries from Jason Holder, which is going to be interesting. And the debate always rages on. Do you, take the single? Do you wait for later in the over? And then you probably mightn't be able to get the single. But he's exposed Anderson Phillip to Jason Holder. 2 slips on a very straight gully go down. There's a man in a catching position as well at short cover. And I would expect Jason Holder is going to take this ball right up to Anderson Phillip. And that's a good bit of fielding in the gully region. Let's see, is that McCaskey there? But no run. Did come off the edge as Kesrick Williams is back. Kesrick replacing Andy Payne, and Kesrick 125 for 8. Still, they're battling, but how well Jango has played. We were commenting on that a little earlier. And he's been the rock of this innings, scoring 50% of the runs, 62 out of 125. What I like about his innings, though, it's been well measured. He hasn't taken chances. He hasn't played risky shots. It's been a good, mature innings from a man who's just fortunate to be back in the team.
Yeah, and that's what you like. That's what you want as a selector. When you give someone an opportunity and they grab it with both hands. He's really playing a good innings. He's on 62. Sure, he would really like a few more. As Anderson just squeezed that one behind the point while he's running down to the third man boundary. But when you have a batter or a bowler at the other end like Anderson Phillip with that sort of shot that he played over ago, you must feel confident as a batter at the other end to rotate strike. Because I could remember earlier, Jango played a shot through the cover, and Payne said it's the shot of the day. But that shot from Anderson, I think it's there. It's the best shot I've seen all day.
Yes, Holder maybe trying for a little extra pace there, losing his line, just going outside the leg stump. You rarely say that Jason Holder loses his line. But he's in his 13th over now. It's been and the sun is very, very hot. So just 39 overs have been bowled thus far for the day. And Phillip, long forward in defense, and it's the end of the 40th over of the innings. It's a red force, 127 for 8, but more importantly, Jango is back on strike. He's on 62.
That's what you want from your players.
Commitment, is it? Is that the correct word, Kesrick?
Definitely. I mean, he was sitting on the bench while Jed Gooley has been scoring runs. Picked up an injury the last game, and he was presented an opportunity, and here he is causing all sorts of problems and headaches for the selectors. And this is good. This is really good competition, healthy competition.
He's just going to pick up a single as Kamabach starts a new over.
I could remember Kumar Sangakkara did tell me one time, the best team always have the best bench.
Yeah.
When you have players that can come off the bench and do as well as the guys that's in the 11 is doing, you know you have a formidable team that can compete.
And I'm going to change sport a little bit. And that's so right when you talk of football, where you bring substitutes on and they change the course of the game. Unfortunately, with cricket, you can't bring a substitute on to change the game in terms of batting or bowling.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's happening now.
Yeah, it is with concussions. Yeah.
Well, not even concussions. In T20, there's substitutes now where
yes, that's right.
you
Yeah.
can switch. So
Yeah.
if you have a really good batter, you can allow him to bat, and then when it's your time to bowl, you can bring on that bowler that you so need.
Well, more and more changes to the game, especially at T20 level, is happening. I don't expect that at that test level.
It has its advantage and disadvantages. Because sometimes that impact player can be a headache.
Yes.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
Especially when he doesn't have an impact. You say, well, we need to change that name. Well, Anderson Phillip was playing a lovely looking drive, but the ball was just not there. Went straight through to Dorridge. So he's getting a little bit more confidence, but he can't get carried away. He's got to remember that he's got to bat for as long as possible to keep Jango going. And Jango seems to have confidence in him because the first ball of the over, he took the single. Well left. But too far of that. I think he's a little wary after he got that straight drive. Cumberbatch to bowl it anywhere close to maybe middle and leg. So he's keeping it wide of the off stump now. And that's a good ploy because he's got 2 slips and a gully. 6 men on the off, 3 on the on. And if he can get that ball to move away from the right hander, he could be in business. That's another good delivery. So Phillip survives. It's the end of the over, the end of the 41st over here at the Queen's Park Oval. And the Red Force, having won the toss and opting to bat, they are 128 for 8. So I'm just wondering if Jason Holder is going to continue. As I keep saying, it's a hot day. And it's going to be, well, Jason Holder is going to be replaced by another holder. But this time it's going to be the off spinner. Shem Holder.
There's 3 holders on this team now.
Holder.
So there's Jason Holder, Shamar Holder, and Shem
Holder. Yeah.
I'm not sure if there's any connections there. But I guess our co-commentator in pain would let us know.
Well, Shamar is not playing, so it's it eases us up as commentators. I was doing a football game the other day, and one of the stoppers was Javon. They're obviously brothers. He was Javon Williams, and his brother at right back was Javon Williams. So it was real pressure. and then there was another team that had 3 Garcias and 4 Garcias. 3 of them were playing defense, and 1 was in the midfield. So it was at one stage was Garcia to Garcia to Garcia to Garcia. A commentator's dream, isn't it?
Easy pickings.
Single there for Jango, so it again exposes Anderson Phillip, just 3 deliveries in the over. Williams, yeah. They tell me Williams. How come you're not Bajan? Tell me Williams is a household Barbados name, Kesrick.
It's a household name in the world, I would say. It's probably the most common surname worldwide.
Well, you know, our first Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams.
We're family.
Great man.
We're family.
Oh, good to hear.
Connections.
Yeah, well then I have to look at you differently now.
I have family in high places now.
Yeah, I have to give him the respect he deserves.
Pull out the red carpets. Quick single.
They have to hurry. They did well in the end.
Get there pretty easily.
Yeah, but the thing is, Philip has pinched the strike because it was the final ball of the over. But I suppose the Red Force must be saying, listen, let's just take whatever we can get. And if we can get it to 150 and beyond, they'll be very happy. But our producer, Kesrick, I heard him talking about resemblance to not resemblance, but Drake's could be his family out of Barbados. But his surname is Wasson, which is French. Ian Wasson. You know, so I'm not sure where that was from, whether it's Barbados, Trinidad, but he's claiming it's from Barbados. But he always says Wasson is French. I'm not sure.
Not really sure, but the only Wassa I know is the water company here in Trinidad and Tobago.
That's Wassa. Okay, I hear you, Kesrick. That's
some people might say Wassa.
Wassa.
I'm not sure. It's pretty close, huh?
But that's the beauty of the Caribbean region, isn't it? It's such a mix. That's in the air, but not. He was just. He didn't push at it hard. Thought he was just playing at it, and never pushed at the delivery. It could have gone straight into the hands of mid-on. Yeah, that's the beauty of Caribbean, and you get a Williams out of St. Vincent and a Williams in Trinidad, one in Barbados. And you're somewhere along the line, there's a connection.
All Williams are connected.
And when the Murray, for example, is very common in Tobago. There's a lot of Murrays in Tobago, and there's one or two in Barbados as well. And then, of course, in Grenada, a Junior Murray coming out of Grenada. But as they say, the Caribbean is one big callaloo. That's a good shot from Anderson Phillip. He's looking pretty good when the ball is pitched up to him. And he's playing these drives.
It's the only shot I've been seeing from him.
Yes.
Even from the last game. As long as it's full, he would drive. Anything back off the length, it's a block.
Yeah, it creates problems for him.
Yeah.
Well, it's a block, or he tries to block it. Or sometimes misses the outside edge. And I suppose that's the way you have to bat. If either you get it full face of the bar or let it miss, especially if you're batting at number 10. There he goes again, and he's gone over the top this time. That's a very, very good shot. Pitched up by Kamabach, and he's got to take his length back slightly, because once he's pitching it up, Anderson Phillips looks comfortable. He's gone over the top this time, gets into double figures. He's on to 11. I was making the point, he went in as night watchman once for the West Indies and got to 43. So he knows something about batting.
Well, he's capable.
Yeah.
That's something that we want to see from our bowlers.
Oh, that's a bad bit of fielding there. I think it's McCaskey at gully. And they're going to come back for 2. I thought he took his eye off the ball. And a no ball as well. So I suppose Kamabach a little bit guilty of bowling just the too many no balls. That's a short delivery, and he does well, just gets out of the way.
I think he's probably taking his eyes off the ball a little bit too early, Anderson.
Another sweltering day here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's hot, it's sunny, it's very unpleasant. But if you're fit, young, and playing cricket, then you'd have no problems. The end of the over from Kamabach. He's completed what? His 11th over, and he's got 3 for 50. And the score is 137 for 8. The Red Force having won the toss and opted into bat.
I don't think it's a bad decision, but
I was about to come to
they haven't really played to what we expected, not taking anything away from Barbados. Jason Holder really bowled well, and Kamabas supported him. So both really show what they're capable of. Still no signs of Jamal Warrican, who we know can be a handful at this level. So I'm giving credit to where credit is due. The Barbados bowling attack really bowled well on this pitch, because I honestly don't think it will get better, but I'm not sure if we might get into the 4th day.
Yeah, well, we're now seeing, I was making that point to Andy a little while earlier. Not that, and again, I was saying that you win the toss and you're 137 for 8. Yeah, they've played 1 or 2 bad shots, and I think Jason Mohammed is probably guilty of when Kamabach, his first ball, outside the line of the off stump and was looking to drive. Thought Joshua De Silva got a pretty good delivery for his first ball. But, you know, yeah, and not taking anything away from the Barbados bowlers. I thought the Red Force should have batted a little better. But and when you can have a player like Warrican, who in fact has already picked up 24 wickets in the tournament, and you're into your 44th over and you haven't bowled him, well, it says one of two things: either that the bowlers before, or the bowlers who bowl, have bowled very well, or that you're very confident of dismissing the opposition for under 150 without your leading bowler coming into the attack.
Pretty sure that you wouldn't mind looking at proceedings, looking at what's happening. You really wouldn't mind as a bowler if you're being used by the skipper.
He's picked up 2 5-wicket hauls so far for the season. It's a pretty good average of 16, and he's bowled 160 overs already for this season.
He has really been the main man for them, not only picking up wickets but being very economical as well.
138 for 8 at the end of the over from Holder. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 11. Shem Holder. And is Kamabach going to continue again, or is Jason Holder going to come back into the attack for another spell? Just shows you how fit he must be. Jason Holder, yes, he is going to come back into the attack again. He's already bowled 13 overs, 4 for 33. In this heat, yes. Well, it's just saying, it just shows how fit the man is. And he's going to bowl around the wicket to Jango. Let's look at the field, because there's that man down at fine leg. There's a deep square leg, and a mid-wicket, a mid-on. There's a mid-off, a cover, a man square point right out of the boundary, and then a slip on a gully. So they're saving the boundaries, but also obviously saying to Holder, pitch it up somewhere outside the line of the off stump, which he does do, and Jango smashes it wonderfully well. That is a really super shot, hitting it, lifting it over extra cover. A very loose delivery from Jason Holder, coming back for a new spell. Just put it there outside the line of the off stump, and Jango was to the pitch, and he lifted it deliberately, because there's a man at mid-off in skipper Brathwaite. He lifted it to his right, away from him. He had no chance, and down to the boundary for 4. That's 4 good-looking runs.
Sweetly timed. Just to the right of Craig Brathwaite over the head. Picked
He's
this gap
gone
well,
again,
but
straight, but it's high in the air, but it's going to elude the man at mid-on. It's not going to go into the boundary, and they're going to come back for the second run. So that, again, a deliberate shot from him. This time he wasn't to the pitch, but he lifted it straight. And there was the man there at, let's see, it looks to be Wickham. I'll just make sure. No, it's not Wickham.
that's Drake's there.
Yeah, Drakes, Jonathan Drakes at mid-on.
Looks like he's going on the attack now.
Yeah.
Try to get some runs for his team. I did mention if he can take them over 150, it would really be a good ask of him. He's on 71.
Now he's got to be, this is where he's got to pure cricket intelligence, because what Brathwaite has done, he is himself, he's dropped back 3/4 way to mid-off. Now he's walking back up, and he's dropped Drakes back about, I would say, halfway to the boundary at mid-on. So he's got to be careful. Now he can literally get the single if he wants by playing it along the ground. He's on 71, 144 for 8. He leaves this one outside the off stump. So Holder not flustered and being hit around by Jango with the first couple of deliveries. So it's 4 deliveries so far in this over. And we see Brathwaite actually now, he's looking to cut the single because he's asked Drakes to come in at mid-on. He himself has gone into a run-saving position at mid-off. He's taken the man from the deep point position, has brought him into the orthodox cover point. And this one, he guides it just to the right of the man. If he hits, he would have been in trouble, because Anderson Phillip thought he was a little late in responding to the call from Jango, because it went just to the right of the man at cover point, and they went through quickly for the single, and they got home in the end. Score goes up to 145 now for 8. Jango is on 72, and boy, we can't praise him enough for this knock. It's been a super knock. Anderson Phillip is on 13. He's just got one delivery to survive from Jason Holder. An over in which he's conceded 7 runs so far, 4 for 40. And he's asked the man at the square leg position to go about 3/4 way back to the boundary. Is it going to be a short delivery to Anderson Phillip? And it's just in line with the off stump, and Phillip defends well. And the way these two are batting, there's certainly no devils in this pitch. It's the end of the over, 145 for 8, and Anderson Phillip has looked pretty comfortable.
Looks very easy. The most important thing is him occupying the crease, stay there with his number 3 batter in Ahmed Jango. Try to get them to a good total. I mentioned earlier 150. From the position that they were in, 150. Looks like it would have been a good fightable total, but they're at 145. They can add a bit more to that. Let's just say about 175 now. From what we're seeing from Anderson, he looks very capable. But it's a change of bowling now. It's Jamel Warrican for the first time today, the main man for the Pride. 2 5-wicket hauls this season.
So Jango gets a single down to long on. So brings Anderson Phillip into strike, and I suppose Jango's he feels comfortable now with giving Phillip some strike. And Warrican in his first over for the day, he's coming after 45 overs. And this is a man who's picked up 24 wickets again for the Barbados Pride for the season.
someone that always picks up wickets, but he's also someone that's very economical. So you not just only pick up wickets, he also keeps it really tight. That one just a little too straight. You only pick up 2. Good chase by Kamabach.
Got a little bit of an inner edge than that. He was on the front foot, seemed to have slide off the inner part of the bat. Picks up 2 runs. So just 2 runs away from the 150. I think you were making mention of that, Kesrick, that if they try to get to at least 150, still would not be enough. I think they now got to, if they can get to 150, they now got to think to 175. And little by little try to accumulate runs. Loud appeal goes up, not out, says the umpire. Maybe indicating that that ball was drifting down the leg side. .148 for 8. Final delivery of Warrican's first over. And well negotiated by Anderson Phillips. So the end of the over from Warrican, and you look at that scorecard, 73 is Jango, 15 is Philip. It's 148 for 8. So Holder is going to continue, Jason Holder. 14 overs, 4 for 40. So they feel well spread now for Jango. And that was short outside the off stump. You could see him getting into position early and may have been thinking to cut, but then decided to leave it alone. It's just a slip on probably a straight gully. But then the rest of the field, there's a deep square point. There's a long off, a long on. They're just about 3/4 way out, and there's a deep square leg. Again, he's about 3/4 way, and then a fine leg. The only men saving a single are the men on the offside in terms of a cover and a shortish mid wicket. Jango drives. He's going to look for the second, and he's probably going to get it easily because there is protection out in the deep. And nice shot for him. He was on the front foot, and he was driving to the right of Brathwaite at cover, and then out in the deep at that deep square point. They were able to pick up the second run. Brathwaite runs around quickly. Preventing the single.
Brathwaite, the skipper, got 100 in the game against Jamaica. In Jamaica, the third round.
I think he would be disappointed. He sets very high standards himself, and I think he would be disappointed thus far with his performance in this tournament, and we're going to come to that in a minute after this delivery. Yeah, when you look at it, he got 142 in that innings, but he's only scored 219 runs for the tournament. So, you know, outside of that 142, and he's averaging 27. Now, that's not good enough for the West Indies captain at regional level. You know, he's, he scored another 77 runs in 7 innings. after that 142. So, he would be disappointed, I think. And he would be aiming for a big one here at the Queen's Park Oval. That's a good delivery from Holder, right in the block hole. And Jango couldn't do very much with it. He couldn't drive. You could see him looking for the drive, but realizing that that was the Yorker length delivery, had to come down on it. So Holder, this has been a good over from him. He's not moved from that line outside the off stump, and he's mixed it up in terms of the length of the deliveries. And but give Jango credit. He's not got carried away. He's on 75. But he's playing everything on merit. Another good delivery, and not only was that Yorker length, but it was moving into the left-hander. And you could see him at one time thinking, hey, I got a half volley here, let me drive. And all of a sudden it curled in on him, and he had to come down on it. The end of a good over from Jason Holder, just 2 runs conceding from that over. So he's completed his 15 overs now, and 4 for 42. And the 150 is up, more importantly for Trinidad and Tobago. It's the Red Force. It's 150 for 8.
Chugging along nicely here, Jango. If he goes on to probably scoring 100 here, it will probably be one of the better hundreds of the tournament.
So the Barbados team, they're now just thinking, is Warwickon going to continue? So Warwickon is most likely is going to continue, or is it Holder? I think it's going to be the off spinner is going to come on from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and it may just be Warwickon switching ends. I think they're going to probably give Jason Holder a little bit of a rest because he's bowled 15 overs already in the day, and you're talking 15 overs out of 47. In these conditions, I don't care who you are, it must take a toll, especially if you're running in 20 meters, 25 meters or thereabouts. And it's in the air. The change has worked. Holder has come back into the attack, and the first delivery from the off spinner was pitched up, and Anderson Phillip was driving at it and hit it in the air towards the man at the mid-wicket position. Takes a short mid-wicket, as a matter of fact, takes the catch easily. And the Trinidad Tobago Red Force would say, Andy Payne, why did you come back into commentary?
Yeah, they needed me. There was a bit of a partnership being put together there, and the Pride desperately needed that wicket, and I came in, and there we go. Caught by Craig Braffett at short mid-wicket. As soon as Holder returned, Phillips just going for the big on drive, couldn't keep it down. So, yeah, another wicket for Shim Holder. He's now got 2 for 11, 150 for 9.
And this partnership actually worth 38 runs, and 38 precious runs as well.
And it went against the run of play pretty much, and that they understood that they needed some runs on the board, and you saw a bit more of urgency being showed by Jango as he got on strike. Also, Phillips, he put 15 runs there, which was very useful to contribute to the partnership.
But he got a little bit again, and I honestly think the only change is because they wanted to switch ends with Warwickon, and that's amazing sometimes how things work for you. And I thought it was a very loose shot from Anderson Phillip. I think that's the thing. When you're a tail ender and you start to bat well and the ball is hitting the middle of the bat, you sometimes get a little bit overconfident. And it was a ball where he should have just been playing at defensively. He was because it was a nothing shot really, and he hit it straight into the low down to Craig Brathwaite there, as you rightly said, at short mid-wicket. Brings Jaden Seals, the last man now, and I'm sure they would be looking for another sort of 30-run partnership, at least to get it close to 200. The Pride, on the other hand, want to dismiss Seals as early as possible.
There you go.
And Seals has come in as well, very dogged and determined. He's a good young cricketer, Jaden Seals.
Yeah, he showed that he can handle himself with a bat. I mean, you've seen him play for the West Indies, and he's occupied the crease on some occasions. He had a good partnership with Kumar Roach, if I recall, that won a match for the West Indies sometime back in the Caribbean. So he just needs to spend some time there with Jango. Jango, he'd be in for some 140 odd balls, 75 not out. So he would like Seals to stay there with him as much as possible.
Yeah, he would be thinking if Seals can stay with him, maybe he can just get up to that 3-figure mark. It'll take some doing, but he's batting well. And he did start to open up slightly in the previous over from Jason Holder, hitting him twice over the top. And Craig Brathwaite counteracting that. He took himself at mid-off, pushed him about 3/4 way back to long off, and then took Drake's from mid-on and pushed him back 3/4 way to the boundary. And it curbed that shot going over the top from Jango.
But it was good, smart batting by Jango, as I said. He understood that they needed to get a few more runs on, and he tried to push it on a bit. And he was calculated with the shots that he made, because at that point, the mid-off and mid-on were very much in, and he was able to go over the top to get those boundaries.
Well, the final delivery from Holder there was Seals driving, and he was looking for the single. And but it was on. There was no doubt about it. But Jango said, "Listen, kid, that's the last ball of the over. You stay put." Sensibly, and we anticipated the switch on ends, but it's not a switch of ends, because Jason Holder is going to continue from this, the Jerry Gomez media center end or the Willie Rodriguez end.
Yeah, I think he would have contemplated a switch, but after they got the wicket of Phillips, I think he's given Jason the opportunity to try to get up for that 5-wicket haul. So yeah, I'm sure Warwick would have been looking to bowl a spell from this in, but when Shane Holder got the wicket of Phillips, could hear Jason saying in his ear, "Skip, you got to give me one more. I would like to get to my fifer." So he's going to continue from this in, Colin.
Yes, and he's wrong the wicket. Now the field is well spread, as you would expect. There's still, which I'm a little surprised, there's a man saving a single there at a short mid-wicket, but everybody else is giving away a run. And this one is shortish, outside the line of the off stump. And Jango just getting out of the way of it and allowing it to go through. Yeah, so when you look at the field, there's that slip and gully, very straight gully, almost like a fourth slip. Then there's a square point right out on the boundary. Brathwaite himself is at cover, but he's about halfway to the boundary, an easy single. Then Reefer is down at mid-off, halfway to the boundary. Drake's is halfway to the boundary at mid-on. Then there's a short mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a man at fine leg. And he's coming outside the line of the off stump, looking to pull it. Got to be careful, because it was in the direction of that deep square leg. If he's going to do that, he needs to go maybe over mid-wicket if he wants to play that type of shot. But he was going outside the line of the off stump, which was pretty safe, wasn't it?
It was pretty safe. That one was off the stumps, and I think Jason Holder would have taken a little bit of pace off of that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he picked it a bit early, but he still didn't connect. But yeah, good selection of balls by Jason Holder.
Well, he's driving this one, just opening the face of the bat more than anything else than a drive, and guides it down to the deep point position, and they go through for a single. So that's what, just 3 deliveries. So it means that Jaden Seals got 3 deliveries to face Jason Holder and try and keep him out.
Or on the other hand, Jason Holder, he'd be happy that he's got 3 deliveries to bowl at the number 11 batsman in Jaden Seals, and he'll be anxious to get a 5-4, as you can imagine. So here he is, just to start to bowl to Seal. Equal to the task in defense, so still 2 more deliveries to try to get for 5 for Jason Holder, but Seals, he'll be keen to keep those next 2 deliveries out and keep Jango on strike from the next end.
Much more of an attacking feel as we would expect for Seals. 2 slips and a gully. Got that straightish gully, almost like a fourth slip. So maybe 2 slips or 3 slips, a first, second, and a fourth. And he gets the outside edge. They're going to get a couple runs here because it's a chase on. And they're going to come back for the second run. So that's two runs for the Red Force. And Jaden Seals is off the mark. Ball just coming off the face, running off the face of the bat and going to the left of McCaskey there at Gully. And they were able to pick up 2 runs.
Yeah,
So
well handled there by Seals. That one on a good length just on the 4th stump. But he played with some soft hands and just passed it McCaskey at the Gully area. And Shim Holder from backward point just run away to his right to prevent any further thing than 2 runs.
And this one is flicked in the air, but safe, away from mid-wicket. They've gone for 1. They're going to hustle back for the second. Good running, good cricket on the part of the Red Force batsmen. So 2 more to Jason Seals. So he's on 4. The over has been completed. Jason Holder has now bowled 16 overs, 4 for 47. 49 overs have been bowled. And the Red Force, they are 155 for 9.
Yep, good batting there by Jason Seals. Jason Holder, like we said, pressing to try to get that 5th wicket and to bowl the Red Force out. But Seals, he had 3 deliveries to keep him out, and in that 3 deliveries, he's picked up some 4 valuable runs. It runs to the Red Force total. Runs from here on are going to be very valuable, Colin.
So Holder, this is Shem Holder, is going to continue from the Brown. He's not only picked up wickets though, he's been very economical, and that's, it's, you know, he tends to be that type. He doesn't give away runs, you know, and you know, you look at him as an off spinner, and he's always there. He's a nagging line, nagging length, and picks up the wickets. He's always, when he plays, seems to pick up 1, 2, 3 wickets all the time.
Yeah, he's always have a say in this Barbados team. Like you said, he's always economical. He picks up wickets at integral times. He's a real partnership breaker, Shem Holder. And as well, he's also went on to have a 1 5-wicket haul so far for this season. So he's been doing very well for the Pride.
There's Jango going after him though. Picked up a boundary. There's no one in that area of the deep mid-wicket, and there he was again taken from outside the line of the off stump. Safe shot, because once he makes connection, there's no one in the deep, and that is going to bring a change in the field, no doubt. Because I was about to say as well, Holder in the 2 matches, he's only played 2 matches this season, and he's picked up 2 wickets. He's picked up 10 wickets in the 2 matches.
Yep.
So make that 12 from 2 games and a half, let's say. There is protection out there now at deep mid-wicket. And Jango, this is a sensible innings. It's one of the best innings I've seen Amir Jango play. Tends to be a little bit, likes to get on with it. But I think he realizes the position of his team from early.
Yep, he's been very...
Well, he said over the top, he went over. That's another good shot, because he was making some room for himself, and he was deliberately lifting it over the head there of the man at that short cover position. And even though he was jumping, it was always above his head. And he's picked up 4 more runs.
Very selective stroke play by this young man. Like you said, he's batted a lot of deliveries. He's now finding himself with his team needing valuable runs at the back end of the innings, and he's with the tail enders. And you've just seen him manipulating the field. As soon as Craig Bradford has made a change to try to get him tied down, he's just picking the right deliveries and he's putting them to the boundary.
Yeah, Kevin Wickham is that man at that short cover. He was jumping for all he was worth, but just couldn't get it. Now the fielders come in to save the single. And he uses his feet and he smashes him straight back overhead. Oh, that's wonderful batting. He's not been able to get it for the maximum, but he's got it for 4. He used his feet. He knew the mid-on and the mid-off had come in. He used his feet. What was good about that shot is he hit it straight. And it didn't go across the line. And he goes to 88. And really and truly, whether you from Barbados here, Barbados Pride, anywhere in the world, you would want this young man to get 100 because he's batted. He deserves 100 the way he's batted. It's 167 for 9, and the only hope he has now is that Jaden Seals can hang on.
Yeah, but sensible batting, like you said, by the young man. He's seen the last ball, and Craig Bradford brought the field in, but he capitalized. He saw the opportunity for a boundary. He knew that Seals been holding on for him for a couple of deliveries from Jason Holder the previous over, so he found the opportunity to get another boundary to move his score up to 88, and he capitalized on that. Good batting.
That's too wide of the off stump from Jason Holder, and the mind frame of Jaden Seals, he's going to leave that every day of the week. And he's going to leave it certainly on a Wednesday. As that ball eases into the gloves of Dorridge. 2 slips. Would you like to see a little more pressure on Jaden Seals, Andy? There's 2 slips in a gully at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is sensible because you still don't want to get him off strike as soon as too early, you know. So I think the mode of dismissal will be to nick his edge off.
He's forward, just maybe getting a man in front of the bat and stop him from just pushing forward to a delivery. Sometimes it's not that the catch will go there, but just to put him off a little bit. Let him think a little bit more, you know.
Yeah, a good call, Colin, but I think Jason Holder, as you rightly say, he's into now his 17th over, and I mean, in the conditions that we've spoken about, how hot it is here in Trinidad, I don't think he will want to go overly attacking. He still want to contain a little bit. But that one was a good delivery. Just there or there about the offset, we saw Seals pushing at it and being beaten, and that one goes through to Dorridge.
And I think that's what you want. You want that type of delivery because of the 2 slips and the straightish gully. Take it up to him and just move it slightly away from the left-hander.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to bowl that kind of line and length to the number 11 batsman, you know, and the kind of try it is as well. I don't think it was off with that much anyway. So he wants to bring those kind of deliveries into play.
Well, another delivery but it gets the edge, but all along the ground. As again, once Jaden Seals just plays that defensive prod at it, the pitch has no pace. Jason Holder is not quick, so it's not going to fly unless he drives at it. It's not very unlikely that it's going to fly into the hands of the slip fielders.
But good bowling by Jason. He's just there. But you've seen him start a little wide to see what Seals was about, and you see them coming just a little bit closer and closer, still trying to work to get that inside edge.
He's just waiting for him to bring one back now to Jaden Seals.
Yeah. We'll see as he be equal to the task for the first 5 deliveries in this over. There's just one more to go to complete the over, and I can tell you, Jason Holder, you see him walking back to his mark. He's really feeling it out there, Colin.
Yeah, he is. And he sees out the over. So, I mean, Jango would be pretty happy with that. Now, he's got to be careful because it's 167 for 9 at the end of the over. He's on 88. The one thing he does not want to do, Andy, is to give his wicket away by trying to force it. And should still play his natural game. So far, he's done well. And it's going to be interesting if he tries to get after Shem Holder.
Well, yeah, I think he's batted pretty smartly up to this point. Yeah, any scoring opportunities that's come along, he's really going to look to capitalize on them. Shem Holder, maybe approaching the T interval, but with the 2 last minutes at his crease, he's also got the idea that you can carry on. So I know the Pride team, into this second session, they're feeling the heat out there as well, as it's very hot here, Colin.
Well, I want to say how well you know Jason Holder, because you talked about how he looked very tired. He's actually gone off the field. I think he said he's had enough. You know, you guys, 1 wicket to get. You need to get it without me. And he's gone. I think he's gone for a drink of water, maybe to put his feet up for 5 minutes, change his shirt. And in the meantime, Jango battles on.
Just him holder. And as you can see, rightfully so, Craig Braffett, this time he's going a little bit more in the defense with Jango on strike. Seen a few more boundary riders. We got a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, long off, long on, and a deep extra cover. So he's saying to Jango as well, yeah, we would like, you could get 100, but we're not going to give it to you too easy. You got to work here still in the middle for it.
Well, he's got to face the first 3-4 deliveries all on merit and not look to score. If he can get the run now, then that's fine. But once the field comes in, then he's got to gamble a little bit. But in gambling, he's got to also play the correct shots.
I'll play it again. Yeah,
oh,
so
the field is going to come in with it. Let's see. No, they've left the field as is. So he's got the ease now, if he wants, of probably getting a single. Holder is appealing. I think he was about a quarter way down the track.
Okay.
So we've got, 5 deliveries have been bowled. And the field now comes in, let's see, long off comes to mid off. Long on comes to mid on. And the deep point position comes into the orthodox point, saving a single. And he's hit it over the top of mid-off. That's runs in it for him again. Is it going to go into the boundary? It does. So he gets another boundary. So he would be happy with that. He goes to 92, again, using his feet and just opening the face of it and hitting it over mid-off, down to the boundary for 4. He's into the 90s. He's on 92, 171 for 9 at the end of the over from Holder. And look at his figures now. 10 overs, 2 for 27. At one time, I think he had bowled 8 overs, 2 for 11.
Yeah, well, he's gone for some 3 boundaries in the last over and a half. So good batting the game by Jango as they brought in the field to try to keep him on strike. He's taken the opportunity to express himself and go for a boundary. So that boundary moved him closer to the century mark. So he's going into the 90s now. He is 92. And he be eyeing that century very much like a hawk there, Colin.
Well, I think he would be eyeing Jaden Seals more, hoping that he could hold on, because with Holder off the field, Jason Holder off, Warrican is into the attack. Remember, he just had that 1 over from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's now bowling from the Willie Rodriguez end. Just the 1 over for 3 runs. And Jango would be hoping that either Seals can get a single early in the over, or he can play out the 6 deliveries.
Yeah, more importantly, I'm sure he would like him not to be dismissed. But it's Warrican. Wily customer here, Warrican.
Seals looks pretty comfortable playing that defensive shot. But I get you. But Warrican is going to, you bet your life, he's going to vary it a little bit. Maybe tossing it up a little bit more, going wide of the off stump. Maybe trying to turn one back into the left-hander because there's a forward short leg in position. He is giving it some air and saying to Jaden Seals, well, play a shot if you can. And Seals did well to keep it down. And there's a quicker delivery now. So he's really mixing them up. Jamal Warrican, and that has opted for a little bit of a change in the field because Brathwaite is moving from that short cover position, and is he going into a gully? I would think he's going into a first slip. He's taking the first slip out. That's the captain's prerogative, and he's putting him at a silly point, as they call it.
Yeah, well, he's got enough matches on his belt. Wickham, who's a junior player, he's been brought under the helmet. But again, another flighted delivery there by Warrican, and Seals equal to the task nicely forward. So we've got now the silly mid-off, a silly mid-on, and a slip as the attacking options. So let's see what Warrican will be doing here to Seals.
Flatter and quicker. There's a little bit of turn as well. But Seals, a bag of concentration there. He's really playing for Jango now, more than the Red Force. The end of the over. I had a End of the over. Well played from Seals. 171 for 9. Andy, I had an uncle who was an opening bat, going way, way back in the days of Stolmeyer and Gomez and these fellas. And he was playing for Queen's Park. And he was opening the batting with Jeffrey Stolmeyer. And the Queen's Park team had a lot of big-name players, Jerry Gomez, and going way back. And it was one of those days when all the star batsmen were getting out. And he was there batting. And, you know, he got into the 90s. And I think he was a 96 or 97. And the last man came into bat. As we look at Holder, going to continue to Jango, who is on 92, eyeing the 3 figures now. Holder around the way. He looks around at the field. And a lot of men on the boundary positions. Yeah, and last man came into bat and he said to him, this gentleman called Thompson, he said to him, Tomo, this is my day. I'm looking for 100. Bad, 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 bad. As Jango continues to play. And he said, just play out the rest of the over for me, please. He said, don't worry about those superstars, Stolmeyer and Gomez. They're no good. You know, they can't bat when the wicket is doing something. And with that piece of advice, Tomo went to face his first ball. Yes, I'm wondering if they're going to try for 2 here. They will not. It would have been very dangerous. But you could see the idea from Jango, just pushing it, trying to play it towards the vacant mid-wicket position. There's a man deep. And Warrican is right out on the boundary. And he was looking for the second. And now it means Seals, he's got to play out, 3 deliveries from Holder. And the first delivery, Tomu, he played a beautiful drive. And it peeled off the outside edge and went straight into the hands of Gully. And he just heard this loud voice at the next end. You no good idiot. And he refused to walk off with him. You know, normally batsmen walk. He was walking a mile ahead of him. And he remained 90, whatever, not out. And unfortunately, Tomo never heard the end of that story. And it's heartbreaking sometimes when you just have to depend on your number 11 or number 10 to stay with you. And you keep looking at the scoreboard and thinking, God, it's not moving from 92 and 93. Oh, he sent it straight into the hands of mid-off. Well, it's the end of Seals. And Paul, you've got to feel it for Amir Jango. My heart really goes out to him. Now, Seals stands there. I don't think Seals believes what he's done, because he could have easily just pushed that ball. Why did he try to go over the top? He hit it straight in down the throat of mid-off, and Jango is walking off miles ahead of Seals. He's not going to, who doesn't want Seals to come close to him. And in fairness to Jaden Seals, you know, it was really a very loose moment. He's not, you could see him walking away. I feel sorry for him as well, because he's so disappointed with that shot he's played. It was a nothing shot, really. I'm not sure if he tried to go over the top, if he tried to just push it, but in the end, he hit it straight down the throat of mid-off. He's walking by the sides of the umpires. He's so disappointed. But it's the end of the innings for the Red Force. 172 all out. They'll be very disappointed, but I think from 27 for 4, they would think, well, they're getting up to 172. It's been a pretty good effort in the end from Jango. He was the only one here who created any problems for the Barbados Pride bowlers. 172 all out. And it means that the Barbados Pride will start their innings chasing 172. Andy?
Yeah, very well bowled there again by Shem Holder. So you see, he's coming to the party again. He's taken up some 3 wickets for 28 runs to add to the 4 wickets by Jason Holder. We also had 2 wickets for Cumberbatch, but a very well played innings by Amir Jango. He's batted intelligently. He was selective in his stroke play, and he found himself at 93 not out, coming in at number 3. So if you can just run through the scorecard for you here, Colin. We had Mohan, he was leg before wicket to Jason Holder without scoring. That was on the first delivery of the day. Otley, he was caught by Warwick in that slip after bowling of Holder as well for 5. Jango, He's left not out on 93. Jason Mohammed, he was caught by Dowridge off the bowling of Shaquille Williams for 2. De Silva, he went without scoring. Webster caught Dowridge, bowled by Jason Holder for 11. Imran Khan, he was bowled by Jason Holder without scoring. Kerry Pierre was caught, leg before wicket to Shem Holder for 11. Baron Charles, he was leg before wicket to Shaquille Cumberbatch for 12. Anderson Phillips, he was caught by Craig Braffett off Shem Holder for 15. And the last man dismissed was Jaden Seals. He was caught by Jerry McAllister off the bowling of Shamar Holder, and he went for 4. In the bowling department, we had Jason Holder. He bowled some 17 overs. He picked up 4 for 47. Jerry McAllister, he had 8 overs. He didn't get a wicket. He went for 32 runs. As well as Shem Holder, he had 10.5 overs. He picked up 3 for 28, the 3 maidens in that. Shaquille Cumberbatch, he had 11 overs, 3 for 50. Raymond Reefer, 5 overs, just conceded 3 runs. And Jamel Warrican, he had 2 overs, 1 maiden, and he went for 3 runs. So that's the end of the innings. I'm sure T will be taken at this stage as well, Colin. So they're going to take a break. We're going to take a break. Red Force all out for 172.
Yes, and we're back here at the Queen's Park Cricket Ground. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force all out for 171. Barbados Pride doing a wonderful job with the ball. Jason Holder leading the charges with Kamabash. Really good work here from the Barbados Pride. And they're out with skipper Craig Brathwaite and Zachary McCaskey to open the batting here. Some really good work from Barbados bowlers. They came out and they show the reason why they have test bowlers on their team. Jason Holder leading the charge from the front, picking up the first set of wickets. And they outdone the Trinidad team, but a disappointing way to end, because I think Amir Jango deserved to get 100. He was playing well. One of the better innings that you would see in this year's Regional 40 tournament. But I'm pretty sure that my co-commentator, Mr. Payne, will be pretty happy with what he's seeing from the Barbados team. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Payne.
Good afternoon, Kesrick. Yes, a very good bowling performance indeed. Like you said, led by the ever-resting and experienced Jason Holder. I mean, after Craig Brathwaite lost the toss this morning and he was asked to take the field and they had a look at the track, I'm sure to be able to bowl the Trinidad and Red Force out in 2 sessions of play, they'll be extremely happy. But as you said, rightfully so, not to take away anything from the innings played by Jango. He batted sensibly. He was selective, Kesrick. Like you said, wickets fell all around him and he wasn't at all flustered.
At no point at all, and that's why I like the innings, because at no point at all he really played any rash shot. Apart from the end where he was a bit more fluent in terms of his stroke making. But I really think that sort of innings deserve a century. But that shows how competent the Trinidad team is, because if you can bring in a man off the bench, batting at number 3, obviously you replace Jet Cooley, who's not playing in this game because of an injury, and you came in and you scored 93. Could have gotten to 100 if Jaden Seal stayed there with him. But a really well calculated innings, I would say, Payne.
Indeed, I did, and I was very excited to see how he constructed it. As we said, he got to the back end of the innings, and then you just saw him start to be a little bit more expressive. You know, he knew his team was short of runs. He needed a score for himself, and he was selective in the way he went about it. When Craig Brathwaite brought the field in, he was able to go over the top. And the execution of some of those shots, just hitting the ball inside out of Shim Holder and going over mid-off, mid-on, was very well executed. But Jaden Seals, as we said, he wasn't able to hang on. But here he is now with the premier job that he's been asked to do for his side.
The last game against the Volcanoes, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip both bowled really well at the top of the innings. Anderson Phillip picking up a 5-wicket haul. Jaden Seals just picking up 2, securing that bowling point for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Clearly 2 different batters at the crease. Well established. Zachary McCaskey, not a lot of first-class game, but how good is this youngster when he's at the crease and when he's in full flow?
Well, Kesrick, he was good enough to make that trip down to Australia, albeit he didn't get a play. But again, you can tell that the selectors pretty much have him in wine in their plans. So at the end of the first over for the Pride, there's none without loss. Craig Brathwaite, he's just faced up the first 6 deliveries from Jaden Seals, who's been pretty accurate to start.
And you must be happy when you see a Jaden Seals who is not fully back to himself as yet, coming back from injury, bowling like this, because he can only get better. The discussion was had last week whether or not we think he should be included into the test team to go to England. But he have already secured a contract with Sussex in the county championship this year. So whether or not he would be exposed to England conditions, and this is what you want. You want your players to be exposed to different conditions around the world.
Yeah,
whether it's T20, one day, or Test cricket.
Yes.
First class cricket, that is.
It could only argue well for your players. And again, the more exposure you get, it gets a bit easier on the team, as in you're bringing back that experience to the other junior players in the team, and you lend in that experience to your team. So your team will only get better with that. And Seals, even though he said he's just working his way back in, you know how skillful this young man is with the ball. So it's really good to see him on the park.
Without a doubt that I think that he would definitely be the first option whenever Kimar Roach decides to hang up that boat. He would definitely be there just over his shoulders to take up that mantle. But what I would like to say is that the fact that he would be in England with the Sussex team, I think that West Indies should maybe ask for him to be around the West Indies team, because he would be on contract with Sussex. So ask it to be around the team for that period when they're in England, to train with the team and work closely with the team.
Of course, Kesrick. Good statements being made by yourself, and I'm sure all that's listening there will be hearing you and taking your word. But we here have Anderson Phillips. He's now to complement Seals as the opening partner. He's bowling from that southern end, or the Queen's Park Club Pavilion in the Brian Lar Pavilion in. And he's himself, he's a name that apparently is being bandied around to be in that mix-up.
Yeah, I was very surprised that he was left out of the Super 50 squad that won the last regional Super 50 tournament last year in Trinidad. Well, right here in Trinidad, was played mostly at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South, as they will call it.
Yep. And he's known to West Indies cricket because he's been around. I mean, so it's good to see him. He's looking pretty fit as well. So see him running in from that southern end. Very impressed and very happy again to see the cadre of pacers that we're putting out at Kesrick.
But the pace attack is something that you would like to see now, with the addition of maybe Jason Holder coming back, and also Kimar Roach, evergreen Kimar Roach, and then you have the Shamar Joseph and the Alzari Joseph with the Justin Graves, who have done a wonderful job, I think, in Test cricket, his first Test series in Australia. Not an excellent one, but not a bad start at all. Himself, Kavim Hodge, very impressed with what both players have done in Australia. And then there's Kurt Mackenzie out of Jamaica. I like his positivity in those Test matches in Australia. Didn't really kick on in this 4-day tournament. But those are the sort of players that you would want to be going to England and playing a bit of league cricket to get the experience. So when that Test series starts, they understand what is happening in England.
Well said by you again. I mean, and you keep putting together a nucleus of players that you would very much be thinking there are in that midst. And you're saying to all in sundry, let's get these players up there early. Let's get them some exposure.
I'm going to ask you about one player that I really admire. I saw him once. And that's the end of Anderson Phillips over. Just 2 without loss. And he's a player that I admire. I only saw him once. I'm not going to say that he deserved to be on Barbados team, or he deserved to be on the West Indies Academy or CCC or West Indies. No. I admire him because of what I've seen from him in Jamaica. He spins the ball. Tall lad. Zishan Matara.
Zishan Matara, and he's a very good all-round player as well. I mean, I've seen him in the leagues. I've played a little bit around him. His dad, I played a lot with his dad, who's also a good pace bowler. But Zishan Matara, he is an all-round cricketer in the outfield. He's good. His batting is useful. But when you see the young man spinning the ball and coming from that height, he is definitely one for the future. As I said, it's just his first year. Kesrick. But I'm telling you, he is on the radar as well around the Barbados setup. But as you see, as I keep saying to you, you see the amount of players that we're putting out there. So it's good to get him in that CCC setup, the academy setup, as we had with Wickham as well. And then you see them moving their way in. Because as well, Warwick is still very much a premier bowler as in the spin department, So I don't think you could just rule him out. But this young man, Matara, great that he was given the opportunity.
I don't know what this is missing, but I don't want to cut you too. I don't really want to cut you, Payne, but I want to see that replay because I want to know if there was bat involved. Because if there's no bat, I would like our director to give me another replay. Can you slow it down for me just a tad? Because I can't see if there's bat involved. I really would like if you can slow it down for me. So for the sake of our viewers and myself and my co-commentator, I can't see from here. I'm thinking it looks like you have a little bit of bat onto it.
Must be a little bit of bat to save him there, because that one seems to be honing in right on that middle and off stump, Kesrick. But good full delivery there by Jaden Seals. Seems like Craig Baffett was a little late. Seems to be tailing away a bit out swing as well, Kesrick. Because you see Craig looked like he was going around a little bit, but the movement just deceived him.
Bowlers that usually will swing the ball from Craig Baffett and usually keep it full early in his innings cause a little bit of problem for him.
Yeah, because as you saw on that occasion, that one was full on length and just moving away from the bat. And Craig seems to be playing around it a little bit. Maybe he had a little bit of an inside edge as the umpire. He was even to give the decision in the not-out version. So that probably was what saved Craig Baffett on that occasion there, Kesrick. But good bowling by Seals. He's keeping it up to the bat. He's getting a little bit of movement.
I'm still not satisfied, Andy. I want to see it again.
Definitely the bowlers' union.
Easy. Craig Baffett, any day. I saw him scored over 50 runs down on that fine leg, square leg boundary against Jamaica when he scored that 100. He can't get too close to him. Sorry, I wasn't looking. I want to see it again. I'm gonna get really close, up close and personal with what we have here. Cause
for all your viewers who can't see Kesrick, but as I am, but you can see him. He's
like
really holding in on the screen.
It looks like he have a little bit of bat onto it. But to me, I'll
tell you, Kesrick has got a new profession after this commentary stint. Definitely he'll be going into the umpire's clinic. Kesrick Williams, that is. If you see, he's eagle-eyed to the screen. And he's asking for yet another look, viewers.
The fact that it's out swinging looks like, I'm not sure if it's bat or pad, but it looks like it hit him on off. So I'm guess the umpire is thinking that because it's swinging, it probably might miss the off stump.
Might go past. Yeah. So
but for now, viewers, don't kill me. I'm just trying to make it clear as possible for you.
But let's get back to Mutara, who, like I said, I'm happy to see the young man out there in the park, having the opportunity to rub shoulders amongst these players. He's in the CCC setup. You got the likes of Petty Collins there and Floyd Ruffer. Jonathan Carter, he was there to start the captaincy with him, and as well now Shamar Brooks, who's like a godfather to these kids. He hasn't been having an exceptional season, but having Shamar Brooks in your dressing room, it could only be a learning experience there, Kesrick.
Definitely, I had a few conversations with him, and you can only learn from talking to Shamar Brooks. But that's the end of another brilliant over by Jaden Seals. Score is 3 without loss. But yeah, you can only learn from Shamar Brooks. Very positive. Always want to give information that you can learn from. When I see him, I always say the best Bayesian alive. Such a fine young man. That one kept a little bit low from Anderson.
Yeah.
And he's one of those players that understand England condition because he plays so late.
Yep.
Clearly the reason why he played county cricket in England.
Yep. He's been up that Yorkshire now for a couple seasons, Craig Braffett. So he's learning the conditions very well up there. And of course, Craig's a person who loves to occupy the crease for long, long times. But lots of balls. Wear the bowlers down. Again, Phillips just veering onto the leg side a little bit. Luckily enough, Craig Braffett didn't score that time, but that is Craig's area. Anything there about legs up, he always finds a run in that area, Kesrick.
Can't get too straight. Even for spinners as well, you can't get too straight to him. So he played for 2 teams in England at the county championship in Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire. I think he played more for the Yorkshire team.
Yep. That's correct. He's been there for a couple seasons, Craig Braffett.
When you look at his stats, 171 test innings, over 5,000 runs, high score of 212, average just under 35. 1200s, 2950s, and let's take a look at his first class stats here. 374 innings, 13,318 runs, highs of 276, average just under 39, 31 hundreds and 64 50s. Splendid. I'm not even close to. I can't even remember when last I made 31. But this guy have 31 hundreds. Ah.
Definitely the most experienced batter around the West Indies side by some numbers, Craig Braffett. Some 12 centuries, as you said. A ball by Phillips, but this time Craig was equally played that one a bit late past the gully area, and that's the first boundary. He's played that one behind the 4th slip and just to the left of backward point area, and he picked up his first boundary, Kesrick.
Really well guided. As I mentioned, he played the ball pretty late. I think it got a little bit too big for him, but it was well controlled. Guided down to the 3rd man boundary for 4.
But surely he'd be looking to see the new ball off with this pair. I mean, the Red Force this game, they've gone for the extra spinner in Can. You know, Phillips and Seals will be the main bowlers. You spoke about Tion Webster a bit earlier this morning, bowling his medium pacers. But now they've got Imran Khan, who's came in place of Terence Hines, you know, and to go with Brian Charles as like the spinner. And Pierre, so there seems like their diet will be heavily on spin in this innings, Kesrick.
Well, I guess they know the surface that they're playing on. They're playing at home, so they should work to their advantage. But it's the end of another Anderson Phillip over. Just a singler to end that over. The score is 8 without loss.
McCaskey, he's been very quiet. He's only batted some 7 deliveries. He's on 1, so he'll be getting a chance. Actually, he'll be getting a chance to face up to Seals. You haven't had much of him so far. Sorry, that's just going to Braffett after that single of the last ball over. So Braffett continues to get majority of the strike. He's on 6, and he'll be bowling the Seals after that close leg before calling the previous over. And that's Craig Braffett's area, as you spoke so much about it, Kedrick Williams. Straight onto the pause and see Braffett just working that one past the backward square area for yet another boundary. So 4 more runs to him. So he's moved his score onto 10, and the Barbados Pride, they're 12 without loss. So Jaden C is just bowling a bit too straight to Craig Braffett. And Craig Braffett, like you said, all day, he'll be mixing drinks for him on that area.
I tell you what, if they're going to continue to bowl that line to Craig Brathwaite, we may see one of his fastest 50 ever in first class cricket. Because that's always going to be runs whenever he's at the crease. You can't get too straight to him. Anything on the line of leg stump or middle stump would go for runs.
Again, that one on the middle stump, and he's just worked that one into the vacant mid-wicket area for yet another single. So Keswick, like you said, you know the intent, but bowling from this to northern end, it seems to be drifting back a little bit into Craig Brathwaite, and he's looking a bit more assured with the balls, like you said, bowled more onto the stumps, and the ones are a little bit more, say, off stump. So Seals might be thinking he's got 3 slips, why don't I shape to get it a little bit wider?
That should be the plan, and especially if you're moving in the ball. You can't start it too straight. Have to start it on the line of fourth stump so that you will finish on, off, or middle.
Flowing drive by McCaskey, can't beat the fielder at cover. But you can see Seals just trying to get his stride together, get his work back in. This young man, it's good to really see him back on the par after the few injuries that he's encountered. And sure, the Red Force are happy to have him in their setup. Wrapping the pad, loud appeal, but that one is going past the leg stump. Just a half-hearted appeal by the Red Force team. Umpire not interested. So you see the McCaskey just looking to work that one through the leg side, but falling over just a little bit. Just need to see a little bit more right for that type of delivery. Sees again a full delivery, this time a bit more on the off stump. McCaskey just trying to drive, but hitting the bottom of the bat and just squirting out to the point area. No run on that occasion, but McCaskey, who came off of a bit of a score in his last innings, Keswick, so he's finding a bit of form as the competition is going on. And Barbados Pride would love to have him to get himself a score in this particular innings as we go after the break. You know, we play a few games at home, but he is one of the players that needs to carry the Barbados batting forward.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's one of those players that would be around for a while. He's already on the international scene. Didn't play in Australia, but he can clearly say that he won a test match in his first test series. But that's the end of another Jaden Seals over. The score is 13 without loss.
Yeah, your thoughts on how the pitch has played so far, Keswick? You were here at the last game, and you know that it was a
somewhat similar to what we had in the last game. This game, I think it started to play low sooner than the last pitch that they played on. At least the last pitch that they played on, even though it was a lot drier, the inconsistency in bounce came about probably on the third day, around after lunch or so. But today we start seeing after lunch balls start keeping low already, and this could play a big part in how this game goes, because I'm pretty sure that Barbados would like to bat one time in this game, but with the pitch playing in the manner of what we're seeing now, it can go any way. It can go both ways. So it's still pretty early to probably make a decision in what we think might be the outcome. That one keeping low again. Bowlers Union here. It's about what's right.
Good in-depth calls by Kesrick Williams. As you see Phillips, he's really putting some effort into this bowling, but as you said, the pitch seems to be playing a bit lower, and and this is still very much day one. But if that being said, the amount of spin bowlers that the Red Force teams have got in this game, I'm sure they wouldn't be too worried about how the pitch played, especially they would like the spinners to come into play.
Shot, pulled with some authority from McCaskey. On a surface like this, that's really not giving the bowlers the support that they need. You need to be consistent in terms of line and length, looking to work the edges of these batters. Bowling shot is not really the best thing to do, and McCaskey equal to the task, pulling that one over mid-wicket for 4.
Good shot.
Really good shot.
Good shot by McCaskey. He was quick. It was short. It didn't have much pace on it, and he was able to get on the back foot and pull that one in front square over mid-wicket. So it's rightfully so, like you said, Kesra. It's just one of those pitches you need to be consistent, as you saw Jason Holder rightfully so with the new ball this morning. Full length delivery this time after the short ball on the leg stump, and an easy single just worked to the fine leg area by McCaskey to get off strike. So easy single there by McCaskey. Anderson Phillips after the short ball just airing as well on the full side, but he's gone too straight and an easy single to the fine leg area. McCaskey, he's moved his score up to 6. The Pride have now 19 without loss. We're into the 6th over. So again, Kesrit, we speak about the consistencies that you want your pace bowlers to bring with a new ball. Just on or about the off stump. Phillips, he's been short, and then he's been full, and he's been on the leg a little bit as well.
On the leg again. Can't get too straight to Craig Brathwaite. If you want to see Craig Brathwaite score in a quick half century, get on his legs, then you'll see it. But if you want to keep him patient, and patient he do have, you need to keep it on the line of the off stump, probably a tad fuller than you would normally be to other batters, especially if you're seaming it away or swinging it away.
Oh, lovely shot by Craig Brathwaite. Short ball again by Anderson Phillips. This one giving room on the offside, and Craig Brathwaite, equal to the task, was able to put that one on the way past the backward point area for yet another boundary in this over. And the score is now up to 23. Kesrit, 15 to Craig Brathwaite, 6 to McCaskey.
Yeah, it's a really good shot in front of point. Punching it. Probably one of the better starts you will see from Craig Brathwaite. He looks good, and this could really smell some problems here for the Red Force, because we have never seen him scoring like this for the season. So this is really, really good. And now on the back foot, punched out to extra cover. Just 2 though. No harm being done, but he looks a lot better today. I don't know what he had for lunch, but he looks a lot better.
Positive. He's looked very positive, Craig Brathwaite. He's 17 off with some 23 deliveries. So the over comes to an end. At the end of the over, the Pride there 25 without loss. Craig, he's on 17. McCaskey is on 6. So good start by the Pride so far, and this only the 6 over completed, so you got to run right at something over 4. But good positive start by the Pride batsman. So it seems to be a change in bowling from this to Northern End to us. It looks like Tion Webster. He's going to have himself a first spell, as Jaden Seals, he's taking a little bit of a break. He's actually off the field, Jaden Seals, so substitute players on for him. And with that, you have Tion Webster coming to bowl his first over of this innings.
Tion Webster being introduced. Just one over in the last game against the Volcanoes after Sunil Lambers took a liking into him. But he's one that we know that can seam the ball around. Not sure if he will get that on this sort of surface, but we'll have to see what's going to happen, because Terrence Hines is out the team, which means that Tion Webster would have to be that extra seamer, because apart from that, it's just spin bowling in Imran Khan, Carrie Pear, Brian Charles, a little bit of Jason Mohammed if needed to.
Loud appeal, full delivery again, this time from Tion Webster to McCaskey. And you have a look at this one on the replay, Rick. Umpire says not out.
Pretty sure that the Red Force is probably thinking that there's nothing we can do again. But in all honesty, I think it's going down.
There you go.
But I'm pretty sure the amount of times that they've appealed for this first innings, I'm sure that they're thinking that it's all against us, but you have to give the batters the benefit of the doubt. Like, that one was actually going down. The one before that, that Anderson Phillip bowled to Craig Brathwaite, was going down as well. The really good shot that they have really gotten so far was the one with Jaden Seals to Craig Brathwaite. Not sure if there was a bat onto it. We don't have the snicker that the technology that we need to really make the right decisions here. So we have to use our eyes, our ear to really make decisions. So please bear with us, our viewers.
Another good delivery there by Tion Webster, just getting it to come back in a little bit to McCaskey, who's on the back foot, and just play that one back to the bowler. But yourself and Colin, we were saying that these were the same umpires that were used for the previous game here at this ground, and you said it was almost similarly these kind of appeals, and it went even a little bit beyond.
I did mention in the last game as well that Colin is very good with words, and I'm good at seeing things. So when those decisions were made, I allow Colin to make his judgment, because he's better with words. Some of the decisions that was made in the game was a bit disappointing, because how I look at it, Andy, is that at this level our umpiring must be better. For West Indies cricket's sake, it should be better at this level. This is our level that from here we go on to international cricket. So the umpiring must be a lot better. And it's not about bashing the umpires or anything. It's about helping them to get better. You can only get better if you're being honest. But that's the end of another over. It's 25 without loss.
Good discussion, and as you're saying, probably generally the umpire is as good as it can be, but the decision making, as we're saying, when it comes to the actual point of making these decisions that matter, we don't always think that we get the decision making right. So that is something else that the umpires probably need to look at, Kesrick, when it comes to making those critical decisions, or those decisions that can change a player's future or can change a game, because then who's accountable?
Because I tell you, the Volcanoes in the last game, was really gutted by a decision that was made in regards to Jet Gooley. Well played by Jet Gooley though, steering his team to victory. But that decision, at that time, the Volcanoes thought that that was the changing point of the game. And they felt like they were really undone. They were very unhappy with the decision, but at the end of the day, the umpire's decision is final.
Yep. And those are the defining moments in these games. So, Phillips.
Keeping low again. Just finding the bottom edge of the bat. Almost jogged onto the stump. That would have been a disappointing way to go. But he's there still.
Yep.
His pitch is keeping pretty low. Get Bradley to walk down to Zachary McCaskey.
Probably telling him you got to try to stay as much on the front foot as you can. His bounce is very inconsistent and low.
And that one was back in the wicket. The length was a bit shorter, but it kept low. So you have to probably play the ball a little later.
Yep. Well played again this time by McCaskey. A little bit more short. That one came on at regular height. And he was able to defend that one back down to Phillips. So yeah, so we are only into the 8th over of the innings, and the inconsistency of the bunks is almost becoming a little bit of a worry, Kesra.
It's definitely going to be a worry, because you have two teams here that, according to who win this game, if Barbados comes out and win this game, it's going to change the whole complexity of the tournament. So it's really a deciding game that would say, is the tournament still alive? Or is it done and dusted for this team or that team? And it's something that I think that we should pay close attention to, is one, the pitches. But then again, you also have to remember there's home advantage, because if I have 4 spinners in my lineup, that 3 of those spinners are top class spinners at the first class level, I'm going to give you a check that my spinners can dominate.
Yep, especially when you're playing for points. That's it. That one a little wide on that occasion, and McCaskey wasn't even able to beat the Piercer fielder there at the cover area. But that one had a little bit of whiff on it, and he would be a bit disappointed himself that he wasn't able to put that one away.
Would really love to see how this pitch go on to play on a 3rd day.
And as the ball gets a little bit older, it will be probably really a bit more tougher to negotiate. Probably become a little bit tougher to negotiate. So that's the end of yet another over. So at the end of the over, it is 26 with foot off. 8 overs completed. Craig Braffett, he's on 18. And Zach McCaskey, he sits not out. So steady replies to 172 scored by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So 26 with foot loss after 8 overs. It looks like Tion Webster, he's going to continue from this northern end. As I said, Jaden Seals, he was off the field. He's making his way back on now. So he's had a little bit of a break. And seeing Webster coming in to bowl his 2nd over. We go into the West Indies captain and Craig Braffett. Braffett, who's on 18. And Zach McCaskey, he's on 6 not out. So it's going to be Webster. Continue the attack. Another ball on the pads of Craig Braffett. Craig Braffitt's worked that one through the mid-wicket area for yet another 4. So 4 more runs to Craig Braffett. He goes up to 22. The Pride goes up to 30. 30 without loss as we welcome Colin Murray back into the commentary booth to replace Kesrick Williams. Colin, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andy. As Barbados making a good start. 30 without loss. They've had their moments. I thought Craig Braffett had a really scary moment. I thought he was out in LBW. But you know, you have to feel it for the umpires because they've got a split second to make the call, Andy. Sometimes we replay it 3 times and we're still unsure, you know, and that's the thing. I was over on the next side at the time, and some few people were saying, oh, because he's West Indies captain, you don't want to send him. And you know, the normal spectators chant. What is the game without spectators? And saying things like that. Of course, we don't have very many spectators in, which is such a shame. You know, regional games, I'm not sure in Barbados how much is the crowds. But when you get these games, you get 100 people if you get as much coming out. And it's such a pity because, you know, these are guys showcasing themselves to West Indies cricket, to selection, and to be playing in front, basically, of empty stands. Such a pity.
Yeah, and I mean, there's quite a few things there. I mean, this game is started very much in the middle of the week. So starting on a Wednesday, I mean, a lot of people being still in the workforce. We would expect a few more spectators, to be at the cricket games. We haven't had much cricket in Barbados now for a while, especially first class. We will get a game coming on to the back end of the season. But generally, the cricket in Barbados is pretty well patronized, I must say.
Yeah, well, such a pity here, though. Yeah, we don't get the red ball version is I mean, once you get into the white ball, it's much better supported. And you know, when we get CPL, you know, it's sold out. You can't basically you can't stick a pin into the Queen's Park Oval when TKR are playing here. You know, and of course it's different because you're talking 7 o'clock in the evening. You finish work, you probably get home, have a quick something to nibble on, and then you come to the Oval. Yeah. It's the end of the over from Tion Webster. He's completed his second over, none for 4, just that 4 runs coming from it. And there is Brathwaite is 22, McCaskey is on 6, and it's 30 for none. Not very rare do you see Craig Brathwaite outscoring his opening partner.
Yes, he was saying, and Kedrick was saying, the lines that they're bowling to Craig Brathwaite here, this is where he'll be enjoying himself because they bowl a little bit straight to him, middle of the leg. And as you've seen, he has quite a few boundaries clipped behind that area up to date. So they might want to bowl him a little bit wider, but he's going at a fair clip. And by his standards, he's some 22 off 30 deliveries. And if you know Craig Brathwaite, that's not usually the rate that he goes at.
That's right. You probably would take off one of the 2s. But he's steady, and what is good about Craig Brathwaite is that, you know, he doesn't worry about that, whether he's got 2, 22, 5, you know, he just likes to bat. What I would like to see of him more is a little bit more rotation of the strike, especially when he's opening with, say, a Tejnarain Chandapol. You know, they tend to put the bowlers a little bit more on top. And we saw it in the Australia series when Kirk Mackenzie came out and he started to play some shots. And the Australian bowlers at that point in time, their length had gone a little bit astray on the line.
Full delivery there by Anderson Phillips. I've seen McCaskey essaying a big drive, that one coming a little bit off the inside edge and going up to the man there at mid-on. And Seals, who's back on the park, just for a single. But yeah,
he's struggling a little bit though. McCaskey 87, he got the 87 in last knock with 103 balls, and he was much more fluent than he's here today, and he got 90 odd last time playing here for Barbados Pride. I think he got 95. and he looked really good. But here, he seems to be struggling for his timing.
I think that's got a little bit to do with the surface. I mean, as we said, some of them are a bit low. And you can see him not playing it as late as he should, probably on this type of surface. So he's getting a little bit ahead of it, Colin. And, by extension, he's not as fluent because the ball is not there as yet to be driven. So he just needs to adjust a little bit more, probably watch it a little bit more and be a little bit more later on his stroke play.
Yeah, but Craig Brathwaite, well, he will continue here. They've already wiped 31 runs off of the 172 made by the Red Force. If you're now joining us, they were bowled out for 172 by the Pride, and the innings of Amir Jango, 93 not out, stood out. He was the only one that really batted with any sort of authority and responsibility for the Red Force. But take nothing away from the bowlers. Look at the bowling figures, and of course Holder picked up 4 wickets, and the two holders between them got some 7 wickets.
Another good delivery there by Phillips. And all Brathwaite could do is just be on the front foot to defend. But yeah, so you're saying some 7 wickets by the holders. The other 3 wickets was taken by Shaquille Cumberbatch, who's been pretty impressive in his start to his first-class career. He's now had 2 matches, and only 1 innings completed in this first innings here. I think his tally is up to something like 9 wickets so far.
He's 9 wickets he's got so far in the tournament, and when you think about it, from 2 games.
As well as Shimholo, who think he might have 10 wickets as well from just his 2 games. A lovely shot by Craig Brathwaite, over pitched by Henderson Phillips, and Craig Brathwaite was equal to the task. He essayed a lovely straight drive there, Colin Murray. He was onto his front foot, like we said. His timing was good. He just waited for that one to come to him, and he played it straight past the bowler for yet another boundary. So Craig Brathwaite, he's moved to 26. Lovely flowing straight drive by Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, what a good shot. It was over pitched, but as they say, when you bowl the bad ball, you still got to put it away, and you don't do that to Craig Brathwaite. So he's on 26 from only 34 deliveries. It's been a good knock from him, and while he's been batting well, McCaskey's struggling a little bit. 7 from 26 deliveries. I thought I might have seen Carey Pear into the attack, the left-arm spinner who did well in the previous game.
Yeah. Sure, slow bowling cannot be too far away. The spinners must be coming in pretty soon, as this partnership it's not a runaway, but 35 without loss, and we're only into 10 overs completed. So you'd like to think that Captain De Silva, he'll be looking to get the slow bowlers in. Another lovely shot, this time off the bat of McKenzie, a short ball outside the off stump, and McCaskey, he was back and cut that one past the backward point area for 4. So he's moved his score up now to 11. The Pride have gone up to 39 without loss, Colin, and what a bad length, I would say, by Tion Webster with the pace that he's.
Yeah, it was short, it was wide of the off stump, and all McCaskey really did was steer the ball down to the poor bowling, and I would have thought that, as I said, you're looking at a guy like Carey Pear, who's picked up 14 wickets for the season, and Brian Charles, who's picked up 10. I'd have thought that they might have been a better bet at this point in time than Webster. Webster's he's only had 4 overs for the season before today. And those 4 overs, he's going at 9 runs and over for 37 runs. So he's been a little bit ineffective thus far. And maybe skipper Joshua De Silva just trying to give him a couple overs. And maybe for him to change the pace a little bit. There's the ball not coming onto the bat. But if you're going to bowl short and wide and then bowl half volleys, then you're going to be put away.
And that one was yet another wide half volley, a little bit slower, but he has some protection over at the point boundary, as it looked like Jason Mohammed, who's on that boundary, just protecting any chance of a boundary out there. So just a single, but that one was another wide delivery, and probably deliberately bowled wide, but pace off, and McCaskey wasn't in any bother. He was just able to extend his arms and work that one down there to the backward point area for yet another single.
So that's a wide-ish delivery again, but Brathwaite not being tempted. And for the Red Force to get back into this game, they've got to pick up a couple of wickets. And so far, they don't look too convincing in terms of 10.4 overs have been bowled. And they're going along nicely, just about 4 runs and over. Yeah. Or to be correct, 3.8.
Well, they've made a little bit of adjustments in the field. They've taken the man from gully area, and that's Pierre, and he's brought him into a short mid-wicket area. There's a backwards career, there's a mid-on, there's a man at the fine leg position. And that one's given a bit away for outside off Stanton Brathwaite. He's just stayed yet another boundary scoring shot. This time a drive to the cover area, Colin. And Craig Brathwaite, like we said, he's really, really going at a pace that is not very familiar to us.
Well, another delivery that really asked to be hit. It just stood up there. It was a nothing delivery from Webster. He doesn't have the pace. It's wide of the off stump. And it's basically saying to Craig Brathwaite, come on, hit me. And he did. You know, I would like, you know, for Webster, with his pace, he's got to be, his line has got to be right. His length has got to be right. And that's all you need from him. You don't, you know, I'm not looking for Tion Webster. And that's another short delivery and cut down till he got away with that one. So, you know, he's not the kind of bowler that you're going to be looking for to get a bag full of wickets. What he's got to come on to do is to try and tie up an end, keep the runs down at his end. And you know, but once you're leaking runs at his end, then the cricket becomes easy. The end of the over from him, I don't think we're going to see much of Webster again after that over. He's went for 9 runs. He's now bowled 3 overs for 13, and after 11 overs, the Pride, they are 44 without loss.
Yes, Colin, a good start, like we said, for the Pride in reply to that 172 posted by the Red Force. The captain, Craig Brathwaite, he's looking very positive. He's 30 runs, he's placed 37 deliveries. He's had a number of 4s in this innings, and he's had 4s on both sides of the wicket. So it just means to say they're bowling both sides. So he's now had 2 boundaries on the outside for that cut shot and drive. And as you know, if you bowl anywhere around his pads, he's easily, that's his shot. He capitalized on it so easily. So they just need to put some plans together. As you said, Webster, you want him to be a bit more of a containing bowler, but he's short, and when he's not short, he's too full and wide. But Phillips to continue. Another short ball this time to McCaskey, who was able to put that one away, but good feeling by the man at the point area there. Is that looking like Jango?
Yeah, it is.
It's Jango, yeah, and yeah.
No, it's Webster, sorry, at point.
It's a point.
Yeah, that's Tion Webster.
Webster, sorry.
Yeah.
A good save, just seeing that. It was just a little bit miscued. But good save by him. So Phillips starting this, another over. He's into his 6th over on the trot. And he was a bit short and wide, but McCaskey, as we said, struggling a little bit for his timing, wasn't able to put that one away.
Yeah, they I think the Red Force, they've got to decide on a plan. You know, are they going to attack from one end with maybe Phillips and Seals and then try to tie up the other end? And if they're going to tie up the other end, can't have a guy bowling 3 overs for 13 runs. And maybe it's just time to get that left-arm spinner into the attack in carry pair and not only tie things down from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end, not only tie things down, but maybe try to pick up a couple of wickets, because the rate the Pride are going at 4 runs and over, if they continue along this path, and there are 25 overs remaining in the day, they're going to get pretty close to the 170.
Yep.
And of course, nothing like wickets to stop the flow of runs. You just got to break this partnership, because tell you what, the way this is going after the first day, the Red Force are going to be really up against it.
As you say, it's just the first day of play, and they've lost some 10 wickets in that 2 sessions of play, so that's really put them a little bit on the back foot.
And then what they would have needed was a couple of early wickets just to peg back the pride a little bit. And if you don't pick up these wickets, especially the wickets of Brathwaite and McCaskey, because they're big scorers. They get big totals. They're not the kind of guys that would get to 20 and give their wicket away. Especially Craig Brathwaite. We know he got 24 in the game against Guyana in the second innings when they were chasing that big target of over 300. But McCaskey got 87. And we know his ability. The runs in it, they're probably going to get 2 seals. They're going to have to hurry back. And Seal sends the throw in, but Brathwaite was home. I think once he misfielded that ball, they immediately called for the second run. And those are the things you've got to tighten up on. The fielding, the catching. When you make a low total, you've got to make up for it in the field.
Yeah, good positive running again. As you saw the misfield, they were able to capitalize and got back for a second. So, as you said, with a low total, you want your fielding to be as good as can be to put the pressure onto the batting team. But a little bit of sloppy work there by Seals.
That's a good run. Excellent. You could see McCaskey just taking the pace off of the delivery, and immediately as he pushed it, they called for the run. Looking at the bowling figures, Seals 3 overs, none for 6. Phillip 6 overs, none for 26, and Webster 3 overs, none for 13. So I would think that they must be thinking of giving Anderson Phillip a rest and maybe getting Jaden Seals on from the Branlar Pavilion end. And just as I thought, Webster is off and Carey Pear is going to come into the attack. Carey Pear, who's been having a good season. Of course, he was always in competition on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team with Akil Hussain. And Akil Hussain has moved on. Matter of fact, there was a time when Carey Pear was, if you had to pick of the 2 spinners, Carey Pear was ahead of Akil Hussain. But Akil has certainly developed well and is now an automatic choice in the white ball version. But he started with the red ball and certainly was doing very well. Started as a batsman who can bowl, I would say, more of a batting all-rounder.
Yeah, he's also a guy who would have played quite a bit in Barbados, Akil Hussain. So remember him being there on the West Indies Academy and playing with the Spartan side. And you know, he's had quite a few runs there in our domestic cricket. So you know of his batting exploits. But it's good to see him, as did Carey Pear, who played over there in Barbados as well. And it's good to see this young man, though, very much given the opportunity to be like one of the leading spinners in the Red Force team, because he's been around, like you said, on the fringes for some time, but a good player indeed.
Yeah, he is. He's not a bad batter. He hasn't got off this season. When you think of it, he's before today's game, he's had 4 innings and just scoring 25 runs, and so from 5 innings, he's got 36 runs. And he's a better player than that with the bat. Saw him in a local club competition and stood up with Nicholas Puran playing for Queen's Park. And they were tottering at one stage. And Nicholas Puran, in his own exuberant fashion, started to hit the ball all over the field. And he needed somebody to stay with him, and Carey Pear was a wonderful foil at the next end.
Just giving it a little bit of ear that time, and here he had McCaskey, who was better positioned this time to time that one and work it into the cover area for yet another single. And you've seen Brathwaite just calling him now to say to him, probably that is the way to play. You don't have to be over aggressive with it. Just let it come to you and pick the gaps. And that he did that time for yet another single.
And there's no need for him to worry because runs are coming from the other end. And that's the beauty of a partnership. It's the end of the over from Carrie Payer. Just the one run coming from his first over. So the Pride, Barbados Pride, 48 for none, going at 172. Yeah, that's the beauty of a partnership when one player is scoring quickly and getting the runs. Your job becomes so much easier. You just got to work the ball, get the singles. If you get the bad ball, put it away. But there's no need for you to suddenly look for runs and panic, you know, and thinking, hell, the runs are not coming. So I think it's good for McCaskey that he just needs to stay there. That's his job now, to stay there, bat out the rest of the afternoon. And that's what these two will be looking to do. 23 overs left in the day's play. So it means that we're going to be here for a little while, Andy. Ian, there's grinding his teeth and he wants to leave at 1.5 minutes past 5. But I have bad news for you, Ian. We're here until 5:30.
And this is me traversing the Trinidad traffic, not knowing the streets as I should.
Oh my word! But don't worry, you'll get home safely. You have GPS and things like that now, and Waze runs here. That's a good bit of fielding by Webster at the point. It came off more of a thickish. He's more there for the square drive, square cut. It peeled off more of a thick outside edge, and he had to move quickly to his left. And Webster right out on the boundary. Let's have a look at it. And there he was. Yeah, more he just opened the face slightly and got it more behind point. McCaskey and picks up 2 runs. So the 50 is now up. Yeah, so you can use Waze and all these modern things now, Andy. So you'll be okay. And, it's amazing with technology now, and I'll give you that in a minute. In the old days, you travel and you go with your good old map and you travel to wherever, if you're going to Miami or wherever, and you have your map with you, and you're saying, okay, if I got to get to 11th Street, I got to turn up here, got to take a right. No, you just turn on your Google map.
It's still a map, but Google map.
Yeah, but it tells you, it talks to you.
It talks to
a lady talks to you. Yeah, a very nice sounding lady. She says, take the next right and then go left, and if you miss the turn, she says, hey, reroute. You got to reroute, go back. And it's a ball coming back into him from Seals. So Da Silva opting for his quicker bowlers from the Brown Lara Pavilion end. They're yet to make a breakthrough. Right. Give Barbados Pride openers credit. These two have batted well. They've had their moments. They had some anxious moments, but in general, they've played well.
Yep, good partnership. As I said, they put on that 50 partnership. 50 came off of some 79 deliveries. But a good partnership to start after, chasing down 172 as the first innings total. And sure sees he will want to have other ideas, but McCaskey in this over so far, his timing been a little bit better.
Yeah, Seals a little bit all over the shop at the moment. I think he needs to concentrate. Yes, you could see him a little bit disappointed. Of course, Jaden Seals coming back from an injury. He's played all 4 games thus far for the Red Force. Some 74 overs he's bowled. He's picked up 9 wickets. And you could see him he's off to Sussex later on. I think this will be his last game in the tournament, and then he's off to Sussex, which I think will do him the world of good. Because I would expect Andy that he would get into the West Indies squad for that tour of England.
Yeah, I think he should be thereabout. So we could just have a little bit of a run out here, Jaden Seals. As we saw that one, a short delivery, big bouncer going over the head of McCaskey. He didn't want any of that. He just stuck under it, allow it to go through to the Silver. But you said you were over there in the players' pavilion a bit earlier, and Seals having a run out. The chairman's letter, Desmond Haynes, he's sitting over there. Yeah. So I'm sure he'll be looking to have a look at Seals and see the amount of work he's putting in. So Seals really want to have a good run out in front of the chairman.
Yeah, he would. Of course, this is the stage for the players to showcase their talent. And it's not so much another bouncer there, but too short this time. And McCaskey easily gets under. The end of the over from Seal, so he's now completed his 4 overs, none for 12. And the Pride, Barbados Pride, 54 without loss. And I think, and not so much showcase their talent, but in terms of performance, this is the stage where you've got to, if you're a bowler, you've got to get wickets. If you're a batsman, you've got to get runs. It counts here.
Yeah, I don't think a player of C's caliber is so much on the trial. It's just more to see what his workload is like, how he's coming back off injury. Because, we've seen him, you know his skill set.
Oh, yeah, you know his talent.
Yeah, so it's just to have a look and see what his workload is like, how he's been going since his recovery. But yeah, he's not on the trial for sure.
Yeah, I would, as I said, I am, as far as I'm concerned, he's on the plane.
Yeah.
But, who knows? You could never tell. The thing is, you've got you now have to look at the pecking order. Where does he fit in now in the pecking order of the West Indies bowling lineup? When you've got Kemar Roach, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, Jason Holder, Jaden Seals. I think they're hoping Kemar Roach retires. Is that what I'm hearing in the back of the booth? He's edged it and he's dropped it. Well. Brathwaite survives, and you don't often get a chance off of Brathwaite. Is that Jango had slipped? Well, it went to his left. It was low down, but it should have been taken. Let's see. Let's have a look. He reacted very late indeed. And it was Jango. No, it was not. My apologies. I'm trying to get who it is. I think it's Jango, You'll have but you don't give chances to batsmen like Craig Brathwaite.
It was a regulation edge. Saw a good piece of bowling there by Kerry Pierre, bearing Craig Brathwaite forward, leaving him and taking the outside edge and going into the grass of that guy at first slip, and he wasn't able to hold on. So you see how costly that could be to the Red Force team. As you know, Craig Brathwaite, he's one to really want to go on and on and on. So unlucky there for Kerry Pierre.
Yeah, Jango is a short extra cover. I think that's Brian Charles, because Tion Webster is at mid-wicket. It could very well be Brian Charles at that slip position, but it should have been taken, and a bad miss.
Yeah, disappointment for Kerry Pierre and the Red Force team. So at the end of that over, the Pride there 54 without loss. Craig Brathwaite, he's on 30. McCaskey, he's on 22. But fortune for Craig Brathwaite on that occasion. But good piece of bowling there by Kerry Pierre, who you've been calling for some while, Colin.
Yeah, well, it's Brian Charles, actually, the man who put down that chance at slip. And again, we talk about when you get dismissed for 172, even half a chance, you have to try and gobble it up. And that should have been taken. At this level, you expect that chance to be taken. But Brian Charles seemed to move late to his left. And by the time he moved and got his two hands there, it was grassed. That's a good shot. Well stopped. They're going to get the run because Kerry Pierre just went behind him slightly and they were able to pick up a run. Talking about slip catches, when I went across to the pavilion area and I saw Brian Davis, former West Indies opener in the days of Conrad Hunt and these guys. And I remember him at slip. He never dropped a catch. And I know you're listening, Brian, even though you told me you wanted to take off the commentary when I talked about a straight gully. He was asking me, what is a straight gully? I said, come on, Brian. So I had to demonstrate to him. I got the security guard to pose as a batsman, and I was demonstrating to him where the straight gully is as opposed to the wider gully. And we had a nice little conversation. Well, he's edged it, so Brian Charles can be relieved here now because Craig Brathwaite was following one outside the line of the off stump, and he gets the edge. De Silva makes no mistake, and Craig Brathwaite, the Red Force, do not have to pay much because he was dropped on 30 by Brian Charles at slip, and he's gone for 30, caught De Silva, bowled Seals. It's now 55 for 1. Brathwaite is out for 30.
And that wicket is falling right on the stroke of the water break. Colin, a good piece of bowling there by Seals. One coming down just about fourth stump, and Brathwaite just being a bit naughty with that one, pushing his bat at it, taking the edge, and good catch by Josh De Silva. He wasn't going to miss that one, and Craig Brathwaite goes relief for Brian Charles, as you say. But this time we're going to take a little bit of a water break, and we'll take a drinks break as well.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Well, we're just getting set to continue here after the drinks break. Jaden Seals is going to continue. He's only bowled 2 balls in his 5th over, and the new man has come out is Raymond Reefer, and he's going to face his first delivery from Seals. He's pushing that ball down towards the cover. Reefer only playing in the game, the one game against Ghana, and just scoring 32 runs from his 2 innings with a top score of 19, so he's looking to get some form. It's Andy, it's surprising with Reefer. All of a sudden over the last couple of years he's batting at number 3, And we've never seen Raymond Reefer, always was 6, 7, somewhere around there. Does that mean his batting has improved that much? Or teams are just giving him an opportunity? You're not sure.
I mean, he's grasped his opportunities when given the responsibility to bat in this batting position. He's also went on to represent the West Indies in that position as well.
Which was a huge surprise.
As much as it was. But Raymond Reefer is that type of player. He's a real team guy. He's a utility player in any team that he's utilized in. So, I mean, anytime there's almost a vacant position or a position up for wanting, I'm sure that's the man who always is given that role. So, I mean, he's a hard trier. He works very hard at his game, Raymond Reefer. Like you said, it was a surprising move, but when given the opportunity, he just grasped it.
Yes, he's. I suppose if you're accustomed batting at 6 and 7, you got a decent technique and you get put up the order, will give you a little bit of confidence, and it will also give you the opportunity to score more runs.
But again, he's the other player who spends a lot of time in the wicket, Raymond Reefer. But he's one who loves to build innings and just moves on after that. So I think he is, like you said, he's only had one game so far. So he'll be looking for a score here in this innings for sure. Colin.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough of Raymond Reefer to really comment on his technique. You know, he's yes, I've seen him get runs, but you know, I'm just wondering, you know, how technically gifted he is at number 3. The end of the over from Seals, he's picked up that wicket of Craig Brathwaite, a wicket the Red Force badly needed, and 55 for 1 at this point in time. Yeah, and you know, it's always when you looked at teams through the years and over the years, your batsman coming in at number 3 is not only is he technically gifted, he's your main batter. He's your one who more or less controls the innings. And you know, I've never seen Raymond Reefer in that mold, especially over the years. I mean, Barbados have always had strong batting lineups. I remember one time when they wanted to break away from West Indies cricket because they had about 8 test players playing, and you know, they wanted to say, well, they're going to do it on their own. And of course, if you have a gentleman by the name of Gary Sobers in your team, you know, that's a help, isn't it? A slight help.
That is big help.
I was being sarcastic,
Yeah,
Andy.
sarcastic you were.
It's swept around. Not a good line from Carrie Pear. If you're going to bowl that line, then you have to have protection out there. There's a deep backward square, but this was hit in front of square by McCaskey. A really good shot.
It was a good shot indeed, as you saw Gary Pierre drifting a bit on the leg side, and McCaskey essaying the sweep shot, and well executed. He played it in front of that man at square leg and into the boundary for 4.
I remember many years ago a test match being played in Jamaica, and I was talking to Derek Murray a couple of years after he played in the test match, and it was against England, and West Indies they trailed on first innings, and some cracks, they say some cracks that you're going to put your foot in the cracks started to open up on the pitch. And Gary Sobers in the second innings, I think he got 118, I can't remember. He got a century. And England was chasing maybe 150 or 200 to win the game. And to tell you how bad the wicket was, how bad the pitch was, they held on for a draw at 68 for 8. And Gary Sobers made 100 in the innings. I must look up that test match. A guy like Red Spurrier would send me that in 2 seconds.
Hello to Red Spurrier wherever you are. I know you must be viewing this, Reds. But yeah.
It's the end of the over. 4 runs coming from it. That one delivery that was badly lined, and McCaskey took full toll on it, and it's 59 for 1.
But yeah, another good over there by Pierre. just as accurate. Just that one ball that was swept away for 4 by McCaskey. But generally, he's been just about the awesome, just trying to weave his magic away from the batsman. So he's been and sound. He's bowled now some 3 overs. He's conceded 5 runs with that one boundary. So good bowling there by Kerry Peer, just trying to work his way into the team. While Jaden Seals, on the other hand, he'll be looking to blast them out a little.
Yes, you would think another couple of wickets here would put their pride not on the back foot, but have them thinking a little bit more, because so far it's been pretty straightforward. It's been pretty straightforward for the openers until the dismissal of Brathwaite.
But this second spell from Seals, you can see him just putting a little bit more effort into this one, bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion in. And, he's, like you said, he just wants to give himself a run out, see where he is before he leaves here to go on to Sussex. But this spell in particularly, you can see him, Colin, just running in with a little bit more purpose.
Yeah, he is. I think the competition as well, when you're playing against your fellow West Indies players, you could see him that's having that little bit of an edge. And you could see him, of course, when he was bowling to Craig Brathwaite, just putting that little extra effort. And I would expect he would be this would be the same for Raymond Reefer.
Expect that. So Reefer, as I said, into his second game, and he will want to get a score. We've tried a few batsmen at the number 3 area. We started the season there. Reefer, he was away. He went over to play in one of the leagues. But now he's found himself back into this Barbados Pride team and coming in at number 3 position.
Is he picked more for his batting now, Andy, you think, than his bowling?
Well, I would have to think in that regard, because when you saw him bowl today, he would probably came in as your 5th bowler, because you had the likes of Holder and McCaskey to start, as well as Cumberbatch, who's been given the first change ball, and he's been picking up some wickets. So I think Raymond Reefer, he would have to be saying, well, I'm more in this team as a batsman.
Yeah.
So
Who can bowl?
who can bowl a bit?
Yes, as you rightly said, Holder and McAllister, Cumberbatch, the seamers. That's a good delivery, short and lifting. And Reefer gets out of the way. Seals probably has a word with him. He's probably saying to him, well, he can't hit the ball.
As you said, these guys have all played together all over. They played with the West Indies together as well, so it'll be a little bit of good competition going there amongst them. Yeah, and then in the scheme of bowling in Barbados, there's no Akeem Jordan in this side presently. Kemar Roach, he would have played the previous game, and he's out for this game. So when you look at the construct of the pace bowlers or what you've got, I definitely would say Reefer is more suited in this setup as a batter who will just get a bit of bowling.
If need be.
If needed.
Well, Reefer is going to get off the mark here, and he's probably going to come back for 2, as that ball was played down towards a backward square leg, and Imran Khan, who is down at fine leg, had to run about 15 meters or so to his right, and they're able to come back for the second run. So Reefer is off the mark with those couple, and you would think Jaden Seals would just want to stay away from that Midland leg, angling it into the left-hander, but he started it about Midland leg, so gave Reefer the opportunity to get off the mark.
Yeah, I mean, after the 2 bouncers, you thought he would push him back a little bit, and then you just tried to hone in onto the stumps. But Reefer, he was equal to the task and able to just work that one away behind square to pick up 2 runs and get off the mark.
That's a beauty. Yeah, that's a lovely delivery. Pitched and just left Reefer. He didn't know much about it. You could see him just trying to get bat onto ball, and it pitched and left him. And Seals a little bit unlucky not to get the edge there. But it's the end of the over. 61 for 1.
Yeah, Yeah, good bowling again there by Jaden Seals. Like we said, he's putting a bit more purpose into this second spell. You can see him really running in with some purpose, bowling some testing deliveries there to Raymond Reefer. He bowled a couple of short balls at Raymond on the back foot, a little bit of a conversation between them in the middle. And then that final delivery working its way past the outside edge again. Raymond Reefer wasn't sure about that one. Went all the way through to the silver. But good to see the young man, like we said, Colin, giving himself a nice run out before he heads off these shores and go and, play his trade elsewhere in the UK, which should only argue well for him and should be helpful for West Indies cricket.
Somebody was saying to me that maybe he shouldn't go because West Indies they get used to his bowling, but I don't think. I mean, we can go back in the old days when most of the West Indies players were under contract in English tours, in English county teams, and West Indies still beat England by 5-0.
Maybe he should.
Things like that.
Maybe he should go so we can get accustomed to the batsman.
Well, that's another way to look at it. And, but remember he said, "Oh, you're going to expose Seals to the English team," but I don't care. When he's playing Test cricket, it's going to be different to county cricket. And not only that, when you're playing county cricket, because you play day in day out, you can't be flat out. Yeah. But I remember some of the past players who played county cricket and earned a living. One or two of them will remain nameless, and they were saying to me, "Boy, these Englishmen trying to kill you because they're playing you every day and they want you to bowl faster and faster every day."
But as a true professional, you learn how to manage yourself.
Right, exactly.
So that's why I think the exposure would be good for these younger players, the likes of Seals. Kemar Roach is there. He's been very experienced playing over at the Surrey area as well.
And I think it will also it will aid them in their to get more professional as they play county cricket. It's the end of the over from Carripair. That was a good over, a maiden over, and it's 61 for 1 as McCaskey, he stays on 27. Yeah, it will help them become a little more professional, understand what a professional setup is, things like that.
And albeit it is in the first class where you need to be able to bowl spells.
That's right.
Over sessions. You learn how you will start the morning session, what happens in the final session of the day. You're able to manage your workload accordingly. You learn to set batsmen up, work them over. So it's good to have our pace bowlers being exposed to that kind of league play.
And I think what I would love to see is many more of our players getting into that county circuit. I think it helped our cricketers years ago when the majority of them played county cricket. Well, Brian Charles has picked up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion and replacing Jaden Seals, the right arm off spinner. And Charles, who's picked up 10 wickets so far in his 4 matches. I was saying the majority, but when I think back on the glory days of that West Indies team, with Greenwich was at Hampshire, Haynes at Middlesex. You've had Larry Gomes at Middlesex, Lloyd at Lancashire, Viv Richards at Somerset, Garner at Somerset, Andy Roberts at Hampshire.
Calicharan at Warwickshire. Yeah,
yep,
so
Calicharan at Warwickshire.
Yep.
Every one of them were playing for county. Malcolm Marshall went to Hampshire. It was incredible.
Yeah, and still had the side players with the likes of Sylvester Clark. He was always there as well. So, it was good competition.
That's a lovely shot. That's going to run away. That's 4 runs.
Over pitch delivery by Brian Charles. And there you see McCaskey, who's really coming into his own now. He just essayed a lovely cover drive. Worked that one past the cover area. Made off pitches up. Had no chance. So 4 more runs to McCaskey. The score goes up to 66 for 1. He's 31. A lovely shot, Colin.
Yep, getting to the pitch. Yeah, and when you think of people like Sylvester Clark, Wayne Daniel, who was at Middlesex, could hardly get into the West Indies team.
So as Keswick was saying a bit earlier, you know you had a bench strength that was almost as good as your top 11, and that argues well. That's when you know your cricket is really at its best. So
well, when you think of players with the ability of Wayne Daniel and Sylvester Clark, couldn't get into a West Indies team and would have probably made any other team in the world. It just tells you the strength of that team. And, it's the end of the over from Charles. At the end of it, it's 67 for 1. And of course, don't forget Joel Garner. You know, he was also at Somerset. What a team they had. And what was good as well, each of the county teams had good overseas players. So they weren't just coming up against the English. They were coming up against the Aussies, the South Africans, the Pakistanis. It was really... And if our players can get back into the circuit, it will certainly help them. So Carrie Pear starting a new over. And McCaskey is still there. He's on 32. He's picked up nicely since the dismissal of Brathwaite.
Yeah, he's really coming on to his own, this McCaskey. Like we said, he's playing the ball a little later now, as he was probably hoping it was coming on to him a little bit earlier. But as we spoke about the pitch a bit earlier, we said it's getting a bit lower. It starts to be a bit slower as the game has progressed. So he's just adapted to that, and he's playing it, like you said, a little later. Even with that one from Kerry Peer, it was outside the off, not much pace on it, and he was able to be late enough to just work it past the slip and past the gully area to pick up yet another 2.
Of course, he is regarded now as the number 2 opener, with Shane Mosley not so much getting runs again as he was, struggling a little bit, playing 3 games, 78 runs and averaging 15. So I think McCaskey has now gone ahead of Mosley in the pecking order.
Well, Mosley, he would have been coming in at number 3, and with those numbers, that's where we see Raymond Reefer. Now he's been given the opportunity. As Mosley, he didn't really carried on as he would like. Also, in the previous game, they had a debutant in Sean Brathwaite, who came in, and it's a bit unfortunate that he lost his play for this game as well. But he had a look at number 3, and Reefer, he's here now to fill that void. But Brathwaite, a player of the future as well. Good to see the young man being able to make his debut. He's really come through the system in Barbados from under 15s all the way up. So he played West Indies on the 19th. So, you know, it's good things like that on average. But Raymond Reefer, the experienced player he's here to fill that number 3 position, which Barbados haven't gotten much runs in so far for the season.
Well, the end of the over from Carrie Pear. So he's now completed 5 overs, none for 9. And the Pride, they're now 71 for 1, just as they trail by 101 runs. And still, they've got a lot of wickets in the dugout or in the dressing room. 9 wickets left. So it's a matter of if this Red Force team can pick up some wickets. But you talk of young Shane Brathwaite, you know, he's unfortunately didn't get off in the game he played, and getting 4 and 0. But his time will come, as you rightly said. He's a young man. And sometimes you make the best of your opportunities. Another day, who knows?
Yep.
But here's Brian Charles starting a new over. He's bowling to the left-handed Raymond Reefer. Charles in his second over conceded 6 runs in the first. It's a better line and a good length. Reefer can't do very much with that.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Charles, he'll be happy to bowl to the left-handed Reefer, who's only now starting his innings. little bit of an outside edge on that occasion as Reefer goes for the drive. I don't think he wanted to hit it there, but with the spin of Charles, the off spinner, taking it a little bit behind point. But yeah, he's just starting his work. Brian Charles, he will award the ball to the newer batter in Raymond Reefer, and him especially being a left-hander facing up to the off spinner. I think he will be happy to have that as his matchup to start this, his spell.
Not sure what's happening with that guy who's walking. I don't understand. People, sometimes you see the bowler coming from a particular end and you just walk behind this side screen as if, it's just nothing's going on. Whether he went to get something, fix something, surely he could have waited till the overcome was completed. They're going to hurry for a single. They've got to hurry. Loud appeal goes up, but McCaskey is home. I thought he made up his mind a little late to go for the single. And again, the ball should have been attacked, I thought, more from, who is that out there?
Jason.
Is that Jason?
Yep.
It could very well be Jason. Yeah, it is Jason Mohammed out there. But I thought he himself was a little late. I think he was caught off guard. I don't think he thought they were going for the single.
Yeah.
And by the time he realized and he charged in, McCaskey was home. Was good running in the end.
Yeah, good single by Raymond Reefer. He didn't put much pace on it to hit it as quickly to Jason Mohammed, who had to move around a little bit to his right. And couldn't prevent that one. Good running by McCaskey. As the over comes to an end, Colin, another good over there by Brian Charles. He's now bowled some 2 overs, 7 runs. At the end of that over, the Pride there 72 for 1. McCaskey, he's on 35. Colin, as you said, we have here for the overtime. It's 14 overs remaining in today's play.
Yep. With the 2 spinners on, we probably will get the 14 overs in. But it's probably just around 20, 25 past. So you're still not going to get away earlier, Andy. It's you're looking at 25 past, half past. And then you got to maneuver the traffic.
Yep. I'll work my way around it, Colin.
Yeah, you'll be all right.
As Pierre, he's continuing to bowl now to Raymond Reefer. Ball again by Pierre, but I just love this guile of Kerry Pierre. He just varies his pace, and very well. It's good to see him really having a good long season for the Red Force team here, Kerry Pierre.
Raymond Reefer very content at the moment. Just gives me the impression that he wants to just stay there until the end of the day's play. He hasn't played any great shots so far. He's just been pushing the ball and defending and waits for the bad delivery like that. And even so, he's not hitting it. He's just working the delivery down to deep backward square. And they pick up an easy single. So one more to the total. 73 for 1. And the lead now is under 100. 99 to get past the first innings of the Red Force.
Yep. And Raymond Reefer, if you know, he's that type of player. He would just bide his time, work the ball in the gaps, get himself in, and then just try to, push on as the innings progresses. But surely, I think, like you said rightfully, he's probably looking to play out for the afternoon and just hoping to come back tomorrow and get a nice fresh start.
So the end of the over from Carrie Pear. He's completed 6 overs now, none for 10. And it means that Brian Charles is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. So it's just fitting if Brian Charles is going to bowl. He has to bowl from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. But he's coming in for his 3rd over. He's bowling wrong the wicket to the left-handed Reefer. And somehow I think they've got to start to maybe vary in terms of their flight, because I think they've got to draw Raymond Reefer out. Let him go for the shots because he's quite content. That's much better, but not only is it a great shot from Reefer, but it's a great bit of fielding at mid-off. A full-length dive. And they picked up a single.
That's very good feeling out there by the player there at mid-off. I mean, he dove full length to his right to stop what could have easily gone passing for a boundary, but well bowled that time, given some air as you asked for it, and Reefer came in for a drive. But good stop in the end. Brings McCaskey into strike. Ball a little bit on the short side. As Charles continue. Ball to McCaskey, who just works that one past the guy at the forward short leg for yet another single. So another single to McCaskey. He moves his score up to 36. But Raymond Reefer comes back into strike. And Raymond Reefer, he have the majority of the strike so far. So I think McCaskey as well, he's doing the right thing. I'm in. I want to come back. I've got to start. So Reefer, over to you. Another good delivery by on target. Reefer just defending. Back up the pitch to the bowler.
So the end of the over from Charles. Another pretty good over. Just 2 runs coming from it. So he's completed 3 overs now. None for 9. And the total on to 75 for 1. This partnership so far just worth 20. But no real alarms for either batsman. I think they've been going along nicely. Just pushing it around. Waiting for the bad deliveries. They haven't got very many. And it's been a good solid partnership so far, but you have to think that the Red Force, they need to get a wicket here before the end of a wicket or 2 before the end of the day's play, just to maybe creep back into the game. But and I use the word creep because they're still totally behind the 8 ball.
As Kerpier to continue, ball into McCaskey. McCaskey on the back foot and punching that one up to the cover area. But you've seen as McCaskey's progressed how he's a bit more fluent. Like you said, his timing's coming a lot better than when you first saw him started this innings. So work that one up to mid-off with a single to bring Reefer back into strike. But yeah, as he's become a little bit more fluent, Colin.
Yeah, of course. Otley is about, you know, and I don't like those type of field placing because he's neither is not short enough to stop the single, and if McCaskey goes over the top, he's not on the boundary rope. So you know, is he there for a mishit maybe if McCaskey tries to go over the top and mishits it? But you know, I don't. It's either he stops the single and let McCaskey go over the top if he wants, and then close it off after. I know you always say that. After the horse has bolted, but you know, to me it's either he's out on the boundary rope or he's in saving the single, because you know, once you get a single, it takes the pressure off of you as a batsman. Well, that's right through him. Loud appeal goes up. I didn't think Joshua De Silva seemed very confident.
No.
Carrie Pear was going all over the place, thinking that he may have got a bit of an inside edge.
Well, I don't think it was a confident appeal by Joshua De Silva at all, but good ball in there by Kerry Peer, bringing Reefer forward, beating him all ends up. A little bit of a juggle by De Silva, but the umpire was equal to say not out.
Thinking of the single, but that's good fielding by Jango at the mid-wicket region as he ran across quickly to his left and prevented them from going for the run. The end of the over from Carrie Pear. At the end of it, he's now completed 7 overs, none for 11. Just 1 run coming off of that over. And brings McCaskey back into strike against Brian Charles. Time for the leg spinner, Andy?
I would think With 11 overs remaining and not a lot of chances being created, you want to give your leg spinner a try. I mean, you want to get him in the game. Leg spinners, as we always say, Colin, they give you something. They could go for a few runs as well, but they give you the chances.
That's too short from Charles. Yeah, I would think with just after this 10 overs to go, just get him in. Get a couple overs out of him, as you rightly say. If he gets you withdraw him. If he does hit a line and a length. And the other thing is, unless he bowls badly, these two guys, they're really, at this point in time, they're thinking of tomorrow.
Yeah, this is not, would not be a bad time to bring him in, because obviously they're not looking to be too attacking here. So this would be a good time to get your leg spinner in.
Now it peels off the outside edge. It's going to run into the boundary. That's well stopped. Excellent bit of fielding. They'll come back for the third. No. So you have to say, by Carey Pear, ran that ball down and stopped it just inside the boundary rope. He got the outside edge, and it rolled past the slip fielder in Otley, who is at the lone slip. And Carey Pear gave chase. He did exceedingly well. And to limit them just to 2 runs was even better. And that beats him outside the line of the off stump. So I suppose once this is happening, Josh De Silva is not going to, he's going to want to give Charles a couple more overs, because he got the outside edge, and then the next ball, he beats him outside the off stump.
Good delivery. That one bunks a little bit more on Tarifa. So well ball by Charles.
It's been a good over. He's conceded 3 runs from it. But you have to say, of the 3, 2 was off the outside edge. And they're going to go through for a quick signal. That's good running. As it looks like, who is that down there? That's Jason Mohammed at mid-off. And they pick up a single.
So good rotation to strike, Colin.
Yeah.
Just to bring the right-hander in to face up to Charles, who will be bowling from around the wicket.
Well, the reverse sweep, not out, says the umpire, and I don't like it, Andy. You're batting well. This is not a T20 game. You're batting well. Why? Why play that? You're on 38 from 76 deliveries, and all of a sudden you look to play the reverse sweep. So he survived it, however, as the umpire says, not out. It's the end of the over from Charles. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, it was outside the line of the off stump. But the end of it, it's 80 for 1. We saw Alec Athanaze getting LBW with it, with a shot like that. And he picked the wrong one. He was playing the reverse sweep. He loves to play the reverse sweep. But he does it well. But sometimes if you pick the wrong delivery, you find yourselves in problems, especially if you don't connect.
Yeah, just a little bit of shot selection there. I was trying to see where the fielder was on the offside there. It was where the point man was, because obviously he would have seen a gap, I assume, and went for that one. It was outside off stump. So another over going down, and it will be Pierre to continue. We've seen a batsman call for a little bit of a drinks break. I think with the 2 spinners off, you can see them taking off their protection gear. The Taipaz are coming off, just to get them a little lighter, because they're thinking it's going to be spin for the remainder of the evening, the batters, for sure. So Kerry Pierre, he's going to continue. He'll be bowling to Ray Marifa. As we said, there's some 10 overs remaining in this day's one play on day 1. Friday 80 for 1. Remember this morning when the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they won the toss, they elected to bat. They were all out for 172 at the stroke of T, and the Pride in reply, there's some 80 for 1 to this point. And we have Zachary McCaskey, he's 38 not out, and Ray Marifa with him, he's 10. As Rifa facing up to the ball in here of Kerry Pierre. Pierre, he's now into his 8th over. He's been economical. He's just conceded some 11 runs. But as you can imagine, the Pride players are surely they want to come back here tomorrow just to start a fresh day's play, go and get themselves a night rest, be happy at the team meeting tonight as to where they've been in today's play.
That turns. He's getting some turn, no doubt.
Yeah, seeing Reefer trying to just play off the pitch. His ball spinning into him, and you see him on the back foot just waiting for it to turn, trying to work it behind square. Didn't connect on that occasion. Went again, Reefer deep onto the crease on the back foot, defends. Kerry Pierre, he wouldn't be too perturbed about that, as he's seen Reefer, like I said, trying to play off the pitch. Again, he's on the back foot, just working that one into the to the 4 short leg area. Not another run, so some 5 deliveries bowled by Kerry Pierre in this over. Reefer defended them all.
So Reefer quite content. He's just what, on 10 from 40 deliveries. So he's and that's the way he plays, doesn't it? He's not, he's not the typical number 3, and we've said this before. He's not going to come in there and play shots. He's going to nudge the ball around. If he gets a bad ball, he's going to put it away. But I much would prefer to see a number 3, a little bit more attacking, a little bit more putting the pressure on the bowlers.
Well, yeah, here he is. He's in a position to play an innings similarly to your number 3 today, when that was Amir Jango, who, he bided his time, he waited, and he played a very good innings in the middle of that number 3. He wasn't very expansive in the beginning.
No, he wasn't. No.
So I would like to think that will be the move for Reefer. Just try to get himself in,
bat out today. Yeah.
Come tomorrow and see what's on offer.
Amur Jango was very unfortunate not to get his 100. Just ran out of partners. And then Jaden Seals, playing an expansive shot, was out caught at mid-off, leaving Jango stranded on 93. I'm not sure he would have had some choice words for Seals in the dressing room, but I think Seals apologized from even on the field. That's a good shot, but it's not going to get runs. Anderson Phillip is out there at mid-off.
Surely Seals might be saying, I'm the senior player in this team. I've been your test player.
That's right. Don't you say anything to me.
Anything to me.
Yeah. No, but it's unfortunate. And I think, I didn't think Jaden Seals meant to play that shot. And just didn't, almost... He was almost whether should he go over the top or just play it, and he did neither. Anyway, it's the end of the over from Charles. He's completed, 5 overs now, and none for 13. So both spinners, they've been pretty economical, but they haven't got the breakthrough for the Red Force. And I would think that we have, 8 overs remaining in the day's play. And I would think that at some point in time, just to change up things, and Joshua De Silva has got to think of Imran Khan just to bowl an over or 2. And we may very well see that, because we have 8 overs, 8 overs left, as Kerry Pierre is going to bowl one of them.
Played behind square by Reefer, so just to walk a single, as you said, Seals running away from the backward square area and boundary, just to prevent what could have been anything more than 1.
I think McCaskey was a little bit late in he was a little unsure.
Yeah, I think he was waiting for it to pass the man
right.
who at the short square leg area.
Yeah, Mohammed is there, and Seals is down at that deep backward square. So you're right, he was just waiting for that ball to go past Mohammed. And when it did, then he went for the single. And Reefer at that time was about halfway up the pitch. it was McCaskey just getting onto the back foot. He's trying to pace the offside field, but isn't getting the room in which to play that expansive drive. But this one, he's going to pick up a single, and I thought Seals was a little bit late in moving to his left, and he's pointing at something, not too sure what he's pointing at. But that one gave McCaskey, it was a little wider of the off stump, so it gave him that room in which to play that ball to the left of Seals.
I'm sure Pierre would have been a little bit disappointed in himself. You know, he's bowled 2 deliveries short and wide, but you want to be a little bit more fuller.
Again, we see Otley is right out on the long. Now, I tell you what, again, I want to question that because Rifa hasn't given the indication that he's going to go over the top. Have your normal mid-on, and you say to Rifa, well, you know, if you dry up that single from him, what is his next shot? Is he going to just continue playing it out to mid-on, or is he going to try to go over the top?
Again,
the singles are coming too easy in this over.
Yeah, and you don't, that's not what they want. I mean, the Pride was almost kind of shut down shop, and to be giving them singles in such a, I mean, you're just letting the game run away from you a little bit. So you're either going to defend it, or you're going to allow them to go after your score.
Well, loud appeal goes up, and he's getting them. Well, Raymond Rifa, he stands there as most batsmen do now when they get out. Now, is that an inside edge onto the pad and caught at forward short leg, or is it an LBW? I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see. Let's have a look at it. We have the benefit of the replay. Andy?
I think that's more of a leg before decision. Colin, I'm surely Raymond Rifa, he's a little bit disappointed in that decision, but if you can have a look at that one again, it's a ball spinning into him. He's went a long way across the off stump, and let's see if he can get the benefit of a replay again.
Yeah, I agree with you. And look where he comes.
Yep.
Comes right across. That was cannon into the stumps.
Yeah,
he can be disappointed. I'm not sure if he's disappointed in the decision or is in his shot, but he was shuffling across, and so he goes, and Warrican is going to come out as night watchman. Myself and Keswick had a long discussion about this in the last game, about the benefit of a night watchman, and the Australians don't use it at all. And we're just saying, listen, and my theory is, and I got this from my dad and those the older folks, and say, well, if your good batsman can't come out and survive, how do you expect a night watchman to do it? But it's really protection of the batsman, because he's really going to hide into nothing. When you've got 7 overs left in the day's play, you know, you need to protect him. But the Aussies have this thing that, listen, let the good player go. He should know how to defend, when to defend, if to play an attacking shot. But Warrican has come out, but he's not going to be facing, because it was the end of the over, and it means that McCaskey is going to be facing the new bowler, and we've got what we've been asking for, Andy. The leg spinner is on.
Yeah, Imran Sharky Khan is coming into, you know, and this is a good time, like I said, Colin, I would like to think. There's just 7 overs remaining. You just got the wicket of Raymond Rifa. I'm sure Jackery McCaskey, he'll be asking himself, how should I go about this right now? So it's good couple of overs for Khan to put it down, and, you know, he shouldn't be too attacking McCaskey. And I think most of the deliveries, Khan will think that he might get a chance to bowl at the night watchman.
Well, that's a lovely shot to start. You can't be bowling a man who is on 40 and batting very well. Those kind of deliveries. I know it's the first delivery from Imran Khan, but it was tossed up, and it was a lovely drive, extra cover drive from McCaskey.
Credit must be given to McCaskey. He got a bad ball no matter what time of day of it is, and he just did the right thing and put that one away to the boundary. So we said he might be looking to see it through the closer play, but any bad delivery come along, I'm sure he still want to put it away, Colin.
As they say, runs on the board are runs on the board. Gonna get a single.
A little bit of hesitation, but all's ends well. That one was worked all the way up to the long on area to bring the night watchman into strike, and I'm sure that the Red Force, they will love this move to try to get the leg spin of the balls to the new batsman and Warwick, who also is the night watchman. So let's see what Can is going to offer up.
Now I know Warwick is a little bit of a shotgun, and if a ball is there to be hit, you know the night watchman tends to just come and not Warwick. There he goes on driving.
Positive shot by Warwick.
He's not going to push and prod and defend, is he?
Yeah, that one given a little bit of ear by Can. And Warwick, he was on driving that one to the mid-on area.
That's well bowled. That's well played. Oh, that's poor cricket. That is poor cricket. Was it Webster or Jaden Seals through the ball?
Jaden Seals. Yeah. Naughty.
Over the head of the keeper. And the way, well, he does put up his hand, apologizing.
I must say he's made a couple mistakes today.
Yes, he's put up his hand a lot, apologizing.
Quite a few times today.
That's a good shot from McCaskey. They're going to go through for a quick single. That's good cricket. Because again, Imran Khan is, as you rightly said, the way he bowls, he's gonna go for a few runs. You've got to protect the boundaries. But in so doing, they will look to play shots off of him. It's the end of the over. Imran Khan has bowled his first over, 7 runs coming from it. 91 now for 2. And the Pride, the trail by 80 runs. But just 2 wickets down at the moment. 6 overs left in the day's play.
Yeah, just 6 overs remain. I mean, they will be happy that they picked the wicket up of Rifa in the previous over from Kerry Pierre. And it's going to be Pierre to continue. He'll be bowling to McCaskey. He's on 46. But interested to see how the Pride will want to play the remaining 6 overs of this innings. Colin?
Yeah, it's. I think both players are pretty positive. And McCaskey, he's blossomed nicely. His innings has come along. He was struggling at first with his timing, but once he got set, he was his shot selection has been good.
That's the type of player he is. A good delivery ball there by Pierre. Giving a little bit of ear, taking it a little wider away from McCaskey, who's looking to a drive, but just taking the outside edge and going to the point area.
And that's the thing. He's now looking positive, and you think with 5 overs to go he would close up. But even the ball before, where he was driving, as you rightly said, it was a little wide of the off stump and may have just spun slightly. And he was driving at it, and I would have thought it would have been better for him to let it go. But he's now in a position where he's so confident. And when you're batting like this, sometimes you really don't want the day to come to an end.
And he's on 46 as well. I'm sure he would love to get a half century before the end of today's play and just come back tomorrow and try to press on for another half.
Yo, commentators curse has come here because McCaskey was batting so well. A good delivery from Caripay. Had a little bit more bonk, some turn. He pushed at it, got the outside edge, and the catch this time was taken by Brian Charles at slip. And McCaskey innings comes to an end. He was now starting to blossom nicely. He was looking good. He was pushing the ball around. And that delivery was you have to give Caripay credit because it was a good delivery. It was given a little bit of air. It spun. He got some bonks. I think everything you want from a left-arm orthodox spinner.
I can tell you, Colin, and that's the ball that a left-arm orthodox spinner wants the ball at every delivery. Just bring the batsman forward a little bit wider, pulling him out, as we say, and hitting the outside edge, and the slip feeder just doing what he's required to do. So is that Brian Charles? No, it's not.
No, is it Brian Charles? I thought Brian Charles. Well, they moved him out of the slip position.
So yeah.
And
but a good wicket there by Kerry Pierre to dismiss the set. Zachary McCaskey, he's gone for 46. So in the last 2 overs that he's bowled, he picked up 2 wickets, the 2 set batsmen. So he's pulling his team back into this encounter.
he certainly is pulling his team back into the encounter. And I'm just looking to see the man at slip. I think, yeah, we'll confirm that for you. But what we can tell you is that Jonathan Drakes has come to the crease because McCaskey goes, and I don't think they would have been happy to send 2 night watchmen.
So this is.
Have you ever seen that before, Andy?
I've never seen it before, Colin.
So Drakes faces the final delivery from Pear. So he's picked up 2 for 15 now. And that means that his tally of wickets for the season has gone up to 16.
So very well bowled by Kerry Pierre. He's now prized out the 2 batsmen who were set for the pride, and Raymond Reefer and of course Zachary McCaskey. McCaskey went for a well played 46, but with some 5 overs remaining and to pick those 2 wickets up at integral time of the innings, I'm sure Joshua De Silva and his team, they'll be feeling a little bit easier going to bed tonight.
So Imran Khan, it was Brian Charles who took the catch, so confirmation of that. And Warrican, he's smashing this one to the left of mid-on, down to the boundary for 4. He is not going to push and prod as a normal night watchman. It was up to him, give him some air, and he smashed it to the right of mid-on, and it goes into the boundary for 4.
Yep, you see the replay, Jason Mohammed just trying to dive all the way to his right, but that one was a little wide of him, but give him a little bit of air, and Warrican went for the aggressive shot and got a result as a boundary.
Quicker delivery. Now I would look to put mid-on and mid-off right back, because I don't expect Warrican to push at the ball. He's going to go over the top.
Well, I think at this time of the evening, they want him to go over the top.
Exactly.
So they're encouraging that shot, and hopefully that he would miss time one or get the edge as he's going for such an aggressive shot. So I would be inclined to stay with him up. I mean, just to give up 4 runs to the expense of a wicket, I'll be happy to do at this time as day's play.
Well, it's interesting. He's in defense now to 2 deliveries that was more or less pushed through by Imran Khan. Let's see what he'll do now. We're thinking of the single, so with the mid on up, it's not on.
Yep. Warrican, the night watchman. Pride would like him to battle as much of these balls in the remaining couple of overs as he can.
Well, loud appeal goes up, not out, says the umpire. And one pushed through again. So since that boundary from the first delivery, you realize Imran Khan has been flatter and quicker in terms of his trajectory. The end of the over, 32 overs have been completed. The Pride, they are now 95 for 3.
Yeah, but rightfully so. As you've seen him push him through, he's caused a little bit of problems because as a night watchman, as Warrican is, we know he could be a bit aggressive, but he's asking them to play a shot off of these aggressive balls, which he's not going to do, but then he's testing his defense, but he usually comes in at number 9, 10, Warrican, so it's good on the leg spinner to recognize, let me pull your defense here, let me see what you can offer me, as I'm opposed to give you runs.
So Drakes is going to pick up a single. Are they going to come back for the second? Imran Khan is running around to his right. Very attacking field now set here for the batsmen. 2 slips, a forward short leg. There's no mid-wicket. There's just 3 men on the onside, which is that deep backward square, a forward short leg, and a wideish mid-on.
Love to see this. As you see Warwick can get it all across the off slip. I see Pierre, he's going to ask for a bit more reinforcements. Let's see, he's taking that second slip out. Where is he putting them now?
Seems to be going towards mid-wicket. A short mid-wicket as well. That ball just running off the face of the bat to Warwikan, from Warwikan to Mohan, who's at that forward short leg. Oh, that's a good delivery. Excellent delivery from Caripay. He drew Warwikan forward and its pitch, it turned slightly. That's all you need. Maybe just a little too much. As they say, it was too good for Warwikan to edge.
Good ball by Pierre. Again, that's the pace you want to come down with, ball into Warwikan. Let's see what he can do. Warwikan makes that move, as we know how he does, get all across the off step to defend. No run. So well ball by Kerry Pierre as well. Let's see, 1 ball to go in this over.
So the thing with players like Warwikan, when they look to attack, that's when they create problems for themselves. The end of the over from Caripay, 11 overs, he's bowled now 2 for 16. And the Barbados Pride, they're 96 for 3.
Yeah, good day's play for the Barbados Pride. They've lost 2 wickets in the last 4 overs. But before that, they were very much in the ascendancy. They bowled the Trinidad Red Force out for some 172 runs today. So with 96 for 3, that's a good reply after day 1 of play. As we see, it's going to be Imran Khan. He's going to come in to bowl his 3rd over, and he'll be bowling to Jonathan Drakes for the first time. Drakes essaying the drive, but it's gone to point where Jaden Seals is there. No run on offer. Let's see Khan again. Well ball.
He's going to get a single, but Jonathan Drakes, fresh off that 100 in the first innings, and just to show him how cricket is a leveler, he got duck in the second innings. So that was out to the left-arm spinners, Moti in the first innings and Pumal in the second. So that should give the Red Force team the confidence to get maybe Caripay at him a little bit more. You notice Imran Khan now is certainly not flighting it. He's more or less pushing it through. Yeah.
And as I said, he's asking Warwikan to prove your technique to me. You know, I'm not giving you any freebies.
Well played from Warwikan so far. He's not been tempted. He's not sure, and tomorrow, if he's still there and comes back tomorrow, if he's going to be playing long forward defensive to the deliveries like this. And he's looking to pull a shortish delivery. So the end of the over from Imran Khan. He's completed 3 overs now, none for 11. We've got 2 overs left in the day's play, and 97 for 3. And I did say, Andy, you get away by 25 past 5 or thereabouts. So still I think Caripay is going to bowl 1, and then Imran Khan, I would expect, would complete the day's play. It's been a good day. Lots of wickets falling, 13, and a little bit surprising because the pitch looked good for batting. As I said, some bad shots, but good bowling from the Pride. And they themselves have lost 3 wickets, which I think the Red Force would be happy with. They would love to get 1 more before the close of play. And especially Jonathan Drakes. They're going to hurry through for the single, and they get it easily in the end. Yeah, especially the wicket of Drakes. And But still, it's been a day that has belonged to Barbados pride.
Yep, and this is where it gets interesting now for me with the night watchman. His role now would really be to bat these last 5 balls in this over from Kerry Pierre to try to keep Draits away from the strike. But this is Jamal Warrican we're speaking about.
I think he thinks of himself as a bit of a shotgun, isn't he?
He does. All played.
Yeah, it's been good from him actually. He's after he played that uppish on drive from Imran Khan, he's been more or less concentrating on defense. Gary Pierre's coming over the wicket now. Very interesting.
And I mean, we could actually almost say that he's done the job required so far,
Yeah.
because even though he played that shot of Imran Khan, he's batted some 22 deliveries and his score is only 5. So you can imagine with that one shot, he's defended quite a lot of balls for his team.
It's another good delivery. I would tell you what, I would take the mid on and mid off, push them back. I would push them back and then give it some air and say to Warwick, well, come on, be brave. Because Karipe as well has been pushing it through, trying to get some turn. Look at that, that's a little short. And they go through for a quick single, and that's good cricket on the part of Warwick because he knew it was the last delivery. And as you rightly said, he needs to protect Drakes. It's the end of the over from Karipe. 1 over left in the day's play. It's 99 now for 3. The Barbados Pride, they trail by 73 runs.
Yeah, but just a little bit of disappointment for me in terms of Joshua De Silva there with that mid-off being so deep. I mean, I would want him to be, as a matter of fact, I think he should have got some more men around the bat for Warwick and again, encourage him to want to go after it. But, you know, if you see the men too close to him, I think that's where he might be inclined to play a shot. But good work by the part of Warwick.
Yeah, it's either you have the men right out or saving the single.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be interesting. They're going to take Imran Khan out of the attack, and I think they want us to go to 5:30, Andy, because they're going to bring Anderson Phillip into the attack, and this over will take because they're waiting on helmets to come out. Well, Warwican is waiting on a helmet, so that's going to take up a minute or 2, and then Anderson Phillip is going to take about 4 or 5 minutes to bowl the over.
Yeah, so still not 5:25, and I'm just thinking about
your traffic.
My traffic. My traffic.
No, I'm hearing a strange decision. I don't mind this. I think it's going to be interesting. Test him, test Warwican with a little bit of pace for the final 6 deliveries and see how he handles it.
And I think it's a good decision, to be fair. I mean, you've had all those 23 deliveries where he blocked out the spin and he played one aggressive shot. But here we have the seamer bat. It's a different kettle of fish.
That's right.
You know, and at the end of the day, Warwican is still a number 10 batsman, pretty much. So pace bowlers tend to make you do funny things.
Yeah, and Anderson Phillip, he's had a long rest as well. So, and he knows it's just 1 over. So he can go flat out, which is important. Go flat out and put some pressure on Warwican. I don't mind this move at all.
So yeah, good call. I mean,
because he seemed comfortable against Imran Khan. He was getting long forward, and Imran Khan started to push the ball through at him.
Which is sensible again. If you have your spinner trying to push it through, why not give a pace bowler who's a bit quicker? I mean, to bowl as straight as he can.
I tell you what, he's not going to play long forward to Anderson Phillip. I don't think Anderson Phillip is going to bowl any deliveries that he's going to be able to stretch and play long forward. It's going to be interesting, these final 6 deliveries. So we have drama right to the end, Andy.
All the way to the end. So a good contest on offer today. As you said, 13 wickets falling in today's play.
And just what, 271? Yeah, 271 runs in the day's play. Not a bad day. Let's look at Anderson Phillip. And Warwican nicely in behind that delivery. Needs to take it up to Warwican. He's got 2 slips in place. I would like to see a gully as well.
Yeah.
And maybe just a forward. He's got a deep backward square, but I would just put him under some pressure, bring another fielder in close.
I agree. As you saw, Drake's coming to have a word with Warwick, and just the 5 more deliveries here. You taking them all?
Well, there's a change in the field because there's that fine leg, a deep mid wicket, a deep backward square, sorry, a wideish mid on, and they've taken the mid wicket out and they've put him towards cover. The gully has come in position now, and Warwick is forward in defense.
Good defensive play there by Warwick. As I said, Drake's had a word with him, so you be telling him, just see these 4 deliveries out, Warwick. That's all you got to do. That's all we're asking of you. Let's come back tomorrow and start afresh. Phillips, on the other hand, he have other ideas.
He's in his 7th over, none for 26 so far. Got 5 wickets in the game against the first innings against the Volcanoes. That's a short and poor delivery. Looking for some pace. He picked up 7 wickets in the game against the Volcanoes, so he's got a nice rhythm at the moment. So he's picking up wickets, but that delivery was too short to Warwick. And I'm not sure Seals is. He's wandering at mid-on, and I think he's having a word with Warwick and getting close to him. But he's gone back out towards that. He's in a catching position, like almost like a shortish mid-on. Well, no, he's walking in now. Well, he got the edge, and it has worked. Look at Seals. Seals he's dancing in front of Warwick. And obviously, they're good friends. But so the move has worked. Kudos to Joshua De Silva. Kudos to Anderson Phillip. It was short. It was outside the line of the off stump. And Warwick just hung his bat, got the outside edge, and wicket number 4 goes down. So you have to say, even though the Pride, their noses are ahead, the Red Force, they've come back slightly into the game, especially getting the last 2 wickets here in the final 4-5 overs. And the move has worked. Anderson Phillip picks up the wicket of Warwick for 6. Caught De Silva, bowled Phillips. It's 99 for 4 at the end of the close of play.
Yep, good decision there being made by Joshua De Silva to bring his fast man back in. And as I said, at the end of the day, Warwick, he's still number 10. And, pace bowlers kind of create things at this stage of the inning. So that's a good call. Warwick, he couldn't get his edge out of the way in time. With 2 deliveries remaining for today's play. And he had to go, caught by De Silva, off the bowling of Phillips. I mean, that's brought our days to the end pretty much. At 98 for 4, 99 for 4, sorry, at the end of today's play for the Pride, after dismissing the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force for 172. Colin?
Yep, so that's the situation here. 172, the Red Force having been put into having won the toss and opting to take first strike. And the man of the day has been Amir Jango, not out on 93. No one else really from the Red Force. The next highest scorer was Extras with 19. And Anderson Phillip batting at number 10. He got 15. He was the next highest. So it was a very bad batting display from the Red Force outside of Jango with not out with 93. And the Pride, the bowling Holder, picked up 4 for 47. That's Jason Holder. Shem Holder, he picked up 3 for 28. Kamabach, Shakil Kamabach, he got 3 for 50. And in return, the Pride, Brathwaite 30, McCaskey 46. They were going along nicely. They were 55 for none at one stage. And Reefer, he went for 12. Warwick went for 6. And at the end of it, they were the Pride 99 for 4. Carrie Pear, he picked up 2 wickets. Phillip 1. And the other one was Carrie Pear 2, Seals 1, and Phillip 1. Those were the wicket takers. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. Tomorrow, day 2, should be another interesting or intriguing day. And can the Red Force hit back here and maybe, just maybe, put the Pride under some pressure to get those 73 runs? Or can the Pride go on to dominate this game? Well, we'll be here tomorrow to bring you more coverage. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us on behalf of Andy Payne, Kesrick Williams, myself, Colin Murray, and of course, our producer, Ian Wasson. It's goodbye until tomorrow.